Chapter 501, Lightning Sphere. The orb of lightning was several feet across, and it glowed with such brightness that it was hard to look at. It washed the rest of the hollowed-out cavern with its blue glow, making it look quite incredible. 9 trails of lightning flowed out of the orb like small rivers. They pierced through the ground in various different parts of the hollowed-out chamber, seemingly flowing to other parts of the Thunder Realm. Although he was standing at the very edge of the hollowed-out chamber, John could feel the incredible potency of the lightning sphere. A weaker disciple would have already been overwhelmed by its power, and some may have been gravely injured just by entering this cavern. This sphere is already so overwhelming just standing here, and I can tell that more than 90% of its power is being sent elsewhere through those lightning streams. Just how incredible is this lightning orb? Does it power this entire lightning realm? John could only muse on that last point, but figured it was a fairly good guess as to what this lightning sphere was. It was like a power core for the entire realm, which allowed for the clouds above the realm to spew out powerful lightning in perpetuity, and also powered the other various parts of the realm. An excited yip left Kiriai's mouth, and he quickly dashed forward towards the lightning sphere in glee. "Hold on a minute," John called out as he grabbed Kiriai by the tail, stopping him from moving forward. He could tell that Kiriai was attracted here by the lightning sphere and wanted to obtain it. However, it was far more powerful than anything Kiriai could withstand, and John did not want Kiriai to get hurt. "We'll have to take this slowly," John said to Kiriai, who sulked after hearing that but remained in place and followed John's instructions. His gaze shifted back onto the lightning sphere, which continued to glow with absolute brilliance. Although most of the power was contained within the sphere and the lightning streams, a small amount leaked out amongst the rest of the cavern, basking it with smaller and less powerful lightning strikes. However, this lightning was still incredibly powerful, and was even powerful enough to harm John. A sigh escaped John's lips as he looked forward, and he shook his head in self-pity of the pain to come. With such an opportunity before him, he knew what he had to do. He had done so within the Elysian lightning world, and knew he had to do so here again. Is cultivating the celestial lightning script seriously going to be an endless loop of excruciating painful cultivation after excruciating painful cultivation? Is this the price to pay for forcibly making a lightning attribute body? While he was not looking forward to the incredible pain to come, John knew he had no other choice. It was either cultivate the celestial lightning script to its utmost, or die in his next tribulation. A piece of jade suddenly appeared in his hands as he attuned his mind to it. He took a deep breath and steadied his mind before proceeding forward towards the sphere. The flickers of lightning slammed onto his body, as well as Kiriai's as they approached. Although fine at first, John's skin began to char as he got closer to the lightning sphere, and soon the lightning began to rampage wildly within his body. He grit his teeth in silent pain as he allowed the lightning to rampage within, while he started channeling the principles of the celestial lightning script. "Why the hell is this fog so fucking thick?" An exasperated cry boomed out from Adam as he kicked a nearby rock. The rock shot off into the fog, disappearing from sight as Adam sat on the ground in an exasperated manner. "Where the hell is John anyways? Shouldn't he have already found us all, Rhea?" "Ah, forget it. He must be even more lost than me within this fog," Adam grumbled. "Oh well, I need to find John and Chase somehow. That bitch Iris can get lost for all time for all I care." A few seconds later, a rock suddenly pierced through from the fog unexpectedly and slammed into his forehead with great force. "Gah!" Adam cried out in pain as he was unable to dodge in time. He flew backwards for a short distance before coming to a stop. He groggily rubbed his head in pain and slowly stood up as he looked towards the direction the rock had come from. "Who's there?" Adam exclaimed in panic and fear, but received no answer. He rubbed his head in frustration as an item suddenly appeared in his hands. It was a box made of some sort of metal, around 1 foot on each side. There were incredibly rune markings on the outside, and the top of the box was made of 4 triangles that met in the middle and closed off the top. He took out the same platform object from earlier in the labyrinth and sat on it as he calmed his mind. A large pile of spirit crystals, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, suddenly appeared next to him, also on the platform he took out. The formation ran on the platform below him, and the box in his hands began to glow as he started channeling his chi into it. At the same time, a faint rune light pierced through the shoulders of his robes, clearly from the formation discs embedded into his shoulders. I didn't want to use this exhausting and expensive formation, but I guess I have no other choice. Find the way forward for me, as well as where that rock came from. If I can find John and Chase, even better. It'll be an opportunity for me to once again prove how awesome I am, ha ha ha. As soon as he said this, the top of the box opened outwards as hundreds of small orbs no more than a centimeter across shot out. They hovered before Adam for a moment before each shot off in a different direction, seeking out the truth of the foggy room. Chapter 502. Finding the exit, Adam's face instantly paled, but the platform below him started to glow even more brilliantly as a spirit crystal suddenly disappeared, followed by another. The pile of spirit crystals was turned into pure energy and absorbed by the platform, and Adam's pale face regained some color as he continued to focus on the task at hand. His expectant face soured slightly as he did not spot the source of the rock that had been thrown, but he sighed a breath of relief, as at least it wasn't anything dangerous. Like this, he sat in strained silence for hours as the pile of spirit crystals below him vanished. He quickly took out a new pile and continued his work. He occasionally spotted other disciples within, who appeared to be third and fourth years, but ignored them as he went about his work. What the fuck? Is there a hole in the ground? Adam mused out loud as his vision, which was linked to the orbs, suddenly noticed a hole. He immediately sent an orb down the hole, but after only going halfway down, the orb suddenly shattered. What happened? Adam mused out loud again and sent another orb down the hole. The same as last time, the orb shattered before making it to the bottom, frustrating Adam greatly. Forget it, whatever is down there is more powerful than my orbs can handle. I'll find another way out. The remaining hundreds of small orbs continued to race around the foggy world, looking for an exit. After another half-day of trying, Adam's eyes suddenly lit up in absolute delight as his orb spotted a small set of stairs. It was nearly hidden in the ground and was covered by sticks and fallen logs. The stairwell was less than 4 feet wide, making it incredibly easy to miss. Aha, I finally found it. Ha 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 ha, I truly am a genius. Although it cost me a damn fortune to find the exit, Adam boomed out proudly as he quickly stood up and put his formation items away. I didn't find John or Chase, though. I wonder where they are. Too bad, this would have been another great opportunity to show them how amazing I truly am. I'm sure they're both fine. He quickly consumed a chi recovery pill before his body shot forward towards where he had found the stairs, ready to tackle the next part of the labyrinth. A foggy world entered Iris's vision as she was transported to the fog trial. What is this place? Iris mused as she spread out her divine sense, but found it restricted. A confident smile appeared on her face despite this, as her eyes suddenly shifted slightly in color. The foggy world before her slowly began to disappear, as Iris took in the world before her with much greater clarity. Her eyebrows raised slightly as she looked in all directions. The world before her was dead and barren, with fallen trees stripped of vegetation lying everywhere, and swampy marshes scattered about. There were no animals or beasts within, making the world look even more barren. The world before her was not a world, but instead a room. The ceiling several hundred yards above covered the entire room, while the room itself was several dozen miles wide. It was circular, and the walls of the room were smooth and devoid of exits. What is this place? What is the trial? Is it just to find the exit? Iris mused as she started walking forward. As she walked forward, several people suddenly came into view in different parts of the massive room. Most were older disciples that Iris had never before seen, clearly the disciples who had passed the combat trial before them. However, none of them were of importance to her, and so she continued to move throughout the realm looking for her group. A familiar face suddenly entered her vision, and Iris rolled her eyes in slight exasperation at having found him first. A sense of conflict filled her as she debated on whether to help him. However, after some debate, she decided to do so as John considered him a friend, and so she decided to respect that. Upon resolving her internal debate, Iris started walking towards Adam, who suddenly kicked a rock in front of him in exasperation. Where the hell is John anyways? Shouldn't he have already found us all, Rhea? Ah, forget it. He must be even more lost than me within this fog, Adam grumbled out loud, loud enough for Iris to clearly hear. Oh well, I need to find John and Chase somehow. That bitch Iris can get lost for all time for all I care. Iris's face instantly turned red with anger upon hearing Adam's words. Her blood began to boil, and an urge to dash forward and beat Adam up washed through her, but she quickly calmed herself down as much as possible. She dashed forward and caught the rock Adam had kicked and hurled it back at him with great force. Gah! A satisfied smile appeared on her face as she watched Adam be struck by the rock, before she turned without looking back. If you weren't John's friend, I would have half-crippled you for those words. Instead, I'll just leave you to find your own damn way out of this place, Iris grumbled, still slightly angered by Adam's words. She sped off in the opposite direction and continued her search for John. Her search continued for quite some time, but despite her best efforts, she was unable to find any trace of him. A frown appeared on her face as she continued her search in vain. She had even spotted Chase wandering aimlessly about, but focused on finding John first. However, even after searching the entire room, she had been unable to spot him. Maybe he found the exit almost immediately and is in the next trial already. It's the only thing I can think of, so I might as well head there as well, Iris mused. She sped off towards Chase and met up with him, to the relief of Chase. He was completely lost within this world and had no idea of how to navigate it. With the help of Iris's unique vision, the two of them found the exit quickly. Wait, Chase called out as Iris began to descend the staircase, who stopped and turned around to look at him. I know you said you couldn't find Joe, but shouldn't we find and help Adam? HMPH, Iris harumphed without answering Chase and proceeded down the stairs, leaving a stunned Chase behind. After a small internal debate, he descended the stairs as well, as he knew he would be unable to find Adam within the thick fog. Chapter 503, Illusion World. A new world appeared before Iris and Chase, completely different from the last one they had just been in. Instead of a fog-filled swamp, a paradisiacal view appeared before them. In the distance, an incredibly vibrant and beautiful mountain range spanned the horizon. The mountains were covered in lush vegetation of various colors, making it look like a piece of art. In the sky above flew majestic-looking birds and creatures, while directly in front of them was a sprawling city. The city appeared ancient in design, but was incredibly clean and luxurious. It rivaled any city they had ever seen, and was filled to the brim with people going about their daily lives. People streamed in and out of the city each minute, walking by Iris and Chase, who stood there gazing at the city. What's going on? Chase spoke up as he took in the sight before him. Did we return to the real world? No, Iris replied, her eyes slightly narrowed. This city is an illusion, and an incredibly high-level one at that. An illusion? All of this is an illusion, Chase replied, slightly surprised. It seems incredibly real to me. What a profound illusion. Profound indeed, Iris replied. It's enough to almost perfectly fool me, even while using my eye abilities. I can only tell it's an illusion based on incredibly small discrepancies when using my normal vision and altered vision. This illusion before us must be due to an incredible illusion formation, and it's already invaded our souls, otherwise it would not be able to fool my eyes. Chase frowned upon hearing this, as he could not tell it was an illusion at all, and didn't know what to do next. What now? Chase asked, as he defaulted to Iris to lead the way through such a trial. I don't know. I guess we proceed into the city and keep our guard up. Illusion formations seep into the soul and slowly alter both perception and mood. Don't get whisked away by this illusion without even realizing it, Iris replied, her voice slightly heavy. Also, although theirs are illusions, they have physical form. They are capable of hurting you, so be careful. Chase nodded his head at Iris's words and flared his soul power to the maximum to defend against the illusion. Lead the way. After a brief pause, Iris walked towards and into the ancient city, Chase following closely behind. In the hallowed-out sphere, both John and Kyrie floated in the empty space as they cultivated before the lightning sphere. John grit his teeth through the excruciating pain as the lightning from the sphere flayed and burnt his body, which he allowed it to do so. The burnt flesh, muscle, and bones slowly, but surely transformed in nature to do John channeling the celestial lightning script, although each second was hellish torture. At the same time, John focused his mind on the lightning he was feeling, which slowly increased his comprehensions as well. Through the excruciating pain, John opened one eye to glance at Kyrie, who floated next to him. Lightning crashed onto Kyrie's body as well, although Kyrie did not display any signs of pain. In fact, it was as if Kyrie was bathing beneath the warm sun, completely relaxed. Must be nice, John grumbled through the pain as he saw this. Kyrie was a lightning beast, and one that stood at the absolute peak of lightning talents. His body was already the highest-grade lightning body possible, and all he had to do was strengthen it by absorbing lightning. As such a thing was not painful and was instead enjoyable. John closed his one eye and focused back on the task at hand. After a moment longer, he took a deep breath and rushed forward a dozen yards, once again increasing the lightning burden on his body as he aimed to shatter the shackles of his lightning attribute body and enhance it as much as possible. I'm finally out of that miserable place, Adam exclaimed happily as he left the fog world and found himself in a new place. He quickly took in the sight before him, and a large smile appeared on his face. This place is much more like it. It's much better than that damn fog world, Adam cheered as he noticed the ancient city before him. He quickly rushed forward into the city without a care and started exploring its interior. Merchants selling various items hawked their wares, while guild halls, trade shops, and taverns lined the large streets, making the city feel incredibly alive. Adam dashed from one place to the next with a large grin on his face as he enjoyed the upbeat atmosphere of the city. Hee, this is so much better, Adam once again exclaimed as he dashed through the city, exploring everything he could. The other people in the city seemed to mostly ignore his presence, which Adam didn't mind. While he took in the various sights of the city, he explored with a purpose, as if looking for a particular thing. Music suddenly filled his ears, followed by the sound of soft laughter. Adam's ears perked up as he turned to look towards the source of the sound, and his eyes lit up with elation upon seeing what was before him. Ha, just what I was looking for, Adam exclaimed happily as he dashed forward. I'll just relax here until this damn Thunder Realm closes. This will be far more enjoyable than nearly dying over and over. As he finished saying this, Adam dashed into a luxurious building before him. The entrance of the building was covered with strips of fabric which he brushed aside as he entered. Before him, a bevy of beautiful women came into his view, all laying about the large room before him. They all wore revealing outfits, and each was beautiful enough to topple nations with their looks. They all stopped their entrancing laughter to look at Adam as he entered. And smiles appeared on their faces as they stood up and walked up to him. "Oh, who's this strapping young man?" one of the women said as she ran her lithe fingers over his arm. Another grabbed his other arm and dragged him deeper into the room, much to the delight of Adam. A lecherous look appeared on his face as he allowed himself to be dragged onto one of the soft couches of the room, and he happily fell into the embrace of several of the women lying there. "Hey, this truly is life," Adam exclaimed with a look of absolute bliss on his face. Chapter 504, Familiar voice in the large hollowed-out chamber. John continued to float before the sphere, some 100 yards away from it. His body was completely charred black on the outside as lightning continued to crash onto him and surge through his body. A perpetual grimace of pain lingered on his face, but his mind and will remained steadfast as he allowed the lightning to ravage his body. After ravaging his body, John would channel the celestial lightning script while holding the celestial lightning script true origin jade piece. An incredibly unique and profound wave of energy, augmented by his lightning comprehensions, surged through his body and washed over the damaged parts. The damaged flesh, muscle, and bone would slowly but surely start to heal and become more and more profound in the process. After healing the lightning damage on a certain part of his body, John allowed the lightning to destroy that part once again, repeating the process anew. His entire body had been destroyed and healed over 100 times by now. Each cycle in the process brought absolutely excruciating pain, but John did his best to ignore it as he focused on maintaining his sanity. My lightning attribute body had advanced another level of profundity, but I know I can take it even further. While I would like to explore this realm further, the main thing I need right now is to temper my lightning attribute body. Everything else is secondary, as if I fail to temper it enough, I'll die in a few months when I undergo my tribulation. John wanted to explore the rest of the labyrinth, but decided against it in the end. His main purpose for entering this realm was to temper his lightning body, and he doubted he would find a better opportunity to do so within this realm. Through the pain, John glanced over to Kyrie, who seemed to be sleeping next to him. It was as if the lightning crashing onto his body was the greatest of comforts. John shook his head at himself for being so weak against lightning when compared to Kyrie, but figured it was only natural as Kyrie was a heavenly lightning beast. Only heavenly tribulation lightning seems to be a true lethal threat to Kyrie. John mused for a moment before he focused on himself again. With the level of pain he felt at every single moment, his entire concentration was needed to ensure he did not pass out and die. His body slowly moved forward towards the lightning sphere, starting the process anew with slightly stronger lightning than before. 3 days later, Iris and Chase were still walking through the city with absolute caution. They were holding hands at the moment, not due to any intimate feelings, but due to the fact that they had already been separated by the illusions once already, and only managed to find each other again by sheer luck. Only by remaining connected could they be sure to not lose track of one another. The illusions slowly seeped into their minds, making them forget that they were even within the illusion formation. Only by staying constantly vigilant could they fight back against such a thing, but it was incredibly draining on their soul power. They had lost their concentration several times and were sucked in by the illusion formation's power, but luckily had the other nearby to wake them from it. Not only that, but they had been attacked by the people of the city several times already due to various reasons, such as thugs robbing them. Although they were illusions, the illusion formation gave them physical form, making those attacks quite harmful. They had already been injured several times and couldn't seem to make their way through the city. The city was incredibly massive, but more than that, it seemed to be ever-changing. "It's like we're going in circles," Chase exclaimed in frustration as they arrived in a familiar spot. "No matter how long we walk for, we always seem to arrive in the city center. Your eyes truly can't get us through this city." A massive water fountain spewed water high into the sky before raining back down into the large basin below it. Children were playing at the edges of the water, while adults were watching them with smiles on their faces or going about their business. While it all looked incredibly alive, both Chase and Iris knew this was all an illusion. Iris shook her head at Chase's question as she looked around with a tired expression on her face. "My eyes aren't omnipotent," she replied, equally frustrated. "This illusion formation is incredibly high in quality. It shrouds even my gaze and stops me from seeing the way out. All I can tell is that the city shifts constantly, so that's why we're getting lost. As for how to get out, I have no idea. If only this damn illusion formation didn't also have a flight restriction built into it, we could just fly over this damn thing and get out of here," Iris exclaimed with exasperation. A deep sigh escaped Chase's mouth as he shrugged his shoulders at the situation. The two began walking in a random direction once again, searching for the way through the city. I guess all we can do is blindly wander and hope we make it out of TH. Ha ha ha, you truly do have great vision. A prideful voice suddenly boomed out over Chase and Iris. For you to see how talented and smart I am, you really are quite impressive yourself. Chase and Iris instantly looked at each other with strange expressions, as both could who that voice belonged to. Their gazes shifted to where the sound had come from, as more prideful laughter echoed out from within a building on the side of the wide road. The signboard above the building's entrance depicted several beautiful women on it, and a strange expression appeared on Chase's face, while Iris suddenly shot forward towards the entrance. She brushed aside the threads of fabric at the entrance and glanced inside, quickly spotting the one she had heard speak. On a large couch, Adam was laying there lazily, surrounded by several incredibly beautiful women. A lecherous grin was plastered on his face as his hands roamed greedily about, while he kept encouraging the women to speak highly of him. Chapter 505, Lightning Attribute Improvements. Sir Adam truly is this era's genius. One of the women whispered into his ear, causing his grin to widen even further. Iris shook her head upon seeing this scene, as she could tell that Adam was already lost to the illusion formation, his mind consumed by the temptations of the city. Pathetic lecher, Iris grumbled as she contemplated whether to leave Adam in the formation or not. She was surprised he had managed to get through the fog world, but he had apparently done that somehow. However, it was not surprising to her that Adam had been caught up in the illusion formation, as she considered him to be a weak-willed man. Ha ha! Another prideful laugh escaped Adam's mouth as he listened to the women whisper in his ear, before he suddenly spotted who was at the front entrance. You're here as well, Adam called out to Iris with a frustrated tone, as if her very presence annoyed him. You can see me, Iris exclaimed with a slightly surprised tone. She figured Adam was lost to the illusion formation, and so his mind would be consumed with sights and visions that did not exist. By all accounts, he shouldn't even be able to see her, as his vision should be warped to what the illusion formation wanted him to see. Of course I can see you, Adam replied. Why wouldn't I be able to see you? By this time, Chase walked into the room as well, his face becoming reddened by what he saw. Despite the fact that they were illusions, he did his best to ignore the scantily dressed women at Adam's side as he spoke out to him. You're not captured by this illusion formation, Chase asked. Me becoming slave to a formation. Do you know who you're speaking to? Adam exclaimed, his voice slightly unhappy. If you can see through this formation, then why are you? They aren't real, you know. Chase replied as he glanced at the women lying up against Adam. Of course I know they're not real, Adam replied. But this illusion formation gives them physical form, so they feel real. Also, this is much better than working my way through those exhausting trials. Compared to the trials before this city, this is paradise. I'm going to stay here until this damned realm closes. Chase and Iris fell into silence for a moment after hearing Adam's explanation. Iris felt a wave of frustration course through her from dealing with Adam, and was about to turn to leave when Adam spoke up once more. Besides, none of us will be able to leave this city anyways. Why do you say that? Chase asked curiously. Because I already found the exit to this city yesterday, Adam replied. I took a break from this room for a while to see if I could find the exit, just to sate my curiosity, and I did. However, it requires brute force to get through, and none of us are strong enough to get through the exit. Only John would be able to, but he's not here unfortunately. Iris's eyes lit up upon hearing about the exit, but dimmed after hearing Adam's description of it. You never know. Take us to the exit and we can try to get through, Iris replied. Why would I ever help you? Adam replied while staring at Iris as if she were stupid. Ah, forget it. You are truly worthless, Iris exclaimed angrily as she stormed out the building, leaving Chase behind. Are you coming with me? Her voice boomed out from outside, causing Chase to feel conflicted. Here, take this, Adam suddenly said to Chase as he tossed a formation disc to him. Chase caught it and inspected it before he glanced back up to Adam to ask what it was. I recorded the location of the exit in this disc. It will guide you to it so you can try your luck, but like I said, without John, you're not getting through, Adam explained. An appreciative smile appeared on Chase's face as he thanked Adam before leaving the building. Using the disc, Iris and Chase set off towards the exit, while a relaxed expression once again returned to Adam's face. He stretched both arms to wrap around a beauty on each side. Ah, this truly is the life. 2 weeks after the realm opened, a powerful energy began to surge within the realm. Everyone, no matter where they were located within, felt the power wash over them and grow stronger. In the hollowed-out cavern, John's closed eyes slowly opened, while the lightning continued to crash onto his body. His body was still completely blackened with lightning damage, and his aura had started to grow weak from resisting the lightning and cultivating the celestial lightning script for over a week straight. His will had been pushed to the very edge of his limits, and John felt as though his sanity would snap from the excruciating pain at any moment. "It's time for the realm to close," John mused out loud as he suddenly flew backwards to the edge of the hollowed cavern, relieving himself for the first time from the lightning strikes. He donned a new robe as his other one had been destroyed completely, and consumed a chi-replenishing pill and healing pill to aid his recovery. Even with his incredibly strong body and high resistance to pain, John felt as though he was at the very edge of his physical limits. I suppose that's for the best. I was about to reach my absolute limits soon anyways, and might have fallen into grave danger if I continued any further. I did all I could, and my lightning attribute body seems to have reached its limit for now. I accomplished my goal for entering this realm, and at this point, I've done all I can to prepare for the next tribulation. While he wanted to push himself further, he knew that even he had limits. Kyrie suddenly slipped into John's soul space, as John felt the rejective power grow stronger and stronger. His gaze lingered on the lightning sphere as he began to be rejected from the thunder realm. A greedy look appeared in his eyes as he felt himself be taken away from the realm. "Next year, I'll be taking that sphere with me when I leave." Flash. With one final push of power, the realm expelled all disciples from within, bringing an end to the Thunder Realm. Chapter 506. Leaving the Thunder Realm on the patio next to the crystalline lake, the frazzled-hair old man continued to lounge about while being fed fruit by beautiful women. His relaxed and content expression suddenly changed slightly as he sat upright and focused for a moment. The beautiful women next to him vanished into thin air, as they were revealed to be merely constructs of a formation. Those brats have finally been expelled from the realm. Good, good, the man mused out loud while smiling slightly. I can finally get back to peaceful relaxation without worrying about those brats breaking anything. A deep sigh escaped that man's mouth a moment after, as a different-sounding voice spoke up. "Sigh, yet another wasted year of not finding an heir," the voice grumbled. "Are you happy with yourself, lounging lazily about instead while our legacies fade away into dust?" "Shut up," the first voice replied with slight agitation. "Just because we all live in the same body does not mean we have the same goals. As we agreed, this is my time to control our body, and it will remain that way for quite some time. You can worry about finding an heir when it's your turn," the man grumbled to himself. His rant was met with silence, as his agitated face once again turned into one of relaxation. Just as he was about to lay back down, his expression changed slightly and his body suddenly vanished. It quickly reappeared in a different location, which was the hallowed-out cavern with the lightning sphere. The man closely inspected the lightning sphere, his expression becoming slightly confused as he studied it. It seems as though the origin lightning seed has lost a small portion of its power. How bizarre. While musing about the problem, the man's gaze shifted upwards, at which time he spotted a hole dug down directly into the cavern. He arrived before it, and quickly realized it pierced down from the fog world, where some of the disciples had visited. "You see," the angered voice from before bellowed out. "Clearly one of the disciples managed to stumble their way down here to the origin lightning seed, and its slight power loss indicates that they absorbed some of its power without dying, and did so with such a low cultivation. Someone like that would be more than worthy to inherit our legacy. But instead of focusing on the trials, you were focusing on yourself. Not only that, but the labyrinth trial has almost no rewards for those who worked hard to get through it. The least you could have done was give them some rewards for passing the trials within. Oh, will you shut up already? The man once again grumbled with an agitated expression on his face. You can worry about such things when it's your turn to be in control. Until then, leave me be. He briefly inspected the area for a short while longer before his body vanished, and he appeared back on the patio before the crystalline lake. The beautiful women from before sprung up into existence and once again began to feed him like a king, while he laid there with a relaxed and content expression on his face. The visions of all the disciples flashed white as they were rejected from the Thunder Realm and transported through space. The top of Thunderrealm Mountain suddenly came into view as they all returned to the real world at the same time. Some of the disciples appeared to be unconscious, as they were clearly under the effects of some of the labyrinth traps, while others appeared battered and bruised. A frenzied commotion broke out amongst the disciples as many found their friends to discuss the trials within, treasures obtained, and other things of note. Upon arriving at the top of the mountain, John's gaze shifted about as he tried to find Adam, Chase, and Iris. He quickly noticed many strange gazes staring at him, as if he were a monster. "Haha, I suppose I do look pretty gruesome right now." John laughed at himself as he knew why he was receiving such stares. His body was currently in a miserable-looking condition due to the lightning training he had undergone. Most of his external flesh was charred black, making it look as though he was on his deathbed. If such damage had occurred to anyone else, they would be half a foot into the grave. However, thanks to his incredibly resilient Immortal Asura body, John was able to live through such gruesome wounds without too much trouble. I really should thank my so-called father for this combination of cultivation arts. I would never be able to cultivate the celestial lightning script like this without the Immortal Asura body. And without the celestial lightning script, my Immortal Asura body would never be able to survive heaven tribulationis. It seems as though everything was perfectly accounted for in regards to these techniques and their shortfalls. "John!" And loud yells suddenly boomed out from John's right, and he quickly turned his head to gaze at who it was. Adam was rushing towards him, while Chase and Iris were following closely behind. Their excited expressions instantly turned grave as they noticed his condition, and all three rushed up to him in a panic. "What happened?" Adam exclaimed as he arrived before John. "Are you all right?" Iris called out as well, a worried expression on her face. "Here, take this." Chase spoke up as well as a medicinal pill appeared in his outstretched hand. A warm smile appeared on John's face as he noticed the genuine concern that his three friends were showing, and he graciously accepted Chase's medicinal pill and swallowed it. A warm and fragrant medicinal energy flowed through his body, slightly speeding up his recovery speed. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me," John replied casually. "This damage was all by my doing anyways, so I wouldn't have done anything I couldn't handle. I should be healed up to normal in a few days' time," he explained. A strange expression appeared on Chase's and Iris's faces, as they didn't know how anyone could voluntarily do such a thing to themselves. Only Adam had a normal look on his face, as he knew the crazy lengths John would go to raise his strength. Before they could bring up the subject again, John spoke out to ask about something else. "So, after we split up, what did you three end up doing?" John asked the three of them. Nothing at all," Iris exclaimed in a frustrated tone. "The next trial after the fog world was an illusion trial, with the only exit having a stupid requirement for passing, which none of us could achieve. As such, we just remained within that trial doing absolutely nothing until the realm closed. We didn't even find any treasures or rewards within either. The entire realm was just a big waste of time," Iris ranted. A thoughtful expression appeared on John's face as he thought about everything that had happened. The labyrinth truly had given them almost no rewards to speak of, and if it were not for Kiriai's senses, he would have never found the lightning sphere. According to what Thunderzin had said, The realm should have been filled with opportunities, but the labyrinth was the complete opposite. However, no matter how much he thought about it, John couldn't come up with an explanation for it, and so he brushed such thoughts aside as Adam suddenly spoke up. "They might not have found anything, but my time in the city wasn't so bad," Adam replied with a smile of reminiscence on his face, which caused Iris to curl her face in disgust at Adam's expression. "Pervert," Iris called out, which broke Adam out of his blissful expression. But before he could reply, a loud voice boomed over the entire mountain, catching the attention of all. "Attention, all disciples," the Grand Elder's voice boomed out. "There have been some developments while you were all in the Thunder Realm. You have 2 days to rest and recover before all inner disciples and above are to gather in the sect's main gathering auditorium. That is all." A thoughtful expression once again returned to John's face upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, while a frenzied discussion broke out amongst the other disciples as well. "I wonder what this is all about." Chapter 507. Talent Steps Development. The Grand Elder's announcement was swift and concise, and no further elaboration was given to the disciples who had just left the realm. Almost all the disciples of the sect had been within the Thunder Realm, and so no one knew what was going on. "I wonder what it is," Adam spoke up, breaking the brief silence. "Who knows?" John replied calmly. "There's no use speculating on it, so we'll find out in 2 days what this is all about." "I suppose you're right," Adam replied, his mood not dampened at all. He was still in quite a good mood from his time in the Illusion City. "Hey, I'm starving. You guys want to grab some lunch? None of us have had a good meal in 2 weeks," Adam exclaimed after his stomach started growling. By absorbing the heavenly chi of the world, cultivators could go weeks and months without food. Once reaching the heaven tribulation realm and shedding the mortal coil, one could go indefinitely without food. However, all cultivators still ate, as it replenished their energy reserves quicker, and also provided an enjoyable experience of tasting delicious food and drink. "I'll have to pass," John replied quickly. "My body's damage will take quite some time to heal, and it seems as though I don't have much time before whatever this announcement is. I need to head back to my house and focus on healing as fast as possible." "Ah, I suppose you're right," Adam replied quickly, as he had completely forgotten about John's grave condition when his stomach had grumbled out in protest. After some additional brief discussions, the group split up, each agreeing that it was in all their best interests to recover and prepare for whatever was to be announced in 2 days' time. John walked down the mountainside and towards his mansion several miles away. Almost every person John passed by couldn't help but look at him and his condition, which resulted in a mixture of reactions from shocked to intrigued. John ignored these gazes as he arrived at his home sometime later and entered immediately. The several attendants of the house were going about their business, keeping it as neat and orderly as possible, and the first to notice John couldn't help but jump in fright as they saw his condition. "Good heavens, are you all right, young master?" the attendant, a middle-aged woman, cried out. She rushed towards John and quickly inspected his wounds. "You need a healer and medical attention. I'll head to the healing ward immediately to get you a healer," the woman exclaimed, but John waved his hand against the idea. "It's quite all right, you don't have to do that," John replied calmly. "But," the woman replied, a look of worry on her face. It was her job and duty to ensure that John was taken care of, and she didn't want to neglect that duty the sect had given her. "These wounds look worse than they are, and I heal quite quickly. I'll be fine in a few days as long as I have a good place to heal. What's the best place to heal in this house?" John asked. The woman didn't seem too convinced, but didn't argue as she could tell John had his mind set. The best place to heal would be the healing sauna. It gives off a faint medicinal mist that seeps into the pores and heals from outside, while breathing in the medicinal mist heals you from the inside as well. It's quite good, but not as effective as employing the help of a healer. Are you sure you don't want me?" "The sauna will be fine," John replied with a calm smile. He quickly asked the woman to lead him there, who guided him there without hesitation. "Thanks for the help. I'll be all set in here for the next 2 days," John said to the attendant as he entered the sauna. The woman nodded and quickly left, while John closed the door to the sauna and disrobed. The sauna, which seemed to be active at all times, was indeed filled with a fragrant medicinal mist. The steamy mist soaked onto his skin, and John took a deep breath to test its medicinal effects. The medicinal steam was quickly absorbed by his body, both externally and internally, and stared to slowly but surely repair his wounds. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he sat down and stretched his burnt and aching muscles. A high-quality healing pill appeared in his hands as he threw it into his mouth and swallowed, helping the healing process even more. Ah, this is just what I needed. With the help of this sauna, some medicinal pills, and my natural recovery rate, I should be good to go in 2 days. Thankfully, the damage was all lightning damage, which my body is best at healing due to the celestial lightning script. If it was this badly damaged by something other than lightning, it would most likely take me over a week to recover. Kyrie suddenly appeared from John's soul space, slightly surprising him. Kyrie quickly found a spot to lay down and began to absorb the medicinal steam, appearing completely relaxed as well. John laughed lightly at the sight before he reached out and picked up one of the buckets of fragrant medicinal water located next to the heated rocks in the center of the sauna and doused the rocks. The medicinal steam quickly thickened, as John felt himself fall asleep within the sauna, completely at ease and relaxed for the first time in weeks. 2 days later, the door to the sauna opened and a thick steam escaped from within. John stepped out quickly after, his body shining with a fresh luster. The charred flesh and muscle from before could no longer be seen, and only fresh, lustrous skin was visible. A satisfied smile lingered on John's face as he walked to his washroom, washed up, and donned a new robe. The attendant from 2 days before managed to spot him leaving the washroom, and couldn't help but be shocked at his recovery rate. John noticed her presence and smiled and nodded at her, before he decided to waste no time at all and set out. After walking through the luxurious lobby of his mansion, he arrived before the large front doors and parted them open. The fresh morning breeze washed over him as John took in a deep, relaxing breath. Before him, the sun was starting to rise over the distant mountains, bathing the sect before him with a warm, soft glow. John took in the sight for a moment before he set out from his mansion and towards the sect's gathering auditorium. The gathering auditorium was located in the center of the sect and was a massive building over 1 mile wide and long and nearly half a mile tall. It contained nearly 1 million seats within, as it was used for both internal sect gatherings, as well as hosting the numerous members of other allied sects when they would occasionally show up. A buzzing atmosphere filled the sect this morning, which John quickly took note of as he listened to the excited discussions of the other disciples walking towards the same destination. While walking next to a group of second years, a particular conversation caught his attention. "Did you hear?" One of the disciples, a girl with long black hair and a pretty face who appeared to be 18, asked her nearby friends with an excited tone. "Hear what?" Another girl of the same age, with shorter brown hair, replied. "Apparently, while we were all in the Thunder Realm, there was another development with the talent testing steps," the girl replied with great enthusiasm. "Again, what happened this time?" Another in the group asked, their curiosity piqued. "A new name appeared on the tablet and at the very top section," the girl replied. "The top section, you mean?" "Yes, a new name appeared and they reached 19 steps. 19 steps, that ties them with the Jade Dragon God Emperor," one of the girls exclaimed. John's eyebrows raised upon hearing this, as he had been there as well. Getting past the 18 step had been incredibly challenging, and he was not surprised that only one other person in history had been able to step on the 19th step. However, it seemed as though another had joined that elite realm, which was something John was not expecting to hear. Just what is going on these days? First, this Asura gets 20 steps, now another person gets 19 steps. Has the world gone mad? "Seems like it," another replied, before asking another question. "Hey, what's the name of the person who got 19 steps?" What was it?" The first girl who had spoken thought for a moment before her face lit up in remembrance. Ah, yes, the name was Soul Sage. Soul Sage, another mysterious name. I wonder what power this Soul Sage belongs to, one of the girls mused. Upon hearing this, John's surprised face turned into a smiling one instead, as he immediately knew who that was. So, you've arrived on the divine Immortal Continent after all, and seem to have improved your power greatly since we last met Miko. Chapter 508. Shocking new developments. John stood there for a moment as he mused about his and Miko's last time together. It was in the ancient city, where they had fought the 3 emperors, met the mysterious girl, and fought the skeletal creature. They were in the core formation realm at the time, and that time seemed like an eon ago to John based on everything that had happened since. John had always wondered how Miko was doing since that time, and how he was dealing with celestial soulrend inhabiting his body. At the time, Miko was unaware of soulrend's presence. Based on his score of 19 steps, it seems like Miko and celestial soulrend have made contact, and celestial soulrend has lived up to his word of elevating Miko to incredible heights. I wonder, between the two of us, who is stronger now? A smile lingered on John's face as he thought of the last point. The last time they had met, they were roughly the same strength, as Miko's cultivation was slightly higher, while John's battle prowess was slightly higher. However, Miko now had the full aid of celestial soulrend, whose existence was far above anything this planet seemingly held. Celestial soulrend was of power so great that only his mysterious father could intimidate him, although John didn't know how strong his true father was either. However, he could tell that both were so strong as to be far above anything he had seen this world of his offer, and knew Miko would be able to surge forward in both talent and power at a pace the rest of the geniuses of the world would find impossible to match. However, this was a good thing, as John was always more than happy to have powerful allies he could count on. John started walking again after realizing he had stopped in the middle of the busy road for quite some time. Other disciples were pushing past him to get to the gathering auditorium, which caused quite a few to look at him with disapproving glances. He quickly followed the rest of the disciples towards the gathering auditorium, which sprung up into view shortly after. The auditorium was one of the largest buildings within the sect and dominated the nearby landscape. Only the heavenly lightning palace behind it in the distance overshadowed its presence. The auditorium was marble white, with blue accents all around. Thousands of tall pillars over a dozen yards wide lined the entire perimeter of the auditorium, giving it a more ancient look than the other buildings in the area. A long line of disciples constantly streamed into the building each minute. Although the assembly only required inner disciples and above to attend, it did not prohibit outer disciples from entering as well. Most outer disciples opted to join the assembly, as they too were curious as to what was going on. As such, the gathering auditorium quickly filled up at an incredible pace, and hundreds of thousands of disciples, elders, and other members of the sect quickly found open seats to sit in. After entering the front entrance of the building, John followed the others through the main entrance and lobby and found himself in the auditorium soon after. The auditorium was incredibly massive and had over 1 million seats. At the very front of the auditorium was a large stage, which was currently empty. John's gaze shifted over those already seated, and after a short search, he found who he was looking for. He quickly moved towards Adam, Chase, and Iris, who were seated together. "John, you finally arrived," Adam called out as he saw John. "I thought you were going to be late at this rate." "I'm here in time, aren't I?" John replied as he took a seat next to the 3 of them. The 3 engaged in idle conversation, discussing what they had all done the last 2 days while waiting for the assembly to start. 15 minutes later, a lone figure walked up on stage, which John and the rest quickly recognized. The Grand Elder waved his hand for silence, and the gathered disciples all fell silent. All were eager to hear what was so important as to gather almost the entire sect. "I heard the reports from the Thunder Realm," the Grand Elder said. "This year's trial was the Labyrinth, which is quite unfortunate for all who entered. There are many mysteries to the Thunder Realm, and the labyrinth is one of them. However, it is known to all that the labyrinth contains almost no opportunities within, and so I'm assuming most of you left empty-handed. The Grand Elder's words resulted in almost all of the disciples nodding their heads in unison. While some had managed to obtain small rewards and treasures here and there, they were mostly of low value. Most had left empty-handed, which resulted in a rather downcast atmosphere after the realm's closing. The reason you are gathered here today is because of a new opportunity that has arisen, one that dwarfs anything the Thunder Realm could ever offer, the Grand Elder continued. His words shocked the entire audience of disciples, as the Thunder Realm was the most profound realm under the control of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Many disciples leaned forward in their seats, eager to hear what the Grand Elder had to say next. A small smile broke out on the Grand Elder's face as he saw the enthusiasm of the disciples, but his face quickly returned stoic as he counted his message. I'm sure most of you are aware by now of the new talent testing steps development, the Grand Elder continued. First, there was Asura, who reached 20 steps, and a mysterious soul sage reached 19 steps as well a week ago, although the origins of the soul sage was shrouded in a similar manner to Asura. The mention of Asura and soul sage sent the crowd into a frenzied discussion, but the Grand Elder waved his hand, calling for silence. Meanwhile, John raised an eyebrow in surprise at this news, as he assumed Miko would have been tested within the Honorable Alliance, but that didn't seem to be the case. The only other testing steps that would make sense is the talent steps controlled by the fairy race, which specialize in soul power. Could Miko truly be there, or was I perhaps wrong about who the soul sage is? John mused internally. As if taunted by the performance of Asura and the soul sage, many new names have started popping up on the talent testing tablet, all with incredibly impressive scores. It seems as though the other powers were keeping their most talented youths a secret, but have changed their mind with the recent developments, the Grand Elder explained. He took a short pause to allow those in the crowd to process what they had heard, before he continued speaking once more. In fact, the Asuros, who had achieved 16 steps, took the trial again and has moved up to the 17th step. There have been a handful of other names who have reached the 15th and 16th step, which has sent the continent into a frenzy. Igris from the Beast tribe achieved 16 steps. Amber Bloodrose from the Forbidden Alliance achieved 16 steps. Vazul Plagoth from the Monster race achieved 16 steps. I can go on, but I'm sure you all get the picture, the Grand Elder explained, stunning the crowd silent. Such scores were thought impossible just a few years ago, and were now being achieved by the handful. It seems as though this new generation of youths has exceeded the previous generations by leaps and bounds, although the exact reasons for this are still unclear to us. These developments have sent the Honorable Alliance scrambling, as none of the top 5 names belong to them. In fact, they have realized that amongst the names on the list, they are currently in last place, the Grand Elder continued, his words stunning the crowd once more. The Honorable Alliance, which was made up of hundreds of sects and a main headquarters, was the only thing ensuring the safety of those within the alliance. While the strengths of the many alliances and races were even at the moment, a disparity in the new generation would destabilize things in the future, which could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Honorable Alliance. Everyone in the crowd was able to figure this out quickly, and so a deafening silence fell over the crowd. Only John and the Grand Elder remained calm, as both of them knew that this wasn't entirely true. However, the Honorable Alliance did not know of John's identity as Asura, and so their actions were only logical. With all this in mind, the Honorable Alliance, which includes our sect as well, has agreed that special measures need to be taken in order to ensure the future survival of our alliance, the Grand Elder continued, drawing the disciples' attention to him once again. There is a land, a quasi-realm, which is guarded in perpetuity by the Honorable Alliance. This quasi-realm was discovered over 100,000 years ago and has been under the protection of the Honorable Alliance ever since, the Grand Elder said. This quasi-realm was a training and opportunity realm to raise talents and strengths of the youths of an empire from before the calamity, the Jade Dragon Empire. The mention of the Jade Dragon Empire sent the disciples into a frenzy, as the name of that empire was legendary. It was the strongest power from before the calamity, which was ruled by one of the strongest cultivators to ever exist in the world. The Grand Elder once again called for silence, which took a moment longer to die down this time, as the news had been completely shocking. This realm belonging to the Jade Dragon Empire is under the control of the Honorable Alliance, but since the Honorable Alliance is not the true owners of the realm, getting in is incredibly difficult and expensive. The Grand Elder continued once more. The cost of opening the entrance to this realm is so great that the realm has only been opened twice in the history of the Honorable Alliance, both at times where the existence of the Alliance was in question. The Grand Elder fell silent again for a moment, and the disciples in the auditorium started to put two and two together very quickly. An atmosphere of anxious anticipation washed over the crowd as they all held their breaths, waiting to hear the confirmation from the Grand Elder. As such, with the rising threat of the other alliances and races looming, and after much discussion, the Honorable Alliance has decided that it is time to open this realm for the youths of the Alliance once again. Chapter 509, discussing plans, the confirmation from the Grand Elder sent the crowd into a frenzy, as the news was almost too good to believe. All the disciples didn't even know of the existence of the realm just minutes prior, but the description and tone from the Grand Elder was enough to let them know that this matter was an incredible one. Even John felt his blood heat up a bit upon hearing that they would be able to enter the training land of the Jade Dragon Empire. There were obviously many opportunities to be found within, or else the Honorable Alliance wouldn't bother with the cost of opening it. Only if the opportunities were absolutely incredible and were able to raise the talents of the disciples to completely new levels would the Alliance bear the cost of such a thing. However, the Grand Elder spoke up once again, causing the crowd to fall silent after a brief moment. There are a limited number of spots that each sect from the Alliance can send. The boisterous atmosphere instantly turned heavy, as the disciples finally understood why only inner disciples and above were summoned. The outer disciples instantly felt dejection, although they were not too surprised by such a thing. Each power within the Alliance has been given free rein on how they select their disciples to enter. Our sect has been given 300 slots, and we have decided how we will allocate those slots. Firstly, all direct disciples will be given entry, regardless of cultivation level. Secondly, all direct disciples are allowed to bring along 2 aides of their choosing, granted they are at the inner disciple level or above. There are 20 direct disciples within this sect, so that brings the total number to 60, the Grand Elder explained. The preferential treatment for the direct disciples put a sour taste in the mouths of many of the weaker disciples, but they couldn't argue against it. All the direct disciples were the pillars of the youths of the Heavenly Lightning sect, and so some preferential treatment was to be expected. The remaining 240 slots will be allocated to the rest of the disciples via a series of talent and combat prowess tests. The talent tests will test for special non-combat talents deemed worthy of admission, while the combat prowess tests will be strictly based on combat talent. The Grand Elder's words both raised the morale of some in the crowd, while it dampened the hopes of others. There were roughly 100,000 disciples in the sect, and they were vying for 240 spots. Only the most incredible of disciples would be able to enter, and most knew they would not be one of those lucky few. While listening to this, John's face remained relaxed and calm, while Adam and Chase breathed out a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing about direct disciples being allowed 2 aides. A large smirk appeared on Adam's face as he glanced at Iris, as John would clearly choose him and Chase. Iris noticed this smirk and couldn't help but become irritated. "What's that smirk for? You don't think I can qualify by myself? How about I cripple you right now, and then John will have no need to bring you in," she said to Adam. "You wouldn't dare," Adam replied quickly, his smirk vanishing instantly. "HMMPH, I'll enter by myself, So I don't need any handouts like you. Iris spoke up once more as she looked away from Adam. Her insult didn't go unnoticed by Adam, who quickly insulted Iris once again. Sitting between the two of them was John, who couldn't help but glance from one to the other as they argued back and forth. When did you two become such a bickering couple? Can't you just play nice? John asked. Couple? As if anyone would be interested in such a buffoon, Iris harumphed, insulted by the suggestion. Buffoon? At least I'm not. Adam's reply was cut off as the Grand Elder spoke out once more, his voice calling for silence. Iris stuck her tongue out at Adam's angered glance as she had gotten the last word in. The formations grandmasters employed by the Alliance to open the realm will take 3 months to construct their formations, and so the realm will open in 3 months' time. We will hold the entrance trials in 2 weeks, so for those who wish to enter, prepare as much as possible before then. The 300 who qualify to enter will set out in 2 months' time, as the Honorable Alliance headquarters is a month's travel by flying ship from our sect. That is all. After giving all the information necessary, the Grand Elder left the stage, leaving the stunned crowd behind. The auditorium erupted into a frenzy of discussion shortly after, as everyone within began to discuss everything they had heard, from the talent testing steps developments to the Jade Dragon Empire realm. John and the rest quickly left the building and found themselves standing outside shortly after. They gathered together to discuss their plans before the realm opened. What are you going to do during the next 2 months? Chase asked John. I'm not sure yet, but I need to focus on obtaining new battle arts, pills, and raising my cultivation, John replied. An excited expression appeared on Chase's face upon hearing about the pills. Oh, I can focus on making us pills for the realm, from healing pills to poison-neutralizing pills, Chase replied, but his offer was quickly refused by John. No, you need to focus on raising your cultivation as much as possible before the realm opens. You're still only in the early Meridian foraging realm, and you need to raise your strength to protect yourself if I'm not there to protect you, John replied. Chase became slightly downcast upon hearing John's refusal, but eventually nodded his head in agreement at John's words. He had neglected his cultivation training ever since leaving the Bloodfiend sect, as he was allowed to explore the pill Dao freely, unlike before. However, he knew John was right, and so he didn't argue against his suggestion. I'll be focusing on creating some defensive and offensive formations for the realm, Adams spoke up shortly afterwards. A stern glance from John caused a wry smile to appear on his face, as he knew what John was going to say. And I'll also focus on raising my cultivation. Good, make sure you do that, John replied with a head nod. If you're not solidly in the middle Meridian forging realm by the time we leave, I'll leave you behind. Adam's expression instantly turned heavy upon hearing this, as he knew John was not joking. A self-defeated sigh escaped his lips shortly afterwards. Fine, Adam replied dejectedly. As for you, John said to Iris as his gaze shifted to her. Good luck in the trials. Make sure you qualify, as I'm sure your eye talents will be incredibly useful within the realm. I have no doubts at all, Iris replied with a confident smile on her face. She was the second most talented youth other than John to enter from the branch sects, and her unique talents and high combat prowess gave her a good chance to qualify. Good, John nodded his head in approval. What are you going to do? Chase asked John. Get battle arts from the sect. I already checked out such things, and they all require contribution points to get them. None can be purchased for money for some reason. There isn't much time between now and the realm's opening, so how are you going to go about getting those battle arts and pills? Chase asked. John was slightly surprised to hear about the contribution point issue, but it made sense to him after thinking about it momentarily. The Heavenly Lightning sect was not in need of money, and requiring the disciples to spend contribution points on such things ensured that they remained active within the sect and provided a positive service in return for the sect training and nourishing them. However, John was not too concerned about this, as money was able to solve almost everything if one had enough. I'll make something work, John replied. If I can't get them here, then I'll obtain the battle arts elsewhere, which reminds me of something. John quickly remembered the deal he had made with Lillian, who still owed him a sizable amount of spirit crystals. The time to collect the 120 million spirit crystals from her had arrived. Chapter 510. Gaze of Death. John finished his discussions with his 3 friends before he set out to inquire about Lillian's location. He had not seen her since entering the sect, as he had been out on his contribution mission, and then entered the Thunder Realm immediately after. After asking around, one of the elders John ran into knew where Lillian was situated. She was located in quite a remote area of the sect, and apparently had an incredibly luxurious palace atop a mountain, with no other buildings in the vicinity at all. John thanked the elder for the directions and headed towards Lillian's palace. I bet she hopes I forgot about the bet, John mused with a smirk on his face. Getting his master to cough up 120 million spirit crystals would sure put a sour look on her face, and it would be the first time John had ever gotten back at his master for all the pain she put him through. After walking through the sect for quite some time, John found himself in a rather remote part of the sect. The area was mostly filled with lush forests and vegetation, and a tranquil pathway, next to a meandering stream and lined with blooming flowers, carved its way up the mountain before him. The massive palace was easily visible from the base of the mountain, as it dominated the landscape. Even John couldn't help but be impressed by its scale. It's at least 5 times larger than my house. Why the hell does a single person need such a large mansion? John shook his head at the over-the-top spending and design of the heavenly lightning sect buildings and started his walk up the pathway. He took his time up the pathway, as it was an incredibly beautiful and relaxing walk, and arrived at the mansion half an hour later. He stood before a set of massive doors and knocked on the door loudly. Silence met his knocks, and John waited there for quite some time before knocking again. Bang! Bang! His knocks were even more forceful, vibrating the nearby ground and walls of the building, but still he was met with no answer from within. Is she even home, or does she know I'm here and is ignoring me? John mused over the question and what to do for a moment before he set his mind on entering the mansion. He needed that money to buy battle arts, pills, and other things, and did not have much time to obtain those items. John steeled his mind and braced for the consequences of his actions as he pressed against the 2 large doors to enter the mansion. The doors slid open, revealing an incredibly luxurious palace within. The walls, floors, and ceilings were covered by incredible designs, and a large hallway cut through the middle of the palace. Winding staircases appeared occasionally, leading to higher or lower parts of the palace. John took in the sight before him and sighed as he didn't even know where to start to look for his master. Spreading one's divine sense out in the home of another was a taboo subject, and John debated about doing it or not when a faint yet familiar feeling washed over him. The aura of death. The aura was incredibly faint, but was unmistakably the Tao of death that Lillian was capable of using. However, he could hardly make out where it was coming from, despite it being such a powerful Tao. It was like it was being shrouded from him, which caused John to not be able to pinpoint where it was coming from. John stared meaning through the palace, trying to find his way to the source of the aura. Sometimes it would grow fainter, while other times it would become stronger. After quite some time of following the aura, John found himself standing before a closed door. There were incredibly formation runes covering the door, as well as the walls next to it. However, the formation runes were shrouding formations, and not protective formations. John took a deep breath and opened the door. As soon as he did, a thick aura of death washed over John, and he quickly activated his chi to form a protective barrier against it. Just what the hell is she doing down there? A long staircase was revealed before him, which descended deep into the mountain below. John flared his power to resist the chi, closed the door behind him, and started descending deeper down the stairs. Shrouding formation runes lined the entire staircase, making John wonder why they were placed there. Are these shrouding runes specifically for my master, or were they here beforehand? The aura of death thickened as John continued down the stairs, and even he found it harder and harder to move forward through it. Were it not for his incredibly robust essence chi, as well as incredibly strong and resilient body, John would not have been able to descend as deep as he had. After descending down for over a mile, John finally reached the bottom of the long stairwell. A large, expansive chamber came into view, which was lit by numerous lighting formatinos overhead. The chamber was several hundred yards wide, and SS was visible before. Shrouding formations lined the walls of the chamber, as well as defensive formations. The defensive formations continuously lit up with great power to resist the aura of death filling the large chamber, hinting at its power. In the very center of the sat Lillian, wrapped in a thick aura of death. The rune on her forehead, the Tao symbol of death, glowed with incredible might as her face was scrunched in concentration and struggle. Sweat dripped down her scrunched face, and John could clearly tell she was pushing herself in some sort of training. I suppose I should leave. I hate to be interrupted during training, so I'll leave her alone until she comes out of training. Upon thinking this, John turned to leave, but his eyes widened slightly as he spotted Lillian's closed eyes open and focused directly on him. The eyes were incredibly cold, and it was as if just her look could kill. It was not that Lillian was directing such a cold stare at him in particular, but it was instead a stare fueled by the Tao of death itself. John felt himself take an instinctual step backwards as his heartbeat increased, as it was like he was being stared at by death itself. Chapter 511. Obtaining spirit crystals. Lillian's aura of death suddenly faded away, and her cold eyes turned back to normal as she noticed John's arrival. John couldn't help but sigh in relief as he watched Lillian stand up, her eyes locked onto him. He stood there motionlessly, not sure whether his intrusion would be met with swift violence or not. However, he had disturbed her cultivation and would hate for others to do so he braced himself for whatever punishment followed. To think you have the gall to interrupt me during my cultivation sessions. It seems as though I have not trained you properly, Lillian said calmly as she walked over to him. I didn't know you were cultivating. Sorry, Master, John apologized, as he was truly in the wrong. It makes no difference, Lillian replied. My cultivation session was coming to a close anyways. You didn't disturb anything. A soft towel appeared in her hands as she began wiping the sweat off her brow, while her blue hair, tied up in a ponytail behind her head and slick with sweat, dripped slightly. Clearly, whatever she had been doing had been incredibly taxing on her body, and she didn't even have the concentration to spare to wash away the sweat with her chi. Her clothing was a casual shirt and short pants, which surprised John slightly. He had only ever seen her in expensive and luxurious robes, and so seeing her dressed casually like this was completely new to him. However, she had expected to be alone the entire time while cultivating, which John had interrupted. Not only that, but her clothing was also drenched in sweat as well, which clinged tightly to her body as a result. John's eyes couldn't help but look at his master's body, which was normally clothed in a loose robe. Now, however, the slicked clothes readily revealed the curves she possessed. John couldn't help but look at what he was seeing, as his master's body was far more enticing than he had been expecting. He quickly realized he was openly staring at his master's body, and quickly averted his gaze. However, his initial gaze did not go unnoticed, and a small smile appeared on Lillian's face as she approached him. To think my disciple not only interrupts his master during my cultivation, but also openly gazes at my body. I really haven't trained you properly, it seems, she said calmly with a raised eyebrow as she arrived before him. Sorry, John apologized without any further words, as he didn't know what to say. It was one of the few moments of his life thus far that he was at a loss for words. Lillian remained silent as she allowed John to remain uncomfortable for a moment longer, before she finally spoke up once more. What do you want? I know you didn't come all the way down here just to say hi, Lillian asked. I came for the spirit crystals from the agreement we made, John replied quickly. Lillian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and couldn't help but gaze at John with a look that caused him to avert his gaze. So not only did you interrupt my cultivation, and take a peek at my body. You are also asking me for money. I really raised a useless disciple, Lillian replied, trying to make him feel guilty about wanting the money. John's averted gaze locked back onto his master's face, as his gaze hardened upon hearing her last words. The first two things were my fault, but don't try to blame me for coming for the spirit crystals. We both agreed to it, so don't try to make me feel guilty for that part, John replied, his voice hardened. Lillian once again raised an eyebrow at John's quick attitude change and firm tone, and nodded her head in slight approval. It seems like I didn't raise a completely useless disciple, I suppose, she mused while staring at him. However, one of her greatest joys in life was gathering money, and so she did not wish to easily part from it. Surely there is something else you want, Lillian spoke up again. Weapons, battle arts, flying ships. How about I give you those instead? John remained silent for a moment as he considered his master's offer, but eventually decided against it. While his master was strong and surely possessed powerful battle arts, her cultivation pathway was unique. The elders from the Yuan Continent branch already said she was not a good lightning cultivator, and those were the skills John needed at the moment. Not only that, but despite his master's power, she had spent most of her time on the Yuan Continent, where the quality of battle arts was lower. Lastly, his master was surely unable to offer the same amount and quality of battle arts as a trade guild dedicated to such things, so John decided in the end that the spirit crystals would still serve him better. I need the spirit crystals, as we agreed to, John replied firmly. Lillian once again raised an eyebrow and remained silent for a moment at John's response. John stood there silently as well, and the two stared at each other in a stalemate. Lillian suddenly leaned closer to John, her face resting right next to his. John's face lit up in surprise by such a thing happening, and he felt the hot breath of his master on his ears. How about I give you something else then? Lillian whispered in his ears. John's surprised face turned red, as it was the last thing he ever expected to have heard from his master. Before he could reply, Lillian leaned back and began laughing heartily at the expression she saw on John's face. Her laughter lingered for a short while before it finally died down. To think a newborn like you would consider such an offer. Just seeing this look on your face was worth doing such a thing, Lillian said while chuckling lightly. Clearly her whispers had been done just to tease John. Here, Lillian said as a spatial ring appeared in her hands, and she threw it to John. John snapped out of his stunned daze and quickly caught the ring. He inspected it and saw an absolutely massive pile of spirit crystals within, over 100 million in total. You have the agreed amount of spirit crystals. Now leave me. I still have some training to do, she said to John as she turned around and began to walk back towards the center of the room. John stood there for a moment, gathering his wits after all that had happened, before he turned around to leave. Oh, and one other thing, Lillian said without looking back at him, while John turned around to listen to what his master had to say. I heard about the Jade Dragon Empire training grounds that are to open in 3 months. The sect will leave for those lands in 2 months, so whatever you plan on doing with the money, you better do it within the next month and return to the sect, she said to John. Within the next month? John asked. Why would I need to return in a month if we're leaving in 2 months? Because, Lillian replied as she arrived in the center of the chamber and turned around. Her gaze locked onto John's, a gaze which made John shiver slightly. We have not had a training session in quite some time, and so we will use that month to train you once again, she explained. However, her gaze at the moment told John that the training was going to be far more severe than ever, most likely to get back at him for what he had done today. John's gaze hardened as he heard this, and he wanted to argue against it, but decided against arguing at the last moment. He turned around silently to leave, and Lillian's voice trailed into his ears as he left the chamber. Oh, and make sure to bring plenty of healing pills. You're going to need it. Chapter 512. Mystic City. John closed the door to Lillian's cultivation chamber and stood there in silence for a moment. He replayed everything that had just happened and took a second to process it all, before he shivered slightly. Based on Lillian's words and tone at the end, his training in a month's time was going to be absolutely hellish. A deep sigh escaped John's lips as he set out and left Lillian's palace. He stood atop the mountain, peering over the beautiful sect below, and contemplated what to do next. I only have a month's time to get what I need, so I need to be quick about it. I should ask around about the nearest trading hub and head there immediately. John set out for the sect and decided to visit the sect's trade hall. While most of the things that were for purchase were only purchasable with contribution points, John went there for their information instead. It was quite likely that the sect's trade hall would know the best nearby trading cities, and after asking around for a short while, he got the answer he was looking for. The nearest trade city would be Mystic City, an elder replied to John's question. It's a few thousand miles north of here. Here, take this map, it will guide you to the city. The elder handed John a map of the local region, and John quickly spotted Mystic City to the north of the Heavenly Lightning sect. A few thousand miles should take a day or two to traverse, so that's actually quite close. This is just what I need. Are there any dangers between here and Mystic City that I should be aware of? John asked the elder. Not that I know of, the elder replied quickly. The area between us and Mystic City is an incredibly popular trade route, and so both powers ensure it is safe for travel. As long as you stick to the main roads between the cities, you should be fine. John thanked the elder for his aid and map, and set off immediately for Mystic City, wasting no time at all. After leaving the northern exit of the Heavenly Lightning sect, John followed the massive road extending outwards. It was over 100 yards wide, and allowed for an absolutely incredible amount of travel and trade to take place between the two powers. The paved road was brimming with activity as traders, disciples, and others streamed in and out of the sect every minute. Deciding that walking would be too slow, John took to the skis and flew to the side of the road, but kept it in sight as he rapidly sped forward. Quite a few other cultivators were doing the same, making the sky near the Heavenly Lightning sect busy as well. 2 days later, a massive sprawling city came into John's view. He had been flying for 2 days straight without taking a break, and was starting to feel the fatigue of it all. However, the massive city filled him with a burst of renewed energy as he finally arrived at his destination. The city was situated at the convergence of 2 massive rivers, each over a mile wide. The city sprawled for dozens of miles and contained absolutely incredible buildings within. In fact, the buildings on average seemed to be even more gaudy and luxurious than the Heavenly Lightning sect's buildings, surprising John slightly. Most of the buildings were marble white, with gold and silver trim designs all over it. I guess Mystic City truly does live up to its name as a massive trade city. There seems to be plenty of money here, John mused as he flew towards the city's entrance. Even more surprising was the amount of people trying to enter the city, as well as leave it. While the Heavenly Lightning sect was quite busy, it paled in comparison to the amount of traffic entering Mystic City. A line several miles long stretched out from the front gate as the guards inspected those entering the city. The line was also 10 rows wide, utterly shocking John with the amount of people trying to enter. I suppose it makes sense, though. A trade city would attract more people than a sect. John landed on the ground and quickly fell into line. The line was mostly made up of other traders, who were looking to sell their wares within the massive city. Contrary to what he had expected, the line was moving rather quickly. The city made its money off trade, and so restricting the amount of people who could enter would hinder its ability to make money. With this in mind, the city put great effort into making sure as many people as possible could enter the city, while still filtering out any criminals or illicit activity. An hour later, John found himself at the front of the line. The guards briefly inspected him and asked him some questions, and let him in shortly after. After entering through the massive front arched gate, which was over 100 yards tall and wide, John found himself within the city's walls. Massive buildings lined the sprawling streets, which branched in every direction. The streets were covered with traders and passerbys, and an incredibly lively atmosphere filled the city as traders hawked their wares, while buyers haggled with prices. John meandered around the city for a short while, taking in the boisterous atmosphere, before he finally stopped to ask for directions. "Excuse me, sir," John said to a trader at his stall. The man looked at John for a moment, clearly inspecting the robe he was wearing. A smile appeared on his face as he instantly recognized the power John was from. "What can I do for the young Heavenly Lightning sect disciple?" the man asked warmly. "I'm looking for weapons and pills," John cut to the chase. "Where would I find the highest quality items for those two categories?" The man's smile faded away as he realized John was not looking to do business with him, but remained mostly kind and warm as he didn't dare offend a Heavenly Lightning sect member. The Heavenly Lightning sect was the strongest sect within 10,000 miles, and so mere traders dared not to offend members of the sect. "That would be at the city center, a grand building, white and black in color," the man replied. John thanked the man and gave him some spirit crystals for his help, making the man smile once more. He quickly made his way to the city center, pushing through the incredibly packed streets, before he arrived in the city center some time later. The massive building, white and black in color, appeared in his vision. It was a pagoda, and it pierced high into the sky. In fact, it was the tallest building in the city and dwarfed the others in both size and luxuriousness. Thousands of cultivators and traders were entering and exiting the building every minute, making it an incredibly boisterous place as well. The massive signboard, placed above the front entrance, revealed the name of the building, which John quickly recognized. Mystic Trade Hall. Chapter 513, Mystic Trade Hall. The name Mystic Trade Hall instantly reminded John of another place, with the exact same name. There was a Mystic Trade Hall in the Dreadle Kingdom, which is where I obtained the Divine Reaping Scythe. I never expected such a remote trade hall to be part of a trade hall on the Divine Martial Continent. The Mystic Trade Hall in the Dreadle Kingdom had been such a minor thing that John had completely forgotten about them. Even the name, Mystic City, didn't make him think of that place. However, with the Mystic Trade Hall being the largest building in the city, as well as located in the very center, it was easy to see who controlled the city. Even the name alluded to that fact, which made John realize the origins of the Mystic Trade Hall was far grander than he ever could have predicted. While looking at the entrance, John had just been standing there in the middle of the road, making him stick out like a sore thumb. "Get out of the way!" A disgruntled shout boomed out from behind John as a young cultivator pushed his way past John, followed by a few other boys as well. They were all around his age and seemed to be walking with the confidence of someone who owned the streets they were walking on. Their robes were yellow, which became increasingly red at the bottom, forming a unique gradient of colors. An image of a blazing flame was on the back of the robes, signifying what sect they were from. However, with his inexperience with the region, John had no idea what sect the youths belonged to. John calmly stepped to the side, allowing the group past him, as raising an issue about their attitude wasn't worth the hassle. The other youths in the group, who were seemingly following the first boy, all glanced side-eyed at John. "Just a lowly bumpkin," one of the boys derided as he walked by, causing John to laugh lightly at the situation. The boys were all half-step Heaven Tribulation youths, who clearly belonged to a relatively powerful sect in the area. However, with their strength, John would be able to crush them in an instant, which made him find the situation quite amusing. John was still wearing his War Hall clothing, which the main Heavenly Lightning sect also had. However, such robes were quite rare, and only the more experienced cultivators in the area recognized such robes. As such, the youths figured he was a no-name cultivator belonging to a no-name sect. John watched the youths enter the Mystic Trade Hall, and followed behind shortly after while shaking his head slightly. "Seems like there's arrogant young masters wherever you go," he mused as he walked up to the building. There were some guards outside the front entrance, and one stopped John as he tried to enter. "There's an entry fee of 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals to enter," the guard instructed. John raised an eyebrow at the cost of entry, as it was incredibly steep. 100,000 spirit crystals was considered a small fortune back on the Yuan Continent, but here it was just an entry fee. He glanced to the side and watched hundreds of cultivators enter every minute, and couldn't help but be at awe at what he saw. The amount this trade hall makes in a day just from entry fees alone must be staggering. No wonder they have the power and authority to control an entire city this large. John handed over a spatial ring with the specified amount of spirit crystals and quickly entered the building after the guard let him through. The main lobby of the massive building came into view, which was full of intricate statues on both the floor and walls, incredibly beautiful paintings all throughout, and other luxurious designs all over. John couldn't help but take in the view for a moment before he entered deeper into the main lobby. There were no wares or items being sold on the first floor, which was used exclusively to figure out the needs of those who had entered. Thousands of attendants were on the first floor, and their only job was to instruct those within on where to go based on what they wanted, and personally escort those who had more expensive needs. John was quickly approached by an attendant who courteously addressed him. "Young sir, how may I help you today?" The male attendant asked warmly, which caused John to nod his head slightly in approval at how the Mystic Trade Hall did things. He didn't look particularly impressive or rich at the moment, and only those who recognized the War Hall robes would be able to associate him with the Heavenly Lightning sect. Even still, the attendant treated him with warm respect, which revealed a small bit of how the Mystic Trade Hall did business. "I'm looking for battle arts, pills, and anything else that can quickly boost my combat prowess," John replied to the man. The man quickly inspected John's cultivation, and his respectful gaze continued to linger on his face. "The young sir is in the middle meridian forging realm. Would you like battle arts suited for only this realm, or ones that can be used in the heaven tribulation realm as well?" the man asked. "The longer I can use the battle arts, the better," John replied quickly. "I want to see the most profound battle arts you have for heaven tribulation cultivators, specifically battle arts pertaining to lightning, scythes, and battle axes. If they can be used into the Tao transformation realm as well, that would be great as well," he elaborated further. The attendant raised one eyebrow upon hearing John's request. "The cost of such battle arts is quite immense, is the young sir sure he is?" The man's voice trailed off, as he was clearly asking about John's financial status without trying to be rude. "How much would such battle arts cost?" John asked. "It depends on the quality of the battle art, but most high-grade heaven tribulation battle arts cost several million low-grade spirit crystals," the man elaborated. "Then what I have will more than suffice," John replied quickly with a warm smile. The man once again raised an eyebrow, while his warm smile became even larger. "Then follow me," the man instructed as he gestured to John to follow. "I shall escort you to a private chamber, where you can be personally assisted by one of our trade hall managers." John nodded his head and quickly followed behind, eager to start looking at the battle arts the Mystic Trade Hall would have to offer. Chapter 514. Young Master Kaz John followed behind the attendant, and the two quickly made their way deeper into the Mystic Trade Hall pagoda. The pagoda was incredibly large and had dozens of floors, each with a dedicated trade purpose. The attendant escorted John to an area with dozens of circular platforms, each glowing with powerful runic energy. A constant stream of cultivators and traders were walking up to the platforms and disappearing, while others appeared on different platforms out of nowhere. The attendant walked onto one of the large platforms, quickly followed behind by John. Both of them instantly disappeared and reappeared, now in a new location. John took note of his surroundings, and a quick glance out of one of the far floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the hall revealed his new location. "I'm over a dozen floors up now. They have teleportation platforms for traversing the building instead of stairs. Just how rich is the Mystic Trade Hall?" "This floor is for the exclusive use of youths in the Meridian Forging Realm and Heaven Tribulation Realm," the attendant explained. "If you continue to follow me, I shall escort you to your private trade chamber." John nodded his head and continued to follow behind the attendant. His head swiveled in all directions, taking in the sights before him. The floor was crowded with youths his age, and John even managed to spot the youths he had seen outside the trade hall. The youths were all being attended by someone, each going about their business with their personal attendant. The Mystic Trade Hall must also have quite an extensive list of powerful connections. They most likely establish a rapport with the most promising youths around, which only furthers their own power down the line. Impressive. While following behind the attendant, John couldn't help but notice a lone youth sitting off to the side of the teleportation platform. He wore incredibly luxurious robes, which were black and white, the same color scheme of the Mystic Trade Hall. He had a bald head and clean-shaven face, and he was sitting in a meditative position, although his eyes were open. Instead of cultivating, he appeared to be calmly but carefully watching each and every youth that appeared on the floor. The youth seemed quite unique, which John couldn't help but notice. At the same time, the youth noticed John through the crowd and gazed at him for a moment. He raised an eyebrow upon seeing John, and his calm gaze continued to linger on John's face until John rounded the corner. "Here we are, young sir," the attendant spoke out a short while later as they arrived at their location. The attendant gestured to a nearby room which had the door already open. John entered the room and looked around. The room was a few dozen yards long and wide, and had several luxurious sofas and seats in the middle of the room. A large table, made of black and white marble with detailed designs, was situated between the seats, while a table with tea was situated on the side of the room. The room was filled with expensive plants and herbs, making the environment incredibly fragrant and relaxing. John nodded his head in approval at what he was seeing, as it truly was an incredibly lavish room to be attended in. "If you'll wait here for a moment, one of our trade managers will attend to you shortly," the attendant said to John respectfully before he left to go find a trade manager. John walked around the room for a moment before he took a seat on one of the sofas in the middle of the room. The sofa was incredibly soft, and felt himself fall into an incredibly relaxed state, as if he were sitting on a cloud. "Getting me nice and relaxed so I'll be more inclined to spend money. Not a bad idea," John mused internally as he saw through the ruse, but respected it nonetheless. He leaned back on the sofa and relaxed as he waited for the trade manager assigned to him to arrive. The attendant who had aided John was walking towards the trade manager room when all of a sudden a lone youth stepped before him. The attendant, quickly taking note of who had stopped him, bowed respectfully for a short moment before straightening himself. "Young Master Kaz, how may I help you?" the attendant spoke out, his voice incredibly respectful. "No need for the formalities, Attendant Zaho. You know I do not like such flattery," the youth replied with a dismissive hand wave. "Ah, of course," Attendant Zaho replied. "What can I help you with? Do you need something from me?" the attendant asked. "Indeed you can," the youth replied. "That boy you were just escorting, who is he?" "Him?" the attendant asked, his voice slightly surprised. He had not been expecting the subject to be about John, as John was a rather unassuming youth. "I'm not sure. He arrived just recently and wants to acquire some expensive battle arts. As for who he is particularly, I'm not sure." "He didn't say anything of his backing," the youth replied. "How did he get up here then?" "What did he say?" Attendant Zaho repeated. "He just said that he had enough spirit crystals to obtain the high-level battle arts he was seeking. There was no mention of his backing." The youth raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Interesting," he mused out loud while thinking about something. Attendant Zaho stood there respectfully for a short moment before the youth spoke up once more. "I'll take it from here, Attendant Zaho. No need to find that youth a trade manager," the youth instructed, causing a look of slight surprise to appear on Attendant Zaho's face. "What? While this youth appears to have sufficient money, surely his status is beneath your notice. Are you sure you don't want?" Attendant Zaho's voice trailed off as the youth shook his head. "It seems as though you don't recognize his robes," the youth replied. "His robes," Attendant Zaho replied. "Indeed, I do not recognize them." You must study up on the surrounding region more, Attendant Zaho, the youth scolded lightly. The robes that youth is wearing belongs to the Heavenly Lightning Sect's war hall. Chapter 515, Drinking and Trading Tea, the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Attendant Zaho exclaimed in surprise. Truly, I did not recognize such robes. The young master truly is knowledgeable, Attendant Zaho flattered the youth. However, even if he is from the Heavenly Lightning Sect, those who join the war hall are usually less talented disciples. The only disciples from the Heavenly Lightning Sect worth your personal time are the top 2 direct disciples of the sect, Rael and Lily. I have not heard of any other youths of note from that sect as of recent, Attendant Zaho replied respectfully. The youth nodded his head in agreement with Attendant Zaho's words. You are correct in both your assumptions. However, I can tell that this one is unique, the youth replied. As such, I will attend to him today. Attendant Zaho remained silent for a moment before he nodded his head at the youth's words. As you wish, young Master Kaz. You are one of our most promising talents to arise in our Mystic Trade Hall's history when it comes to trade and profit. If you say it, then it must be so. The youth is located in room 117, he replied. The youth nodded his head and thanked Attendant Zaho before he strode off towards the room John was in. John continued to lounge around casually as he waited for the trade manger to arrive. Their arrival had taken longer than expected, but John didn't mind as he was in an incredibly relaxed state at the moment. The door to the room suddenly opened, catching John's attention. A lone figure entered and closed the door behind him before turning to face John. Greetings, the youth said to John with a warm smile on his face. I am Kaz. May I inquire as to your name? John stared at the youth, who was the bald-headed youth he had seen sitting next to the teleportation formations just a short while before. John, he replied calmly, although he was slightly surprised as he had been expecting someone older. The youth walked over to where John was and sat on the sofa opposite the table from John. The two gazed at each other for a moment, sizing up each other as they could both tell that the other was quite unique. After a moment of silence, Kaz spoke up once more. Would you like some tea? Kaz asked. Sure, John replied, and Kaz stood up and walked over to the tea table on the edge of the room. He prepared the tea for a short moment before returning to the table and placing a cup before John. An intoxicating aroma filled John's nose, and he couldn't help but reach out and drink a cup. A smile appeared on his face after sipping once. Good tea, John exclaimed. Kaz calmly took a sip as well and placed his cup down. Are you also a tea expert? He asked. No, John replied with a headshake. I merely have sampled some good tea in the past. And no good tea when I taste it. Oh, speaking of which, John suddenly thought of something and decided to see if he could make some money on the side while coming to the Mystic Trade Hall. Would you be interested in purchasing some tea leaves that I have? He asked. Tea leaves? Kaz was slightly surprised to hear John try to sell him tea leaves, as he had been expecting to discuss battle arts. We do indeed purchase anything of value that someone is willing to sell, Kaz replied respectfully. However, our willingness to purchase always depends on the quality of the product. John nodded his head at the youth's words, as it was a kind but subtle way of saying that unless John had high-quality things to sell, that he shouldn't embarrass himself by taking it out just to be rejected. A smile formed on John's face as a singular leaf suddenly appeared in his hand. I'm sure you'll be interested in this, John replied with a smile on his face as he plucked a singular leaf from the tea bushes in his palace realm and sent it to his hand in the real world. Kaz's eyes instantly locked onto the tea leaf and quickly leaned forward. He grabbed it gently from John's hands and inspected it closely, his face becoming more and more excited as his inspection continued. John sat there calmly sipping tea as the inspection took place, and after a short moment, Kaz looked back at him with a smiling expression. With his ability to create an unlimited amount of such tea leaves in his spatial realm, John knew he would have a spirit crystal generating machine on his hands shortly. Incredible, Kaz replied, not even trying to hide his enthusiasm. Normally, he was incredibly calm and collected when it came to bartering for goods, as any signs of enthusiasm or interest would only give the opposite party leverage in the trade. However, tea was one of his only true passions in life, and he couldn't help but wear his emotions on his sleeve as he studied the leaf. He took in a deep whiff of the leaf's aroma and seemingly fell into a trance for a short moment before he collected himself. "Incredible, truly incredible," Kaz replied, causing John to smile slightly. "How many leaves do you have? Do you have a complete plant? Would you be willing to sell it to us?" John's smile lingered on his face, but he remained silent as he thought about how to answer the question. The tea leaf was seemingly incredibly valuable to this new youth, and John didn't know its true value. Not only that, but it was something that came from his mysterious spatial realm, and its origins were unknown. If the tea plant was truly some heavenly grade plant, then revealing he had an entire bush could cause problems to arise if a greedy party found out about it. Kaz quickly noted John's silence and calmed down as he leaned forward earnestly. He could tell John had reservations about revealing anything more about the tea plant. "Ah, excuse my forwardness," Kaz said hastily. "I lost myself in my excitement. I can tell you have reservations about revealing too much, and such a thing only elevates my opinion of you. It seems as though I was truly correct in my judgment of you. You are both full of surprises, as well as wise in your business dealings." John smiled at the youth, but didn't comment on his so-called judgment. "How about this?" John replied as he took out a small jar full of leaves, the sight causing a wave of excitement to flow through Kaz. "I'll give you these leaves to sell however you choose, and we'll split the profits 70% to me, 30% to you. If you can sell these leaves for a high enough amount of money, we can discuss future business dealings regarding these tea leaves," John explained. There were two reasons for him saying this. The first was that he did not want to reveal the extent of his tea plant collection at the moment, while he also didn't want to directly sell it to the Mystic Trade Hall. He had no idea what the tea leaves were worth, and so the youth before him could set any price, and John couldn't argue against it. However, selling it at an open auction would result in aggressive betting between more experienced traders, and would allow the tea leaves to be priced appropriately. A large smile appeared on Kaz's face upon hearing this, and he nodded his head in approval at John's calculative maneuvering. "We have a deal." Chapter 516. Perusing battle arts, the two shook hands, sealing the terms of the deal. While John did not get anything in writing, this was a sort of test for the Mystic Trade Hall from him as well. He had given them an incredibly small portion of his palace realm tea leaves, which he could grow an infinite amount. If Kaz honored their verbal agreement and kept his word, the Mystic Trade Hall would prove themselves worthy of John doing his business there, and would get all his future trade dealings. However, if Kaz decided to renege on the agreement and keep the proceeds for the Mystic Trade Hall, then John would see right through how they did business and find a different trade guild to do business with. If there was one constant in the martial world, it was that there was always another trade hall looking to do business, as money was everything. "John, what is your full name?" Kaz asked, causing John to frown slightly at the question. It wasn't a secret he needed to keep, but he wanted to know the reason for the question. Kaz noticed John's look and immediately clarified his intentions. "For when I send you the split of the profits for these leaves, of course. I can't just have one of our trade messengers send a large sum of money to a John in the Heavenly Lightning sect. There must be 100 Johns within your sect," Kaz clarified. I suppose that makes sense," John replied. "John Fenix." "Well then, John Fenix. I'm sure that within a few weeks you'll be receiving a significant sum of money, and with that amount, I hope it encourages you to do future business with me," Kaz replied with a friendly smile on his face. John nodded his head and lifted his teacup to take a sip. "Now then," Kaz spoke up once again, "I was informed that you arrived here today to discuss battle arts," which John nodded his head at. "What type of battle arts are you looking for?" Kaz asked. "3 types in particular: lightning battle arts, scythe battle arts, and battle axe battle arts. suitable for those in the heaven tribulation realm, John replied, focusing on his strong points. Lightning battle arts? Kaz mused. You're from the heavenly lightning sect. Surely the most promising lightning battle arts would be located in your sect, would they not be? Kaz asked. You're right, but I cannot obtain them at the moment. And I cannot wait idly to obtain them either, John replied. A small smile appeared on Kaz's face as he heard this. I take it then that these arts are to raise your combat prowess for the Jade Dragon Empire's realm opening, Kaz asked. John raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as he had not expected Kaz to know about it. Kaz noticed this look and chuckled lightly before elaborating. We're a trade hall, young Master Fenix. Information is just as tradable and profitable as tangible goods, and we are quite good at obtaining information, he explained. That makes sense, John replied calmly. But if you're capable of being selected for the realm opening from a sect as powerful as the Heavenly Lightning sect, you must indeed be quite talented. Kaz mused for a moment. Anyways, what grade would you like those battle arts to be? Kaz asked, getting back to the subject at hand. The highest grade you have, John replied. Only the most profound battle arts would be able to replace the battle arts he currently used. Kaz nodded his head at John's words and stood up from his seat. Then I shall return shortly with the items you asked for. Excuse me for a moment. With that, Kaz left the room, leaving John to wait within. John continued to calmly sip the delicious tea, and 15 minutes later, Kaz arrived back at the room. He closed the door behind him again before he sat down. Each room was lined with a soundproof formation, as the Mystic Trade Hall ensured that the privacy of every trader was protected. Such a thing was one of the small features that ensured repeat customers and allowed the Mystic Trade Hall to grow to its current status. I have returned with that you asked for, Kaz said as he sat down once again. He waved his hand, and many items suddenly appeared on the table before John. John quickly inspected the items and raised an eyebrow. They're all jade pieces, John asked. He was not unfamiliar with learning cultivation and battle arts from jade pieces. His celestial lightning script was trained through that exact process. However, there was not a single scroll or piece of paper detailing the art before him. Of course. Almost all cultivation and battle arts at the Heaven Tribulation realm or above are taught through jade pieces, Kaz replied. Battle arts at this level are incredibly complicated, and almost all of them contain too much information to be stored in a scroll or a book. Jade pieces can store hundreds of times more information than paper, and so most of the battle arts are stored as such. I see, John replied while staring at the jade pieces. He had no idea there was such a thing, but the explanation did make sense. He suddenly thought of his Immortal Asura body, which was taught from a book, and found it peculiar. It was such a powerful cultivation and battle art, and yet it was contained in only a few pages of information. The piles of jade pieces before him were separated into 4 groups, which Kaz quickly explained. This pile is the lightning battle arts, this pile the scythe arts, this pile the battle axe arts, and this pile is a mixture of miscellaneous battle arts I figured might intrigue you, Kaz explained. Please peruse them at your leisure. John reached out towards the first piece and picked it up. He sent his divine sense into it and was immediately given the name of the battle art, as well as a brief explanation. Lightning armor makes a body of armor around the user, greatly increasing defensive capabilities. Interesting, but not what I'm looking for. My body is tough enough already, John mused as he put the piece down and picked up the next one. He read through it and raised an eyebrow at the name and description. Lightning disintegration emits a strong beam of lightning, either instantly or channeled. Sounds like lightning ruin, only much more profound. I'll set this to the side for now. John set the jade piece off to the side as he continued to peruse through the battle arts. The next few were quite impressive, but not powerful enough to catch his eye and replace his current lightning-based abilities. John picked up another piece and raised another eyebrow in interest at what he read. Thunder body flash movement technique that requires a lightning user have an innate variant body. Puts immense strain on the body, but results in explosive movement speed. This is exactly what I need to replace my thunder flash steps. I'll definitely be taking this one. It's almost as if it was created precisely for me. John set the jade piece aside and pursued the rest of the lightning battle arts. None of them were of interest, and he set them aside until he picked up the last one, which instantly caught his full attention. Dragontail Decimation. Chapter 517, Exorbitant Prices Dragontail Decimation. That sure is an impressive-sounding name, John mused as he read over the name. His thoughts shifted to the lightning dragon that he had seen before and couldn't help but think back to the incredible power it displayed. John's thoughts shifted back to the jade piece in his hand, and his divine sense washed over the initial description of the battle art. Channel a heavenly avatar of a lightning dragon's tail, which crashes down upon the desired target. The description was incredibly brief, and John sent his divine sense a bit further into the jade piece to inquire more about it. Upon doing so, he realized that the attack was slightly different than initially expected, but even more desirable now. It's a channeled attack, meant for war mages. This is exactly what I need at the moment. While John was not a legitimate war mage in terms of channeling talent, he was able to brute force his way forward due to his incredibly compressed danshin. With his danshin being 20 times more compressed, although he was not as good at compressing and storing chi for an attack at other war mages, his overall essence chi quality and quantity brute forced through that deficiency. From an outside perspective, there would be no difference between what John did and what other war mages were capable of. At the moment, John had many powerful quick-use skills, but did not have any powerful channeled battle arts. Channeled battle arts were the hardest to use as they required a long channel time, but their destructive power was unmatched. It was exactly what he was looking for, and he knew he needed to obtain this battle art. John set the jade piece down and looked towards Kaz, who sat there calmly while sipping tea. "How much for these 3 battle arts?" John asked as he took lightning disintegration, thunderbody flash, and dragontail decimation. Kaz glanced at the 3 jade pieces John had picked and nodded his head in approval at his choices. "Good choices," Kaz replied. "Although I'm a bit surprised to see you pick dragontail decimation. Are you a war mage?" "Something like that," John replied while scratching his cheek. "Regardless, these are all top-tier battle arts. You have a good eye for quality, it seems," Kaz replied. "In regards to price, the price for lightning disintegration is 3 million spirit crystals, thunderbody flash is 3 million, and dragontail destruction is 20 million. "So expensive," John couldn't help but blurt out in response to the prices he was hearing, especially dragontail destruction. 20 million spirit crystals was an absurd amount of money for a single battle art, which gave John pause for a moment. Kaz noticed this hesitation and decided to elaborate further on the prices. "The prices for these battle arts are this expensive for 2 reasons," he said to John. "First, for battle arts at the heaven tribulation or above, most must be stored in jade pieces due to their complexity. As I'm sure you noticed, the information is given a bit differently through the jade pieces as opposed to written battle arts." John nodded his head at Kaz's words, as it was indeed the truth. Battle arts written on scrolls and books detailed the flow of chi, which meridians to utilize, and other easy-to-explain things. However, jade pieces included the feeling of the battle art, its essence, and was much more complicated than written battle arts. However, it allowed the battle arts to be much more profound and powerful, which was a necessary trade-off. Written battle arts can be copied any number of times by anyone, reducing their value. However, battle arts contained within jade pieces are far more complex and can only be copied by the creator of the battle art or someone who has fully mastered every aspect of the battle art. As such, the amount of copies out in the world are much less than written battle arts, and so jade piece battle arts are much more expensive, Kaz explained. John thought about it for a moment before he nodded his head at Kaz's words. "That does make sense," he replied. However, why is Dragontail Decimation almost 10 times the cost of the other 2 battle arts? That's because as far as we can tell, there is only this one copy out in the world, this one, Kaz replied. John raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and couldn't help but ask for more information. Why is there only one copy? This jade piece was found by someone in an ancient ruin, and the origins are unknown. Many have attempted to fully learn the battle art, but none have ever been able to do so, Kaz started to explain. The battle art has several incredibly strict requirements to utilize, making it incredibly hard to master. First, one needs to be a war mage, and an incredibly talented one at that. 2, the user needs to have absolute control over the lightning Dao, as not having full control results in the user injuring themselves instead. Lastly, the battle art places an incredible burden on the body, even when utilized correctly, and while not listed as a requirement by the battle art, most agree that having an innate variant body is required to fully master this battle art. Kaz paused for a moment to take a sip of tea, before he continued his explanation. With these 3 incredibly strict requirements, no one has been able to fully master this battle art, and so no one has been able to copy it to other jade pieces, hence the price. John listened to Kaz's explanation, which made complete sense as to why the cost was so high. He could tell it was an absolutely amazing battle art, and was by far the most profound of the ones presented to him thus far. If that's the case, then this battle art is useless to almost everyone. Shouldn't the price be a bit lower, since no one can master it? John asked before taking a sip of tea. Kaz smiled upon hearing John's question, as it was a good one to ask. A good question, and one that would be correct in most cases. However, as you know, cultivators are incredibly proud, and there is no shortage of lightning cultivators who think themselves capable of cultivating this battle art. This battle art has been sold several times in the last 100 years, but is always sold back to us when the cultivator realizes the endeavor is futile. Kaz explained. Ah, I see, John replied after a moment of silence. He had been hopping to get the price down, but it seems as though the Mystic Trade Hall was in no rush to sell this battle art. If he didn't buy it, someone in the near future would. John remained silent for a moment as he thought over everything, before he decided to look at the other battle arts before him before making a final decision. His eyes locked onto the next pile of jade pieces, the scythe battle arts. A particularly ancient-looking jade piece caught his eye, as it was more faded in color and worn down than the others. John reached out and picked it up, and sent his divine sense into the piece. His eyes widened slightly in surprise as an ancient yet familiar language filled his mind. Divine Reaping Scythe, Chapter 518, Reappearance of the Divine Reaping Scythe. The Divine Reaping Scythe. I haven't been able to use this battle art since I advanced to the Meridian Forging realm, as the copy I had only detailed up to the core formation realm. However, this jade piece details the Divine Reaping Scythe through the Heaven Tribulation realm. I must acquire this. The Divine Reaping Scythe had been John's strongest attack for the early portion of his cultivation history, and he always felt quite depressed about the fact that he could no longer use it in combat. Its power, sharpness, and lethality was unmatched within the same realm, and was one of the reasons he was able to reign supreme in the Yuan Continent amongst all the youths. As he sent his divine sense into the jade piece, an incredibly powerful and realistic mental image of a lone cultivator using the Divine Reaping Scythe appeared in his mind. The cultivator had his back turned to John, making it so that he was unable to see his face. However, just based on the way the man carried himself, John could instantly tell that he was an incredibly powerful cultivator. The man raised his scythe and immediately slashed it outwards. A scythe image, sharper and deadlier than anything John had seen before, pierced out, slashing into the void in the distance. The image disappeared, and a barrage of words in the ancient language flooded his mind, as if telling him a story of how to comprehend the next realms of the Divine Reaping Scythe. The jade piece seemed to be a two-part process, one of studying the image of the man attacking, and the other of studying the words and their insights that flooded his mind. John could feel his scythe-dao insights rise just by studying the attack and desired to gaze at it until he could master it. He felt his heartbeat speed up at what he was seeing, but quickly remembered where he was and calmed himself down. He didn't want to let Kaz know of his ability to read the ancient language for two reasons, or his desire to obtain the battle art. The first was that if Kaz knew that John wanted the battle art, he could potentially raise the price. While John didn't know if Kaz would do such a thing, he wanted to avoid testing the theory altogether. The second and more severe reason was that he didn't want Kaz, or anyone at all, to know that he could read the ancient language. The ancient language was a dead language in this world, and no one knew how to read it. However, there were many incredible battle arts, cultivation techniques, pill recipes, and more that existed in this language in the world, but were unable to be utilized. If people found out he could read the language, it would most likely cause quite a few headaches for himself. Kaz raised an eyebrow as he noticed John inspect the jade piece for some time, but remained silent. John set down the jade piece, and a slightly confused expression appeared on his face as he looked up at Kaz. "Why did you give me this jade piece?" John asked in a confused tone. "I can't read what's contained within." "No one can," Kaz replied after a brief pause. "However, I'm sure you noticed that when you sent your divine sense into the jade piece, images of a scythe battle art appeared in your mind." John nodded his head at Kaz's words, as that was indisputable regardless of if one could understand the language or not. While no one can read the instructions for the battle art contained within, many have studied the image of the battle art and have found their insights rise. As such, while it may not be something that you can rely on for obtaining the battle art, it can still help raise your scythe insights. That is the reason I have included it amongst the other battle arts, Kaz explained. "Oh, I guess that makes sense," John replied, doing his best to hide his excitement. He put the jade piece down and began going through the other scythe attacks. Although the attacks were powerful, none were nearly as potent or profound as the divine reaping scythe. However, as to avoid suspicion, John chose a scythe battle art meant to fight multiple enemies at once, the myriad scythe form, as well as the divine reaping scythe. After sorting through the scythe battle arts, John sifted through the battle axe battle arts. However, none of them caught his eye, which caused him to frown from disappointment. Kaz noticed John's expression, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Apologies for the lacking wares for battle axe battle arts. Our best attacks were recently purchased by another young cultivator such as yourself, and so we find ourselves lacking in this department at the moment." "It's all right," John replied calmly as his gaze shifted to the last pile, which was the miscellaneous battle arts that didn't fit the three categories he had initially mentioned. After perusing through the battle arts, John found that he did not desire any in particular, and that his current battle art lineup was quite full already. He took a moment to gather the battle arts he was interested in and presented the pile to Kaz. The jade pile included lightning disintegration, thunderbody flash, dragontail decimation, the myriad scythe form, and the divine reaping scythe. It was an incredibly powerful lineup of battle arts, and John felt his heartbeat slightly increase upon thinking of using them, before he calmed himself down quickly once again. "I'm interested in these. What's the total cost for these 5 battle arts?" John asked calmly. Kaz glanced at the battle arts and did a quick mental tally before relaying the final sum to John. "The total cost is 35 million spirit crystals," Kaz replied. John felt his heart nearly seize upon hearing the total sum, as it was nearly a third of his total spirit crystal supply. However, the bulk of the price was because of the costly dragontail decimation, which he greatly desired. "Oh well, I suppose it will be worth it in the end. I'm just happy that the divine reaping scythe is written in the ancient language, which greatly reduced its price. If this world could read the language, this battle art would most likely cost 50 million spirit crystals at the minimum." John remained silent for a moment before he nodded his head in agreement. "Deal." A small smile appeared on Kaz's face as well as John's, as both were happy with the transaction's outcome. Before we exchange items for spirit crystals, is there anything else you would like to peruse? Kaz asked. John nodded his head at Kaz's words, as the battle arts were the only reason he came to this city. He still required medicinal pills, cultivation pills, and other things such as any formations or talismans that piqued his interest. A week later, John found himself standing outside Mystic City's bordering walls. He had spent quite a bit of time within the city obtaining everything he needed, and spent another few days enjoying a rare source of free time. His gaze shifted to a distant mountain range, which was said to contain a number of powerful beasts within. I had a nice relaxing time obtaining everything I needed within Mystic City, but it's time to get serious again. Let's test out these battle arts that I spent a fortune obtaining. Chapter 519, Frost Ape Roar. Bang! Bang! On an isolated strip in a mountain range, a deafening roar boomed out, followed by several loud bangs. The mountainsides lit up brightly in quick succession, which was followed quickly after by thunderous booms and the mountainside shaking. An incredibly powerful beam of icy chi sped right by John as he dodged to the side at the last second. The beam carried on behind him and slammed into the side of a mountain, instantly destroying a large portion of it. John glanced at the destroyed mountain behind him for a second before he focused again on the beast in front of him. A massive frost ape stood before him, towering over him. It was over 10 yards tall, and its fur was light blue. The creature, which lived exclusively at the top of snow-capped mountains, radiated a profound ice aura as it stared menacingly at John. He had intruded on its territory, and it was aiming to kill him as punishment for his transgressions. The frost ape was in the middle heaven tribulate realm, making it quite a strong opponent. Its defense is quite strong. Its fur is incredibly tough, and it forms a natural armor of incredibly hard ice around its body when threatened. Not only that, but its attacks are quite strong as well. This is the perfect training opportunity. Bang! A fist slammed down where John was standing, fracturing the nearby mountainside, which caused a large avalanche to surge down the mountain. John dodged the fist attack at the last moment and took to the sky as he watched the avalanche ravage the mountainside. Chi. A powerful beam of ice chi surged out from the frost ape's mouth and pierced directly towards him, which he dodged as well. Chi. 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 Several more beams of ice chi followed quickly after, which John dodged in quick succession. I've seen all I need to see about this frost ape's capabilities. Its attacks are not quick enough for me to need to utilize my Thunderbody Flash, although its attacks and defense are incredibly strong. Since I've yet to master the Dragontail Decimation battle art or the next stages of the Divine Reaping Scythe, I guess I'll focus on Lightning Disintegration and get as comfortable with it as I was with Lightning Ruin. Lightning Disintegration was a direct upgrade to Lightning Ruin. They both were instant lightning beam attacks, although Lightning Disintegration was a much more profound and powerful battle art. Not only that, but it was a pseudo-channeled technique. While not a true channeled battle art meant for war mages, it could be held internally for a brief period of time, making the attack much stronger than the instant release attack. He had done something similar in the past, when he forcefully withheld his Lightning Ruin internally with his powerful Danshin, before he unleashed the powerful attack on his master. This had been when they had been training, and it had even surprised Lillian herself. However, Lightning Ruin was not meant for such a thing, and the kickback from holding the attack internally while he channeled it nearly backfired, which would have gravely hurt John. Bang! 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 While dodging in quick succession, John unleashed a barrage of lightning disintegrations at the frost ape. The frost ape strengthened its ice shield as the attacks landed on it, and ice shattered in all directions. However, the damaged ice quickly reformed, returning its battle armor to normal. He frowned at the sight, as the Middle Heaven Tribulation frost ape truly was a tough opponent. While he could beat it while using his body arts and other powerful techniques, the point of this training was to practice his new battle arts. As such, John did not want to rely on them unless absolutely necessary. Bang. Chi. Bang. Chi. A barrage of lightning disintegrations and ice chi beams were exchanged as he and the frost ape's battle raged on. Both parties were attacking at the same time as he dodged the frost ape's attacks, while the frost ape withstood the power of John's lightning disintegration. Chi. John dodged to the side, narrowly dodging another ice chi beam as he pointed his finger towards the frost ape. Instead of releasing his attack instantly, he decided to channel the attack this time to increase its power, hopping to break through the powerful ice defense of the frost ape. Roar. The frost ape roared in rage and unleashed another powerful chi beam at John, which caused him to undo his channeled attack and dodge to the side. He had not been expecting such a quick counter-attack from the ape, but steadied his focus once again as he started channeling lightning disintegration once again. This time, however, he kept back a small portion of his power to focus on his movement, instead of focusing it all on his channeled attack. Such a thing was incredibly difficult for a normal cultivator, as a channeled attack required an enormous amount of power and control, but with his 20 times compressed Danshin, John was able to do such a thing. The beast noticed his attack building power once more, and roared in rage as it unleashed another barrage of ice chi beams. Chi. 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 The attacks pierced towards John, who dodged to the side at the last moment. While his movement speed was far slower than normal, it was still fast enough to dodge the ape's attacks, which was readily telegraphed and easy to read. Roar. The ape roared in frustration again as it unleashed even more ice chi beams. It didn't even try to take to the sky to fight John there, as its speed was far slower than his. The beams passed by John with the narrowest of margins as he dodged them, his eyes locked onto the beast the entire time. After 15 seconds of channeling, which was an eternity in a battle as powerful as this, an incredibly powerful beam of lightning, far more powerful than anything he had unleashed before, pierced out directly towards the frost ape. The attack was incredibly quick as well, and before the frost ape could dodge, the attack landed on its chest. Boom. A thunderous boom echoed out as the defensive ice layer around the beast shattered, and the lightning continued forward and slammed onto its chest. The chest of the creature was instantly charred, and the lightning pierced slightly into its body and began to rampage within. The frost-prey roared in rage and pain as it fought against the lightning's internal destruction, and John stared on in slight shock at just how tough the frost ape was. That attack was even more powerful than I had expected, and was definitely worth the 3 million I spend on the battle art. And yet, the frost ape is still alive. What an impressive beast. John nodded his head in silent approval at the beast's power, but didn't want to miss this opportunity he just created for himself. His body blurred as he dashed forward, and his scythe appeared in his hand. He appeared before the beast, which was still struggling against the rampaging lightning, and slashed his scythe out with all his might. Chi. A powerful scythe image carved right through the neck of the defenseless frost ape, severing it from its body. John quickly grabbed the head and stored it away, while the rest of the body flopped to the ground, dead. The nearby snow was stained red from the frost ape's blood, while John focused on recovering his expended chi. After a moment's rest, he put away his scythe and stored the frost ape's body, before his gaze shifted to a different mountain range in the distance. Roars could be heard coming from those mountains, clearly a reaction to what had just happened. A small smile appeared on John's face as he took to the sky once more and flew towards the sounds of the roar. The distant mountains, peaceful just moments before, suddenly erupted in a series of powerful explosions and bright flashes as John continued to train his new battle arts. Chapter 520. Fire Falcon. The next several days were spent within the mountain range, fighting powerful beasts and hunting the battle arts he had just purchased. The mountain range was filled with powerful creatures, although all were in the Heaven Tribulation realm. None were in the Tao Transformation realm, as those wild beasts tended to stay far away from any civilization. While these mountains were quite remote and far away from Mystic City, They were not completely isolated like the places powerful beasts liked to lurk. In the few days in the mountains so far, John had already slain 3 Middle Heaven tribulation beasts. Each had been a unique opponent, presenting him with different challenges while using his new battle arts. However, no matter what he had done so far, he had been unable to use Dragontail Decimation. While he had finally learned the incredibly complicated chi generation requirements and intricate meridian pathways, he had been unable to use it in battle due to its slow channel time. Unlike his lightning disintegration, Dragontail Decimation was a true channeled battle art, and an incredible one at that. It sacrificed any sort of casting speed for ultimate destructive power. Not only that, but the more he studied the art, the more he realized there were 2 portions to the battle art. It could be unleashed as a wide-area attack, or unleashed with pinpoint power, focusing on a singular target. This flexibility in uses pleased John quite greatly, but disappointment was all that followed, as he was unable to use it in battle. Each time he had attempted to use it, the beast opponents would interrupt him and cause him to release the battle art. Unlike lightning disintegration, Dragontail Decimation required all of his chi. One of the reasons the battle art was so expensive was that it seemed unlimited in the amount of chi that could be used to power it. No matter how much chi John fed the attack, it always seemed to hunger for more. As a result, he could not save a portion of his chi for movement or defense, making it so that he was a sitting duck. Screech. On this day, John was fighting an incredibly powerful beast, the Fire Falcon. The beast was a creature of flames, and each flap of its wings unleashed a tornado of flaming destruction. The beast screeched as it sped towards John with incredible speed, unleashing a wave of destructive flames at him. John clicked his tongue and released his Dragontail Decimation and dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The wave of flames slammed onto a mountain behind him, obliterating almost half of it. John couldn't help but grimace slightly as he saw the power of the attack, before his focus once again locked onto the Fire Falcon. Unlike the other beasts I fought, this one is in the late heaven tribulation realm and seems to almost be at its peak. It must be the king of this area and is quite a handful. How can I beat it? Even if he were using his Asura transformation and everything at his disposal, beating the Fire Falcon would be an incredibly tall task. John's essence cultivation was still in the middle meridian forging realm, making it 5 minor realms behind the Fire Falcon's cultivation. If only the divine reaping scythe wasn't so fucking complicated, I would have learned the new steps by now which would help me. But based on what I saw, learning the meridian forging steps to that battle art is going to take weeks, and it will be even longer for the heaven tribulation portion. Bang! Another fiery inferno slashed out from the Fire Falcon's wings and slammed down on John's location. John slashed his battle axe out, sending a sky-sundering axe to meet the attack, while he covered himself in the defensive lightning cage using his lightning domain. Boom! The collision between the battle arts exploded outwards, and John found himself thrown backwards with great speed. He slammed into the earth below and burrowed in deeply. Cough. John coughed out in pain, and a small bit of blood coughed out as well. He grimaced from the pain he felt, as that attack had been quite strong. I guess I bit off more than I can chew here, John mumbled to himself as he stood up. His gaze locked onto the Fire Falcon hovering above, which was surprised he had survived the attack. Its opponent was just a mere meridian forging human, and yet it had survived attack after attack. This gave the creature some pause, as it didn't know what was going on. As such, it stared warily at John, waiting for his next move. John felt his soul space begin to tremble, and he quickly locked his soul space down, which stopped Kyrie from escaping. Oh no, you don't. You're absolutely no match for this Fire Falcon, John said to Kyrie through their soul connection. Kyrie was still in the meridian forging realm as well, and although it was a heavenly beast, it still had its limitations as well. John frowned as he stared at the beast, and a stifling feeling welled up within him. I would kill you today if I could use my full power, but I'll let you off for now. Don't worry, I'll be returning before long to finish our fight, John said to the creature with a cold voice before he jumped out of the ditch and sped away. It was the first time he had retreated from a fight since the ancient city, although this retreat was different. It was not out of caution and fear like last time, but out of realizing that without his full strength, he was unable to win today. John clicked his tongue again as he sped away, while the fire falcon watched him leave. It quickly returned to its massive nest soon after, not wanting to follow the mysterious human. Got him it. Not being able to use my full strength is such a pain in the ass, John cursed as he stared into the fire he had made. His thoughts lingered on the fight and how weak he felt without being able to use his Asura transformation. I really need to raise my essence cultivation as much as possible, especially for the realm opening soon. After eating a hearty meal, John popped into his mouth a few high-grade cultivation pills he had bought from the Mystic Trade Hall and focused his mind on raising his cultivation. It had been many months since he had last broken through with his essence cultivation, and his recent battles had allowed him to breach that barrier. Several days later, a muffled boom echoed out from within John's body, and his eyes slowly opened as a smile formed on his face. Finally, my essence cultivation is in the late meridian forging realm. John quickly inspected his body and the changes he felt with his dantian and meridians. His meridians were even wider than before, allowing for more chi to pass through, while also much more durable than the last realm. At the same time, his dantian had grown in power as well, making him much more formidable than just a few days ago. John's thoughts shifted to the fire falcon, which he was eager to test his luck against again, when he suddenly felt his soul tremble. Kyrie quickly appeared before John and stared at the sky. "What is it, Kyrie?" John couldn't help but ask. He could tell Kyrie was anxiously anticipating something, but couldn't determine exactly what. Boom. A thunderous boom echoed out from above, causing John to glance up to the skies. Much to his surprise, black storm clouds were gathering at unnatural speeds above them, and it was clearly not centered on him. John glanced at Kyrie with surprise on his face. "Kyrie, you're ascending to the heaven tribulation realm." Chapter 521. Kyrie's heavenly tribulation, Kyrie let out a soft sound of acknowledgement while it stared up at the darkening clouds above. John's surprised gaze shifted to the clouds above once more and carefully inspected the power of the clouds. I suppose Kyrie was at the peak of meridian forging for a while. I guess it is about time he breaks through to the heaven tribulation realm. The blackened tribulation clouds continued to gather quickly, and soon the entire sky for dozens of miles in each direction was covered. John frowned upon seeing the growing power of the clouds, but didn't yet panic. This is far stronger than what I've read about beasts going through heaven tribulations, but then again, Kyrie is not like other beasts. Perhaps the heavens take into account the talent of the beast ascending and adjust the tribulation's power accordingly. After all, a heaven tribulation is supposed to be both a test and a blessing. If one can withstand the power of the heavens and prove themselves worthy, they are blessed with gifts from the heavens, as the tribulation lightning births the body anew, shifting it from a mortal body to something far greater. A depressed look appeared on John's face as he thought about this, and how different it was when compared to his tribulations. Tribulations were meant to be a test of worthiness, followed by heavenly rewards for those who passed. However, his tribulation was no test, and had no reward that the heavens wanted to grant him. The heavens only wanted to kill him when he had his tribulation. The heavens didn't try to reward me for passing my tribulation, but in the end I ended up seizing the reward for myself. John sneered out loud as tribulation lightning suddenly danced upon his upturned hand. This lightning was the tribulation lightning he forcefully seized during his last tribulation, and was now an ultimate trump card he could use in dire times of need. However, the one downside was that he could not yet generate his own tribulation lightning, and so every time he used it, he had less and less to use in the future. Eventually it would run out, and John was already thinking of ways to claim even more in his next tribulation. Rumble. The blackened clouds above churned out lightning bolts in all directions as it noticed the tribulation lightning on John's hands. Although he was not the target of the tribulation, his actions and words were provoking the heavens themselves. "Ah, sorry, Kyrie. I'm just making this tribulation harder for you," John said to Kyrie with an apologetic look on his face as he put away the tribulation lightning. Kyrie let out a few short yips, and John raised an eyebrow at what Kyrie was telling him through their soul connection. "Are you sure, Kyrie? The last time things went quite badly for you," John replied. Kyrie yipped again a few times, and John remained silent for a moment before he sighed and acquiesced to Kyrie's request. Tribulation lightning once again began to dance on his upturned palm, which again provoked the wrath of the tribulation clouds above. According to what John could understand from Kyrie, the tribulation this time would be a breeze for Kyrie. Firstly, it was a normal tribulation and not one meant to kill him, as Kyrie was a heavenly beast blessed by the heavens already. Secondly, Kyrie had already absorbed many incredible sources of lightning, and its lightning resistance was pushed to levels even beyond John's at the moment. The only thing Kyrie was less resistant to was tribulation lightning, which it wanted to change. Kyrie had requested John anger the heavens as much as possible to increase the power of the tribulation. A more powerful tribulation would be harder to pass, but would also yield far greater rewards to Kyrie's body and lightning comprehensions if passed. Boom! The first bolt of lightning suddenly unleashed from the sky above and pierced down towards Kyrie. Roar! For the first time ever, John heard Kyrie roar out with absolute power and confidence, and watched Kyrie dash up into the sky to meet the tribulation lightning bolt. Bang! The lightning bolt collided against Kyrie's head, slamming onto the glowing crystal on its forehead. After a short moment, the tribulation lightning flowing over Kyrie's body was all absorbed by the crystal on its head, and Kyrie's hardened gaze stared at the sky provokingly. John watched as Kyrie hovered high above, its regal figure carving a lasting impression in his mind. Lightning bolt after lightning bolt continued to rain down from above, increasing in power and fury. However, Kyrie met each attack head-on without pause, as a battle between lightning and lightning beast raged on in the sky above. The nearby land and mountainsides lit up constantly from the lightning flashes, making the scene look quite apocalyptic. John calmly watched from below as his companion battled against everything the heavens could throw at Kyrie, all while he kept his attention at full, ready to act at a moment's notice to save Kyrie should anything go wrong. Interfering in heavenly tribulations was a taboo thing that almost all sought to avoid, as it would almost guarantee their lives should they do so. However, John had already gone against the heavens once, and wouldn't hesitate to do so again to save his companion. The tribulation lightning strikes continued to increase in power, as the battle between beast and heavens grew in intensity. Lightning continued to smash against Kyrie's body and the crystal on its forehead, while Kyrie fought back with its full power as well. The battle was incredible, and John couldn't help but be impressed by what he was seeing. It was the first true heaven tribulation ascension he was witnessing, as his had been a false tribulation in the meridian forging realm. The lightning was definitely far gentler than what it had been during his own tribulation, and was not just trying to kill Kyrie like it had with him. However, the power it contained was still incredible, and even Kyrie started to show signs of damage and fatigue as it fought against the heavens. After over half an hour of withstanding tribulation strikes, John could tell Kyrie was nearing the end of the tribulation. So far, it had been manageable for Kyrie, as it was a beast of lightning and had a natural advantage in such things. The clouds suddenly turned still, and John could tell it was preparing to unleash its final attack at Kyrie. Kyrie hovered high in the sky, staring at the clouds above with an unwavering gaze. Kyrie's power began to surge as well as it prepared for the final showdown. Roar! A roar from the clouds above boomed out across the land, shocking John. He had not expected to hear a roar come from the tribulation clouds. As if answering his question as to what was going on, the clouds suddenly parted as something came into view. John's eyes widened at what he was seeing, while Kyrie stared at the object before him with a fiery gaze. In the clouds above, a beast made of pure lightning from the tribulation clouds stared down at Kyrie. Against a beast such as the heavenly lightning Kirin, there was only one worthy lightning opponent. A tribulation lightning Kirin. Chapter 522, Battle of Lightning Kirin's Roar. The tribulation lightning Kirin roared out with incredible power, its roar shaking the land below. Even John found a need to stabilize his footing, as trees were uprooted and boulders shattered from the sound. Although the tribulation lightning Kirin was not a living creature and was instead a lightning avatar made by the heavens, it was imparted with the will of a heavenly Kirin. Kyrie starting defiantly at the tribulation lightning Kirin ignited its ire, as if there was only room for one heavenly Kirin. Roar. Another roar boomed out across the land, almost as powerful as the first roar. John raised his eyebrows in surprise, as the one to roar had been Kyrie. It was the first time hearing such a ferocious sound from Kyrie. With its pride as a heavenly lightning Kirin, Kyrie would bow its head to no other creature, not even another Kirin. Kyrie's roar shook the land as well, and the two lightning Kirins gazed at each other for a brief moment before both shot forward with incredible speed. Boom! The two collided against each other in almost an instant, their collision creating a shockwave that ravaged the land below once again. What was once a lush mountain range filled with blooming trees, tranquil streams, and vibrant life was now a ravaged wasteland. Even the other powerful beasts in the area had already fled, not willing to interfere with another beast's tribulation. Bang! A thunderous boom echoed out as Kyrie slammed against the earth below, the force of his collision rending the earth and forming a large crater. Without hesitation, Kyrie launched back up in the sky as it unleashed a lightning attack at the lightning Kirin. Bang! The lightning beam slammed against the tribulation lightning Kirin's body and fizzled out shortly after. As a being of pure tribulation lightning was unable to affect it. Roar! Kyrie roared out in rage upon seeing its attack be ineffective against his opponent before he shot forward towards the tribulation lightning Kirin. If lightning attacks were not going to work, then physical was the only other option. Bang! Kyrie's head slammed into the lightning Kirin, the horn on his head piercing into its body. However, as the creature was not a living thing, it did not do the damage that was normally expected of such an attack. The lightning Kirin unleashed another devastating lightning beam upon Kyrie, once again knocking it down to the earth below. Boom! The earth exploded once again, and Kyrie immediately shot up into the sky once more. Unleashing an innate movement art that John wasn't aware Kyrie even knew, Kyrie's speed suddenly increased greatly as it darted around in the sky around the lightning Kirin. Kyrie slammed into the lightning Kirin from all directions, unleashing wave after wave of physical attacks. At the same time, the lightning Kirin sped around in the sky as well, unleashing devastating lightning attacks upon Kyrie. Standing quietly below, John watched the almost apocalyptic battle take place in the sky above him. The sky continuously lit up bright blue from the lightning attacks, while deafening booms from the attacks from both sides blanketed the surrounding land. The intense battle raged on for nearly half an hour, neither side able to fully vanquish the other. However, both sides were starting to show the wear of the battle. The lightning Kirin, once vibrant with powerful chi, had now faded considerably, clearly having exhausted its chi supply. Its movements had slowed down considerably, and its attacks had also weakened quite a bit. Heaven tribulations, while incredibly hard to pass, were not death sentences, except in John's case. The lightning Kirin had a finite supply of chi at its disposal, and if that ran out, Kyrie would be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. A look of slight concern appeared on John's face, however, as Kyrie's current state was even worse. Its exterior hide was wounded and charred, and blood flowed freely from several wounds on its body. John had called out to Kyrie to see if he wanted aid, but each call was firmly rejected from Kyrie. Its pride as a Kirin would not allow it to call for aid against another Kirin, even if that Kirin was a tribulation lightning Kirin made by the heavens. John spurned his chi to be ready for a moment's notice, in case Kyrie needed the help. Although Kyrie had rejected his aid, he would intervene if it became obvious that Kyrie would perish. At the moment, he didn't see how Kyrie would defeat the lightning Kirin before Kyrie himself ran out of energy, or was wounded too much to continue. Roar! Kyrie once again roared out in rage and fury as he charged towards the lightning Kirin, which unleashed another lightning attack at Kyrie. With its current wounded state, John was unsure that Kyrie would be able to withstand the attack. He prepared to move to interfere, when he suddenly stopped as Kyrie's speed increased severalfold and appeared behind the lightning Kirin. John's eyes widened in surprise, as he had not expected Kyrie to be able to move that fast. Clearly, Kyrie was keeping one final reserve of chi for whatever it was planning, although John didn't know what Kyrie had in mind to be able to overwhelm the tribulation lightning Kirin. His questions were immediately answered, as a threateningly familiar power suddenly exploded from Kyrie. A beam of incredibly powerful tribulation lightning exploded from the crystal on Kyrie's head and pierced towards the tribulation lightning Kirin. However, unlike the tribulation lightning that made up the lightning Kirin, the tribulation lightning from Kyrie was far more lethal. Kyrie's aura immediately dropped after unleashing the attack, as it was clearly overwhelming and was a one-time attack. It was the same tribulation lightning that had appeared during John's tribulation, annihilation tribulation lighting. It was lightning meant for only one purpose: to destroy whatever was in its path. With the depleted state of the tribulation Kirin's chi reserve, its sluggish movement was unable to dodge the attack in time. Bang! The annihilation tribulation lightning from Kyrie slammed onto the body of the tribulation lightning Kirin and pierced right through. A roar of pain boomed out from the tribulation Kirin, as it was unable to resist the far more destructive tribulation lightning. So that's why Kyrie willingly participated in such a brutal battle. It was all to slow down the movements of the tribulation Kirin and make sure this one-time attack of his would land. Using this opportunity, Kyrie sped forward and collided against the tribulation Kirin. The crystal on its head once again flared with power, and John watched with wide eyes as the mortally injured tribulation Kirin was quickly absorbed through the crystal on Kyrie's head. The tribulation lightning Kirin, once proud and regal, as if it was the heavens itself, quickly became no more as Kyrie absorbed all of its lightning essence. After a brief moment of silence, the blackened clouds churning in the sky above unleashed once last lightning attack. However, unlike the previous attacks, this lightning bolt was a bolt filled with vibrancy and life. It slammed onto Kyrie before it could react, and John watched enviously as Kyrie's body was bathed with the most nourishing of heavenly lightning. The wounds on Kyrie's body quickly healed, returning his state to perfect health. At the same time, John could tell that the very nature of Kyrie's body was being changed, as Kyrie's bones, muscles, and even cells were blessed by the heavens. Kyrie's mortal body was shed, and a heavenly body had been birthed. The process lasted for several minutes before the beam of lightning faded away, and the sky returned to normal. The blackened clouds above began to fade, but John felt them lock onto him for a moment, as if considering attacking him. However, this was Kyrie's tribulation, and even the heavens had to follow its own rules. After a moment of hesitation, the tribulation clouds faded away, returning the sky to normal. John's hardened gaze at the tribulation clouds above faded away as a large smile appeared on his face. Kyrie rushed forward towards him and landed on the ground in front of him. John reached out and patted the head of his companion, who now brimmed with the might of the heavens itself. Congratulations on reaching the Heaven Tribulation Realm, Kyrie. Chapter 523, Kyrie's Power, Thanks. John's eyes widened in surprise as he heard the word, thanks, echo in his mind. It had clearly come through the companion's soul connection between him and Kyrie. Kirai, you can talk now, John asked, his voice tinged with surprise. His communication with Kirai thus far had been done through feelings and general emotions, and each party could only vaguely understand the intentions of the other. However, John had definitely heard the word clearly in his soul. I can now, the voice appeared in his mind once again. The heavens have blessed me with many gifts, one being the ability to understand human speech. The voice sounded a little immature, like that of a young teenager. John stared at Kirai in silent shock for a moment before asking another question. Can you speak out loud, or only through our soul connection? I cannot speak physically, only mentally, Kirai replied through their soul connection once more. The structure of my mouth does not allow me to make human sounds, although I can project my words to others with my soul power if need be. John stared at Kirai for a moment longer, before he walked up and patted him warmly on the head. Well, whatever the reason, I'm glad I can finally understand you, buddy, John replied with a smile on his face. His face quickly turned stern, however, as he remembered something from Kirai's Ascension. Kirai, when you blocked that last tribulation attack during my tribulation, did you focus on absorbing the tribulation lightning instead of just blocking it? John asked. Kirai had clearly used a tribulation lightning attack during his fight with the lightning Kirin, and John was surprised to see such a thing. However, it now made more sense why Kirai had been in such a bad state after blocking that attack all those months ago. Instead of just blocking it, Kirai used the opportunity to absorb the lightning. While John had done the exact same thing, he had the celestial lightning script to rely on, while Kirai didn't. Ooh, maybe, Kirai replied sheepishly, clear on the fact that John was interrogating him. Maybe my ass, John replied with a huff. You clearly used that tribulation lightning. Hey, I just did what you were already doing. Why could you absorb the tribulation lightning but I couldn't? Also, I saved your life back then, so why aren't you being grateful instead? Besides, that tribulation lightning looked so delicious, I just couldn't resist, Kirai replied in protest. John stared at Kirai for a moment before he rubbed his head in frustration and defeat. Kirai describing pure annihilation tribulation, lighting as delicious truly, was a shocking thing to hear. Ah, forget it, John replied as he switched topics. So, what did you obtain with your ascension to heaven tribulation? I saw you absorb that lightning Kirin through the crystal on your forehead. What exactly is that crystal? John asked. I got plenty of things, Kirai replied as he danced around on his hoofs like an excited child. Firstly, my body is so much stronger than before, and absorbing that fake Kirin also gave me many ideas about lightning as well. Ideas about lightning? Kirai must be talking about lightning comprehensions. I guess he still is new to speaking like a human. As for this crystal, I'm not sure, Kirai replied. I just know that I can use it to both unleash and absorb lightning attacks. John stared at the bright blue crystal on Kirai's head, which glowed brilliantly. He had never read about Kirins having crystals on their head and knew it must mean something. However, it was far beyond his scope of expertise and decided to ignore it for now. Well, that's fine if you don't know, John replied while patting Kirai once more. Let's fight, Kirai suddenly exclaimed. I want to test my new strength. John considered Kirai's request before his mind suddenly thought of another topic, which was now a potential possibility with Kirai's newfound strength. How about instead of us fighting, we go fight something else that's strong instead, John replied. Something else that's strong? Kirai asked, before its eyes lit up in comprehension. Do you mean that flamey bird? Let's go, Kirai replied as he danced on his hoofs once again. John stared at Kirai once again, as his childlike antics had started again. I guess it makes sense, as he is only like a year old, but where was this energy before he could speak? John mused. Kirai had almost exclusively slept in his soul's space and rarely showed any emotions, but now was like a child. However, John didn't mind it at all, and instead found it quite endearing. Yep, if I left you alone to fight the bird for, say, 2 minutes, Could you prevent it from reaching me in that amount of time if I stood nearby? John asked. How long is 2 minutes again? Kirai asked, as his concept of time was not firm yet. Ooh, don't worry about the time. Do you think you can handle fighting against that flamey bird for a while without getting harmed or injured? John asked. Kirai had seen him fight the fire falcon through their soul connection, and so he had a decent idea of how strong the fire falcon was. That's easy, Kirai replied excitedly. I don't think I can beat it, but fighting against it without being harmed for a while should be easy. Perfect. That's all I need from you, John replied with a smile as he suddenly turned around and shot off into the distance. Kirai followed closely behind as the two flew for a while before arriving at a familiar location. Screech. A shrill screech boomed across the nearby land as the fire falcon noticed the arrival of the two trespassers. Its nest was located at the top of a nearby mountain, and it instantly took to the sky and dove towards John and Kirai. Have fun, John said to Kirai, who nodded his head and instantly shot into the sky to meet the fire falcon. Boom! The two creatures collided, sending flames and lightning scattering in all directions. John watched the battle take place in the sky between Kirai and the fire falcon for a while to ensure that Kirai could handle it without risk of injury. Despite battling for a short while, Kirai truly was able to hold his own against the fire falcon. While his attacks were not quite strong enough to injure the falcon, Kirai's speed was even greater than the fire falcon, whose speed was famed amongst heaven tribulation beasts. Kirai was able to dodge almost every attack the fire falcon unleashed at it, all while counter-attacking after dodging those attacks. It was like Kirai was a bolt of lightning itself, dashing around the battlefield with absolute speed and control. Chapter 524, Rematch Vs. The fire falcon seeing this shocked John quite a bit, and he finally realized where Kirai's confidence was coming from. From what he was seeing, even he would have trouble catching Kirai. Even I could probably only keep up if I activated my Asura transformation, limiter of speed, and thunderbody flash. Heavenly lightning Kirins truly are incredible. John watched the battle for a moment longer before he focused his mind on the task at hand. He breathed in deeply as lightning, chi began to gather within his danshin. He focused his entire being on channeling the lightning chi and keeping it contained within his danshin, as letting it escape after building up could gravely injure him from within. The process lasted for 30 seconds so far, and John found himself only a quarter of the way through the channeling process. Each second strengthened the amount of lightning chi within his danshin, while it also increased the burden his body was feeling. After a minute, John felt a strong pressure from his danshin, as if it wanted to explode from within. He was not an innate war mage, who had specialized innate danshins and meridians that were able to handle the burden of channeled attacks. Instead, he was brute forcing it by using his incredibly powerful danshin. While this worked just as well as war mages who had specialized danshins, the pressure John felt from within was far greater. By using his powerful chi to compress the growing mass of lightning within his danshin, John was able to use this channeled attack, although not in the intended way. After a minute and a half of channeling, an incredible aura began to emanate from John. It was like he was a bomb made of pure lightning, ready to explode at any moment and completely devastate the area. Screech. The fire falcon noticed John's presence finally, and felt grave danger from him for the first time. In their last battle, John's essence cultivation had been a minor realm lower, and he had not unleashed this attack. However, with his increased cultivation and ability to unleash this attack, the fire falcon knew it would be in trouble if it allowed him to attack. The fire falcon ignored Kirai and suddenly sped towards John, who was still in strained focus on his channeled attack. Bang! A lightning beam suddenly smashed onto the back of the fire falcon, who turned around to meet another attack from Kirai. Kirai sped forward and put his body between John and the fire falcon before he unleashed another barrage of powerful lightning attacks. Screech. The fire falcon screeched out in frustration once again and attempted to get past Kirai to get to John. However, Kiri thwarted its every attempt, as the battle once again raged on fiercely in the sky above. Flames slammed against lightning as the sky lit up from the incredible battle. Standing on the ground below, John felt his dantians start to strain from the power contained from within. Dragontail decimation was a unique channeled art in the fact that there was no upper limit to the amount of chi that could be supplied to it. As long as one could continue to contain the channeled mass of chi, and once meridians could handle the strain, the cultivator using the attack could increase the power as much as they wanted. My dantian can handle a bit more power, but my meridians will burst if I make this attack any stronger. It's time to unleash it. Kirai is a lightning beast, so he should be fine taking this attack head-on. The same cannot be said for the fire falcon. John's teeth were gritted as he struggled to contain the power, and his eyes suddenly snapped open and locked onto the fire falcon. The fire falcon noticed John's gaze and could instantly tell that its life was in danger. It turned to flee, as it knew it could no longer stop John in time. The lightning ball which had been channeled in his dantian suddenly surged through many different meridian pathways before eventually converging at his right hand. He felt the might of the lightning chi threaten to rupture his meridians, but they held on as best they could as the attack was unleashed. He also felt his essence chi reserves half in an instant as he carried out the attack, and his face paled immediately. "Too late," John grunted as his right arm stretched upwards, and his pointer finger and middle finger pointed at a location directly above the fire falcon. A lightning node, similar to the ones of the heavenly lightning domain, but much larger, appeared in the sky above the fire falcon. The node was 10 yards across and emanated an incredible energy, far greater than even John had been expecting. Dragontail decimation. All sound seemed to fade for a brief instant, before a deafening roar of thunder that sounded like the roar of a dragon boomed out from the lightning node. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, shaped like that of a dragon's tail, pierced out of the node. The tail was scaled, and even had small spikes jutting from it, making it truly appear just like a dragon's tail, only made of pure lightning. It was as if a heavenly lightning dragon had appeared for a moment, and decided to decimate anything in its path with its tail. The lightning attack slammed down onto the fire falcon's location before it could retreat, and the fire falcon even felt a restrictive force lock around it, preventing its escape. The fire falcon, realizing the futility of running, turned towards the attack and unleashed its strongest flame inferno. Kirai utilized this opportunity to retreat as fast as possible, as the attack was incredibly terrifying. Bang! The two attacks collided, and the hasty attack from the fire falcon was smashed into oblivion as the tails struck down onto the fire falcon. Boom! The lightning dragon tail exploded upon contact, and an absolutely horrifying explosion instantly radiated outwards, swallowing everything in its path. John's breathing was heavy and face was pale as he watched the explosion of the attack swallow everything whole. Kirai suddenly appeared before him and unleashed his strongest attack as the explosion finally reached them. Bang! Another thunderous boom echoed out as the attacks collided, while Kirai's attack created a parting in the explosion, protecting John from any harm. The explosion continued to radiate outwards past them for another mile before it finally faded away, and the dust eventually faded, revealing the extent of the damage. John's tired and pale face lit up with surprise as he noticed the extent of the damage. Before him, a crater several hundred yards wide and deep had appeared at the center of the attack. The crater and land around the crater for a mile in every direction had been scorched black from the explosion, leaving not a single tree or sign of life remaining. John's heavy breathing slowly returned to normal as he walked forward and rested an arm on Kirai's back. He remained silent for a while as he surveyed the area of the attack. In the very center of the crater below was the fire falcon, whose charred body no longer showed any signs of life. With his cultivation in the late Meridian forging realm, John had successfully slain a late heaven tribulation fire falcon using only his essence cultivation. Chapter 525. Returning to the sect, John felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he stood at the edge of the massive crater he had created. I guess I need to be more careful in the future when using this battle art. It allows me to make it as powerful as possible, but doing so will leave me quite weakened afterwards. However, using my body danshin and my supreme battle art should be able to get me out of most of the trouble afterwards. Having 2 danshins sure is helpful. The more he cultivated, the more John came to appreciate his unique danshin situation. Any cultivator in his situation would be weakened and defenseless after using such a battle art, but by relying on his body danshin, John would still have incredible fighting strength. Come on, Kyrie, let's go claim our prize for this battle, John said out loud as he suddenly hopped into the crater and slid to the bottom. Kyrie followed closely behind, and the two arrived before the fire falcon, who laid there motionlessly. The fire falcon was quite large, and John's body was about the size of the falcon's head. John inspected the falcon and sighed in disappointment as even the blood had been charred by the attack. He had been hopping to harvest its blood essence, but just about everything was damaged beyond salvation. A pity perhaps I should have held back a bit more, but I never expected this battle art to be so impressive, John sighed. John turned to Kyrie, and a smile appeared on his face as he patted Kyrie on the head several times. You did even better than I expected against the fire falcon. Great job, Kyrie, John said. Ha, praise me more, Kyrie replied through their soul connection, seeking praise like a small child would. Yes, you did amazing. In fact, you were the star of the battle, John replied while patting Kyrie. Chirp. Before Kyrie could reply, an incredibly faint series of chirps sounded out, barely audible to John and Kyrie. John's divine sense swept out towards the source of the sound while he moved in that direction as well, and soon he spotted the source of the chirps. At the top of the mountain where the fire falcon had nested, a massive nest over a dozen yards wide contained 3 fledgling birds. The birds had clearly just hatched a few days ago, as they were no larger than a foot across in size. John frowned as he saw this, as he finally realized why the fire falcon had been so defensive around this territory. A wave of guilt washed over him for a brief moment, which was a rare feeling for John. Ah, shit, John sighed as the hatchlings kept chirping, clearly hungry and calling out for their mother. What should I do? Should I take them with me? And where is the father anyways? John mused as he stared at the hatchlings. Screech. A loud screech suddenly boomed over the land from above, although its power was diminished so as to not harm the hatchlings. John's gaze shifted up into the sky, where he noticed another fire falcon hovering above them. The fire falcon was also in the late heaven tribulation realm, and was clearly the missing father John had just been talking about. A large insect which had been killed was held in its beak, as the father had clearly gone out on a search for food, leaving the mother behind. The male fire falcon noticed the dead corpse of its mate and screeched out once again. Its fire-filled eyes stared at John menacingly, but it didn't dare take any rash actions as John was right next to the hatchlings. Any attack it made would kill its offspring, and on top of that, John was clearly strong enough to kill his mate. Well, I guess that solves my issue, John said out loud as he patted Kyrie on the head and turned to leave. Kyrie followed closely behind, and the fire falcon landed at the nest shortly after, dropping the dead insect for its offspring. Its saddened eyes inspected the corpse of the other fire falcon for a moment, before it went back to tending to the hatchlings. Flying away from the site of the battle, John didn't know how to feel about the outcome of the battle with the fire falcon. If I had been able to harvest the corpse's blood for refinement, then everything would be worth it. But with my basically destroying the body, I killed the fire falcon for no reason other than to test my strength. John sighed once again, but wiped away the negative thoughts after feeling regret for a short moment. The cultivation world was a cruel place, and there was no room for hesitation, compassion, or regret. I've got everything I wanted to get from this journey. Let's head back to the sect, Kyrie. John suddenly increased his speed and shot off into the distance with Kyrie following closely behind. It had been over 2 weeks since he had left, and it was about time to return per his master's instructions. A week later, John and Kyrie arrived back at the heavenly lightning sect. Although the journey would normally only take a day at most, John decided to spend some time visiting some of the smaller cities and villages along the way as he learned more about the divine Immortal Continent. He arrived at the sect 3 weeks after departing and decided to sneak in as unnoticed as possible, as there was still another week until he had to meet with his master for training. Kyrie had returned to John's soul space, and John was wearing a hooded robe, doing his best to shroud his face and features. He had already entered the main entrance and showed the guards his badge, and was now working his way back to his home as discreetly as possible. I really pissed her off last time, so if she finds out I've returned, she'll no doubt increase my training from 4 weeks to 5. I need to lay low until a week from now. So you think you can hide from me? A familiar voice suddenly boomed out from above John, causing him to groan and look up into the sky above him. How the fuck did she find me already? John grumbled internally. It's the guards. She must have told them to alert her when I returned. Damn it. John put such thoughts aside and pushed back the hood of his robe while smiling at his master. Hide from you? I would never, John replied. Hiding and now lying, Lillian replied calmly while raising an eyebrow. It seems as though I will need to increase the intensity of our training once again. An object suddenly appeared in her hands, which John instantly recognized. His face grimaced as he stared at the familiar wooden stick, which his face had once become accustomed to. Follow me, Lillian instructed as she turned around and sped off into the distance. John grumbled begrudgingly as he followed behind his master and prepared for the hellish month to come. Chapter 526, Lillian's hellish training in a remote and secluded part of the land controlled by the heavenly lightning sect. Explosive sounds, pained grunts, and angry curses could be heard for several weeks straight. The land was located in a remote mountain range and had been a place of misery and pain for John recently. Bang! John's body slammed into the side of one of the mountains, shattering its surface. His body burrowed deep within, and it took him a short while to crawl out from the crater. His body, despite being incredibly tough, was bloodied and bruised, making him look quite miserable. John's cold gaze locked onto Lillian, who hovered in the air several hundred yards away. The familiar wooden stick was in her hand, and her calm yet amused gaze stared at him, igniting fiery frustration within him. Again, Lillian commanded, which John followed and sped towards her with his scythe in hand. After a series of exchanged attacks, John once again slammed onto the ground below, repeating the process all over again. This training had already been going on for 3 weeks, and was only a part of the brutality his master was putting him through. However, John grit his teeth and pushed through, as there were 2 positive outcomes to enduring the training. The first was that he was truly improving at a fast rate once again, and he needed to raise his combat prowess as much as possible before the Jade Dragon Empire realm opening. The second was that when the training had started, John had gotten his master to agree that if he endured the training without complaint, he was allowed to unleash one attack on her at the end, which she had to take head-on without dodging. Lillian had found the proposition amusing and had accepted without hesitation. John crawled up from his crater once again and wiped the blood off his chin. His heated eyes stared at Lillian once again as the thought of the end of the training flooded into his mind. I can't wait to unleash a dragon-tail decimation on her. Let's see if she still has that smug look on her face then. Hovering above him in the sky, Lillian suddenly put the stick away. John groaned at the sight, as he knew the even more hellish training was about to begin. Lillian landed on the ground near him and gazed at him in silence for a moment. Are you ready? She asked calmly. John sighed out deeply and took a deep breath shortly after, and nodded his head in confirmation. Lillian's hand stretched out before him, and an absolutely terrifying power began to emanate from it. The chi emanating from her hand was pitch black in color, and seemed as though it could snuff out all life in a second. The power left her hand and washed over John, who instantly felt his body racked in incredible pain. His skin began to rot and wither away, while his body resisted the death chi as best as possible. As part of his training the last 3 weeks, Lillian had bathed John in death chi every night until his body could no longer handle it. It had been the most brutal and hellish part of his training, and it reminded John of when he had first trained his celestial lightning script. However, unlike that time, he was unable to control Lillian's death chi and absorb it. All he could do was take the corrosive power head-on and endure for as long as possible. John grit his teeth as he silently endured the agonizing power washing over him. Lillian's calm eyes gazed at him, although she was clearly not enjoy this part of the training like she did the other parts. "I know this pain is unimaginable, but you'll thank me eventually," Lillian said to John. "When we first started this training a few weeks ago, you could only endure for a few seconds before you were overwhelmed and passed out. However, now you can endure for several minutes. The speed at which your body adapts to things is freakish," Lillian continued, her voice slightly trailing off at the end. Thanks to cultivating the Immortal Asura body, John's normal body had truly been converted to an innate variant body, and an incredibly high-level one at that. Its ability to adapt was beyond terrifying, and was something Lillian had taken quick note of. "You might hate me now, but you'll thank me eventually," Lillian spoke up once again, while John listened through the agonizing pain. While not common, death chi is also not incredibly rare either. It occurs naturally in places of high death, and it will definitely be something you encounter as you become stronger. Cultivating your resistance to death chi now will save you in the future. John listened in silence as he focused on resisting the death chi as best as possible. He endured for 5 minutes before his body looked like that of a withered corpse, and he collapsed to the ground in fatigue and pain. Lillian quickly withdrew her death chi and stared at John while he popped a healing pill in his mouth and focused on recovery. Her attention quickly shifted as she took out a sound transmission disc and listened to the message being given. After a short moment, Lillian put away the sound transmission disc and gazed at John. "It seems as though you have a guest that is waiting for you at your house. Heal up and head over there, but be sure to return tomorrow morning to resume your training," Lillian said to John before flying off. John focused on recovery for the next hour before he was able to move properly. He still looked incredibly miserable, but returning to his peak state would take many more hours. He popped another healing pill in his mouth and took off into the distance. John pushed open the front doors to his mansion and walked inside. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the guest waiting for him, Kaz. Kaz's face turned to one of shock as he noticed John's condition, and he rushed forward to meet him. "Are you all right? What the hell happened to you?" Kaz asked, concern in his voice. He knew John would be an incredible source of business for him in the future and did not want anything happening to him. "I'm fine," John replied while waving his hand dismissively. "What brings you here today? Is it about the tea leaves?" Kaz had agreed to sell the mysterious tea leaves John had given him at an auction and split the profits. Based on what the leaves sold for, John was potentially willing to do future business with Kaz. Kaz's worried gaze lingered for a moment before he decided to drop his concern and answer John's question. "Indeed, I am here about the tea leaves. They were all sold at auction, and I think you'll be quite happy with your share of the profits," he replied as he handed John a spatial ring. John reached out and grabbed the ring and sent his divine sense into it. His eyes quickly lit up with surprise as he gazed at the small mountain of spirit crystals within. His gaze shifted back to Kaz, who stood there with a beaming smile on his face. How much did the leaves sell for?" John asked, shocked at what he was seeing. Chapter 527, Partnership. The overall average for the tea leaves was 50,000 spirit crystals. Kaz replied with a smile on his face. 50,000? For a single tea leaf?" John exclaimed, almost unable to believe what he was hearing. "Well, not exactly," Kaz continued. "When we first started the auction, the first leaf sold for a few thousand spirit crystals, as it's incredibly hard to tell just how valuable a tea leaf is before brewing it. We sold a few like this, and word quickly spread like wildfire regarding your tea leaves. The next auctions brought in tea enthusiasts from all around, and a bidding war quickly broke out. The last tea leaf sold for over 100,000 spirit crystals, Kaz explained. John sat there in stunned silence as he listened to Kaz explain what had happened. He knew the tea leaves were rare and valuable, but didn't know it was this incredible. A single tea leaf would be able to brew a single cup of tea, and there were cultivators willing to spend 100,000 spirit crystals on it. John's thoughts shifted to his collection of those tea plants in his spatial realm, and mountains of spirit crystals started to appear in his vision. He had dozens of those plants that quickly churned out more leaves, making it an almost unlimited source of money. It's also why I've arrived today in person, Kaz spoke once more. I want to establish a more permanent relationship between you and I, with your tea leaves as our first joint endeavor, assuming you have more. What do you say? John remained silent for a moment as he thought it over, and decided that Kaz's offer was more than worth it. While selling the tea leaves himself would net more profit per leaf, there were two issues with that. The first was that he would have to focus on the selling aspect, which would take away from his cultivation and training. Such a thing was out of the question. The second was that if he sold it directly, others out there would know the source of the leaves. The Mystic Trade Hall provided a shield of anonymity when it came to these leaves, and John didn't know just how crazy some people would be if they learned of him as the source. Tea enthusiasts were one of the most cult-like groups in the martial world, and so John didn't want to have to deal with them constantly. I do have more leaves, John eventually replied. How many are you looking to sell? John's answer was open-ended, but Kaz could quietly guess that based on John's words, the limiting factor here was Kaz's ability to sell, not John's ability to supply. Kaz raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as he did not initially assume John to have such a large supply. Clearly John had a plant or more at his disposal, instead of some leaves he gathered one time only. We need to be careful about the quantity of leaves we sell, as selling more isn't necessarily the best for our bottom line, Kaz replied. These leaves have never been seen before, and the word on the street is that they provide incredible Tao insights to those with high enough cultivations to perceive them. As such, the excitement and intrigue around these leaves is growing incredibly fast, and is the reason there are bidding wars. Everyone wants to get their hands on a leaf, but only a select few can buy them. If we flood the market, the leaves will still be purchased due to their incredible properties, but the hype around it will die. This will reduce our profits in the long run, so we need to maintain a careful balance of supply, thus maintaining both market interest and profits, Kaz explained. It seems as though you have this all figured out, John replied after a moment of contemplation. In that case, I'll leave everything to you. How many leaves do you want? John asked. How many can you provide? If your batch is large enough, although we will not sell it all at once like I just explained, it would be good to have a steady supply on hand in case you become hard to find for a while. You will be entering the Jade Dragon Empire realm after all, Kaz replied. Good point, John replied while musing it over. I doubt Kaz would try to scam me. He's sitting on a gold mine of steady revenue in the future as long as we have an amicable relationship. A trade hall of their size wouldn't break relationships for a deal like this over a few million spirit crystals. I can provide up to 1,000 leaves at the moment, John replied calmly. 1,000, Kaz replied, both surprise and excitement in his voice. 1,000 leaves at the top value for the leaves yielded 100 million spirit crystals. With Kaz himself getting a portion of the profits, such a sum was not negligible, and was something that could seemingly be renewed constantly by John. Then I'll take 1,000, Kaz replied with great enthusiasm. 1,000 should take several months to sell, as we'll need to drip feed the market to maintain exclusivity around the product, but you can be assured we will sell it all. I take it the previous split of profits is acceptable this time as well, Kaz asked. It is, John replied. Give me a short moment. John immediately sent his divine sense into his spatial realm, and his soul form entered the room in the palace that contained the artificial sun above and the fertile fields below. Dozens of the tea plants were growing beneath the light, the leaves infusing the room with a rich fragrance. John quickly collected the 1,000 leaves, which was about a fourth of the current leaf supply. You know what? I never took time to see how long the leaves take to grow. I'll have to come back here in a few weeks and see the progress. John collected the leaves in a large barrel, at which point his attention returned to the real world once more. The barrel suddenly appeared on the ground before him, instantly catching Kaz's attention. His eyes lit up upon seeing the barrel, and he quickly inspected the contents contained within. "Marvelous, truly marvelous," Kaz exclaimed. "Each leaf is pristine, as if made by the heavens themselves. There is no damage or imperfections at all." "I'm glad to hear it's of sufficient quality," John replied with a smile. Kaz stored away the barrel after his inspection, and a large smile appeared on his face as he stared at John. "My instincts were truly right the first time I saw you. When I saw you, I had a vision of friendship and profits. It seems as though that vision is proving to be quite true," Kaz said to John as he quickly stood up. "I must return to the trade hall to begin preparations for selling these leaves. Until we meet again." John stood up and reached out to shake Kaz's outstretched hand. After a few more words, Kaz left John's house, and John quickly made his way up to his bed and collapsed into it, exhausted and battered. He fell into a deep sleep, and before he knew it, the morning sun had already crested over the mountains. John's weary eyes opened slowly, and a tired sigh escaped his lips as he mentally prepared for the training to come. Here we go again. Chapter 528, Last Day of Training. Bang. 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 Sounds of collisions, explosions, and pained groans echoed out again for the next few days as John continued his hellish training with Lillian. John had lost count of how many healing pills he had consumed by now, and was starting to feel like a healing pill himself. His body was aching in every location, and he felt as though he was on the edge of what he could handle. Even the hellish celestial lightning script training wasn't so brutal. Today was the final day of John's training, a fact which filled him with joy and elation. However, he still needed to get through the day, and Lillian seemed intent on making it the hardest day of training yet. Each blow of hers was done with more force, as if she was trying to beat combat instincts into John forcefully. John's body cried out in protest with every blow, but he remained silent as he allowed the training to continue. Despite him not wanting to admit it, his combat prowess and instincts were once again growing at an incredible rate, and he found himself much more formidable than when he had started the training. However, he would never admit to such a thing, and instead remained silent as he allowed his master to continue the training. The wooden stick in Lillian's hands slashed towards his face, which John instinctively dodged and followed up with a counterattack. Unprepared for such a quick reaction, John's fist almost landed on Lillian's waist, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Not bad," Lillian said as her leg kicked out, slamming into John's side before his punch could connect. His body shot off to the ground below and slammed into it with great force, shaking the land and forming a small crater. "But not quite good enough yet," Lillian continued as she stared down at John below. He crawled out of the crater and stared at his master above. Every inch of his body ached with intense pain, but John ignored it as he prepared to fly back up to his master to continue their battle. If there was one thing he was confident in saying he was the best in his age group at, it was pain tolerance, half due to his own actions, and the other half due to his master's actions. "That's enough," Lillian called out before he could resume their battle. "We're done with your training." John paused as he stared at his master, slightly confused. This was the earliest she had ended their training, and he had also expected it to last for a few more days. However, he wasn't going to argue against it. The convoy that was to leave for the Honorable Alliance was to leave in a few days' time, and he needed a few days to fully recover anyways. "Rest up for the next few days. We leave in 3 days' time," Lillian instructed as she turned around to leave. "Wait," John called out. Are you forgetting the last part of our training? You were serious, Lillian replied, as she recalled the condition John made of unleashing one attack on her. She had agreed to take it head on unguarded, but even such a thing was futile. While she couldn't actively guard against it, she was allowed to wrap herself with chi, forming a protective shield. With her cultivation 2 major realms higher than John's, this type of defense would be more than enough to negate any attack he could unleash on her. Yep, John replied. Fine, fine. Let's just get this over with, Lillian replied as she descended to the ground and landed a short distance away from John. I suppose this will be a good training exercise as well. With this, you'll see just how weak you still are. John smirked as he heard this comment from his master. He quickly dashed away from his master, his actions slightly confusing her. She had expected him to close the distance and try to land a surprise physical attack, as that was one of his strong points. However, John retreated and put nearly half a mile of distance between the two of them, surprising her as well as intriguing her. All right, stop wasting my time and get this over with, Lillian called out to John as a sarcastic smirk appeared on her face. Let's see where all this confidence comes from. Let's see you stay this smug in a few minutes, John called out. He closed his eyes for a moment and calmed his mind, before his dantian began to surge with power. Lightning chi began to swell within his dantian, growing denser and denser by the second as John started to channel his dragon-tail decimation. Lillian's head tilted slightly to the side as she gazed at John in the distance, curious as to what he was doing. However, the lightning chi that began to leak out from his body eventually gave away what was going on. A channeled attack. All right, let's see how strong you can make it. Lillian knew John was not a war mage and didn't have innate channeling talents. However, all cultivators were still able to forcefully channel battle arts, just with less efficacy and more danger than a true war mage. Lillian watched patiently as John's attack continued to grow in power. Her eyebrow raised after 30 seconds, when his channeling still continued to grow. He's already channeled it for so long. Is this idiot risking his body and cultivation to channel the attack this much, or is he actually capable of controlling such an attack? Lillian mused out loud as each second that passed by only furthered her surprise. After a minute, the power emanating from John had grown to an immense level, and so had Lillian's surprise. However, this was not the end, as the power from John continued to grow at an incredible rate. 1.5 minutes. 2 minutes. After 2.5 minutes, the power emanating from John had grown to an unreal level, vastly exceeding what even someone as experienced as Lillian thought possible. This attack had been channeled even longer than the one he had used on the Fire Falcon, as his experience from that attack furthered his insights into the battle art and allowed him to use it better. After 2.5 minutes, John's eyes snapped open and immediately locked onto Lillian. A smirk appeared on his face for a moment as he could see the surprise on Lillian's face, and his finger pointed to the sky directly above her head. Dragontail decimation. John's face instantly paled as he unleashed the attack. A large lightning node appeared above Lillian's head, causing her to look straight up. The lightning dragontail pierced out from the lightning node and slammed down onto her, as if a dragon itself had appeared. Lillian's surprised face hardened slightly as the chi protecting her body flared out with much greater power, greatly increasing the defensive strength surrounding her. Boom! The lightning tail struck directly onto her and was immediately followed up by an incredible explosion. John shielded himself from the explosion as it washed over him, before his attention locked onto the location of his master. The dust from the explosion faded, revealing Lillian standing at the epicenter of the attack. Her hair was frazzled, and a small amount of blood trickled down her face and her arms. Her cold eyes stared at him, which caused John to seize up for a moment. The cold look on Lillian's face quickly faded away, as an impressed smile replaced it instead. Not bad at all, she called out to John. It seems as though you aren't truly useless after all. Chapter 529, Regrouping. In fact, if you were in the heaven tribulation realm, I might have had to use some of my power to block the attack, Lillian continued, quite impressed by what she had just seen. John raised an eyebrow at her reaction, as it was quite strange for someone who was just injured to congratulate the other. However, Lillian was quite a strange person, and John was just happy he was not getting beat up in retaliation at the moment. Lillian suddenly stretched out her hand, and an item suddenly floated over towards John. It was a crystal which seemed to glow blue on the outside, but a dark, ominous color was visible on the inside. John caught the crystal in his hand and studied it for a moment before he glanced back to his master. "What's this?" John asked. "It's a specialized crystal capable of holding death chi. I've infused quite a bit of my death chi into it, so it's something that could potentially be of use for you in the Jade Dragon Empire lands," Lillian explained. "It takes a bit of force to crush, but if you do so, or throw it at something, it should do quite a bit of damage. Who knows, it could get you out of a serious situation." John stared at his master for a moment before putting the crystal away. "Thank you," John replied. Such an item truly could be of use in a pinch, and John could tell that his master truly did care about him during such moments. "Good luck in the realm," Lillian spoke out again. "Good luck, are you leaving or something?" John asked. His master would be able to say something like this when John officially left for the realm, but decided to do so now. Lillian nodded her head at John's words. "I have some matters to attend to in other parts of the continent. I will be leaving tonight," Lillian confirmed. "Good luck," John replied, mimicking his master's words. "You brat," Lillian scoffed before her body flashed into the distance, disappearing from sight. John watched his master leave and stood there in silence for a moment before he too decided to return to the sect. Although unexpected, John was not going to complain about having a few days of rest and relaxation before setting off for the Honorable Alliance. He returned to his house and cultivated through until the night, at which point he fell into a deep sleep. "So, Iris, how did the martial competition go?" John asked Iris. "Also, you've raised your cultivation to the half-step heaven tribulation realm. Congratulations." The next day, the group of John, Iris, Chase, and Adam had met for lunch, and were currently discussing what each had done over the last 2 months. "Thanks," Iris replied happily as John commented on her cultivation advancement. "As for the competition, I qualified naturally," Iris replied with a voice of confidence. "Congratulations," John replied with a smile. Having Iris and her eye talents in the realm would be more than beneficial. "Most likely lucked her way to qualification," Adam scoffed with an eye roll. Bang. "Ow, what the hell was that for?" Adam exclaimed in pain as he rubbed his shin, which Iris had just kicked underneath the table. "How about we fight if you're not convinced? I could show you just how I managed to luck my way through the martial competition," Iris replied while glaring at Adam. "You know damn well I don't specialize in combat," Adam replied without backing down. "I practice the finer and more intelligent arts, unlike you who is only good at barbaric fighting, you ape." "Ape?" Iris exclaimed, her voice raised with growing anger. "Are you then calling me an ape as well?" John suddenly asked Adam. "After all, I only really specialize in barbaric fighting as well." Adam's look of smug victory quickly faded away as he looked over to John. "Ah, no, of course not," Adam replied hastily, trying to appease John. While the two of them were friends, he knew John would not hesitate to use this moment in the future to push him through a hellish trial when encountered. "You're much different than Iris." "How so?" John asked calmly while taking a sip of tea. "What?" Adam replied. "How am I different from Iris?" John asked again. "Give me specifics of how she fits the ape bill and I don't." "That's easy," Adam replied confidently. "First off, you're much more, Adam's voice trailed off as he tried to think of something, but couldn't. A smug smile appeared on Iris's face as she watched Adam unable to squirm his way out of John's question. "It's fine," John spoke up after a moment of silence. "I prefer being a capable ape to a useless genius anyways." "Ha ha ha," Iris suddenly burst out into laughter, as John's words were clear in their meaning. Adam's face turned red, but he remained silent as he knew he talked himself into a corner this time. At least you did as instructed and reached the middle meridian forging realm, John spoke up as he inspected Adam's cultivation. You saved yourself quite a bit of pain by doing so. And you too, Chase, John continued as he glanced over to Chase, who had been sitting there in silence watching the conversations. You both managed to reach the middle meridian forging realm. Good job. Thanks, Chase replied with a warm smile. You as well, you seem to have advanced to the late meridian forging realm. It appears as though we've all made fruitful gains these last 2 months. That we have, John replied. What about your alchemy? And Adam, what about your formations? Any progress there? John asked as he tried to gauge where his friends were regarding those subjects. I made quite a bit of progress, Chase replied. Of course I advanced greatly, Adam replied proudly, the embarrassment from the previous situation already erased from his mind. I'm sure to completely shock you soon with some of my creations. Also, a bottle of wine suddenly appeared in Adam's hands as he held it before John. Chase and I also made some advancements with our wine as well. How about we test those advancements tonight? Adam continued. John inspected the bottle of wine and nodded his head in agreement. With his hellish training over, this was just the thing he needed to blow off steam and relax. Sounds like a plan to me. Chapter 530, leaving for the Honorable Alliance the next few days passed by quickly, and the morning sun shone on John's eyes, waking him up from his deep sleep. After getting washed up and ready for the day, he set off towards the center of the sect, the gathering place for today's event. I can't believe I've been on the divine Martial Continent for almost half a year now. John mused out loud as he began talking towards the heavenly lightning palace courtyard. Although I've been here for half a year, I really haven't seen much of what's around. I've been to Mystic City and that nearby village, but that's about it. Visiting the Honorable Alliance should be quite eye-opening. Similar thoughts occupied John's mind as he walked through the sect, and some time later he arrived at the center of the sect. A growing noise filled his ears as he rounded the corner, at which point he spotted a large crowd already gathered in the courtyard before the heavenly lightning palace. The crowd already contained tens of thousands of people and was growing by the minute as more sect members streamed. The crowd was circling around a smaller group gathered in the very center of the courtyard, which only contained a few hundred people. The small group consisted of only disciples, and John quickly made his way over to the group, as this was the group that was to leave today for the Honorable Alliance. The sect was able to send over 300 disciples, and most seemed to have gathered already. The group itself was broken up into even smaller groups as the class years separated themselves. John quickly spotted 3 familiar faces and made his way over towards them. You're finally here, Iris called out as she noticed John's arrival. Always the last to arrive, Adam added. I made it here in time, didn't I? John replied casually. His gaze swept over the rest of the group once again and couldn't help but spot a small group gathered at the very front, standing separate from the rest. The group consisted of about a dozen disciples, and each were quite impressive when it came to cultivation level and aura. The group was all in the heaven tribulation realm, and each carried themselves with pride. At the very front of this group stood 2 youths, a girl and a boy. The boy had long silver hair and a handsome face, while the girl had long black hair and was quite beautiful. Both were being stared at by the other disciples of the sect, as they had attracted quite the interest from the opposite sexes. Both appeared to be about 19 years of age, and both had cultivation at the middle heaven tribulation realm. Their auras were incredible, and John could easily tell that they were the 2 strongest youths of the crowd. The boy stood alone, his aura like an unsheathed sword waiting to strike. The girl, on the other hand, had a few friends next to her and was chatting with them with a smile on her face. Are those the other direct disciples? John asked as he gestured to the group. The 2 at the front seemed to be attracting quite a few gazes from the other disciples. Such information would normally be common knowledge, but John had spent almost all his time outside of the sect, or occupied with his master's training sessions. He had not explored the sect much yet, or had time to learn about the other disciples. MHM, the two at the very front are Rael and Lily. They're the two strongest direct disciples of our sect, and both are incredibly attractive, so it's only natural that the other disciples have eyes for them, Iris replied as she glanced sideways at Adam. Adam quickly averted his gaze away from Lily, as he knew he had been caught out staring at her. He coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. So, what do you guys think will be in the Jade Dragon Empire lands? Treasures, cultivation opportunities, heavenly artifacts? Adam asked with great enthusiasm. Who knows? John replied. There's no point in thinking about it now. We'll deal with whatever the realm has to offer when we enter it. Besides, with what we saw from you in the Thunder Realm, you can forget about obtaining anything of value, Iris added. You'll probably just hide in a corner for the entire duration of the realm like last time. What did you say? Adam exclaimed, but his yell was drowned out by the booming voice of another. Silence! The voice boomed over the crowd, causing it to fall into a silence. All the eyes in the crowd turned to look towards the heavenly lightning palace, where 3 figures had appeared at the top of the stairs. The Grand Elder, Sect Leader Thunderfist, and Sect Leader Thunderzin stared at the group gathered before them. The Grand Elder's gaze swept over the group of disciples and noted that all of the 300 disciples had gathered. He waved his hand, and a flying ship suddenly appeared in the sky above the group, capturing the attention of all. The ship was quite large, at over 200 yards long and 50 yards wide. It was ornately detailed with blue and gold designs and glimmered in the morning sun. It was the most luxurious and grand flying ship John had ever seen, and he couldn't help but be entranced for a moment. Today you set off for the Honorable Alliance, the Grand Elder spoke up once more. You 300 disciples are the best our sect has to offer, and we are sure you'll make our sect proud in your displays to come. All right, that's enough with the formalities. Everyone that's qualified gets on the ship, Sect Leader Thunderfist suddenly spoke up, cutting off the Grand Elder. However, his unique actions didn't seem to faze anyone in the sect, as they were seemingly quite used to such antics from their sect leader. Thunderfist quickly flew into the ship himself, indicating that he would be the one escorting the group to the Honorable Alliance. The group of disciples quickly did as instructed and entered the flying ship in the sky. Good luck, Thunderzin's voice suddenly sounded out in John's mind, causing him to turn to the sect leader for a moment. And do be sure to remember our agreement, Thunderzin continued as he stared at John. John nodded his head towards Thunderzin before he turned around and entered the ship with the rest of the disciples. With almost no fanfare at all, the ship suddenly sped off into the distance, leaving the Heavenly Lightning sect behind. John watched as the ground rapidly sped by as his journey towards the Honorable Alliance had begun. Chapter 531. 3 generals. John gazed around the interior of the flying ship as it sped along. It was incredibly luxurious, far more so than any other ship he had been in thus far. The ship had several floors, while the very middle was an empty atrium all the way to the top. Each floor had dozens of rooms, making it so that each disciple would be able to have their own room. The trip was expected to last for nearly a month, and so such a thing was more than appreciated. In the front of the ship was a dining hall, which was attended to by kitchen staff at all times. A crew of elders piloted the ship, ensuring it was always under the control of an expert. There were even other luxuries, such as libraries, spas, and observation decks. John couldn't help but marvel at the ship, his mouth slightly agape. "You like my ship?" a voice behind him asked, causing John to turn around. Sect Leader Thunderfist was standing there with a beaming smile on his face, clearly happy that John and the rest were awed by his ship. "How could I not?" John replied. "It's incredible. It's like a luxurious hotel but on a flying ship." "Ha ha ha, how right you are," Thunderfist boomed out laughing. "This ship is my prized possession. I spent a good portion of the money I accumulated over thousands of years on this thing some time back, but it was totally worth it." Wait a second, if this is your ship, why did the Grand Elder take it out in the courtyard? John asked after the thought came to him. An awkward expression quickly appeared on Thunderfist's face, who coughed before replying. That's because I lost it one time, so the Grand Elder safeguards it for me until I need to use it, Thunderfist replied, hiding nothing. You lost a ship of this size? John asked, completely flabbergasted. Ah, the details are not what's important, are they? Thunderfist replied, acting almost like an embarrassed teenager. Oh, that's right. I need to address the rest of you disciples about this trip, Thunderfist exclaimed as he changed the subject and walked away. To the side, the rest of the group stood there in silence, stunned that John was talking casually to the sect leader. They had never even exchanged a word with the man before, yet John and the sect leader almost seemed to be friends. John, do you know the sect leader well? Iris asked after a moment of silence. John turned to the group and saw them all staring at him with strange expressions. Ah, a bit. I met him once before, John replied, but didn't elaborate further. He couldn't say it was because he met with them regarding prophecies and other subjects he couldn't mention. Do you think you can put in a good word for us to get the best rooms on this ship? Adam suddenly chimed in, his face full of hopeful expectation. I'll see what I can do, John replied, unfazed by such a question from Adam. He too wouldn't mind a more upscale room, and so decided such a thing was worthwhile to ask about. Gather round. A booming voice suddenly shook the entire ship, catching the attention of all. All the disciples looked towards Thunderfist, who had just spoken up. He stood at the front of the ship and gazed at the 300 disciples before him. Not bad. You lot are quite impressive when compared to the normal batch of disciples that makes their way through our sect, Thunderfist continued. John raised an eyebrow at Thunderfist's ineloquent words as he listened to the sect leader continue his speech. With that in mind, I expect you all to do our sect proud when it comes to the Jade Dragon Empire realm. This will be a great opportunity for you all to raise the prestige and renown of both yourselves as well as my Heavenly Lightning sect. Who knows, some of you may even become the pinnacle of honorable alliance disciples and obtain glory far beyond your wildest dreams. Heated expressions appeared in the eyes of many disciples as they heard Thunderfist talk about raising their status in the world and becoming the foremost geniuses of the alliance. All the disciples strived for such a thing, and many couldn't help but get caught up in the moment thinking about such glory. Now listen here, I don't know much about the sealed-off lands you will be entering, but I do know a bit, Thunderfist continued. The Jade Dragon Empire was an incredibly powerful empire at its height of power, and their training grounds were based on that level of talent and strength. There are many dangerous trials within, some with the power to claim your lives. Thunderfist's next words threw ice on the heated gazes of many. However, there were still those who were unafraid of death and only wanted glory and rewards. Thunderfist nodded his head in approval as he noticed such gazes in the crowd. Not only that, you will also be joined by tens of thousands of other honorable alliance disciples. Many of them are beyond your imagination in terms of talent and power, and the trials of the lands won't be the only danger within. Be sure to remain on guard at all times. Thunderfist's words were clear to all. Although they were all from the same honorable alliance, the hearts of men were unpredictable, and so keeping one's guard up at all times was paramount. Not only that, but there are bound to be spies from enemy powers hiding amongst the other disciples that will do what they can to take as many talented disciples down within the realm. Do not be one of those casualties, Thunderfist instructed, his voice stern and cold. The disciples all nodded their heads in unison as they listened to their sect leader. They had each thought of this realm as a land of opportunity to help them rise in power and status, but it seemed as though things would not be as smooth as they had hoped. This trip to the Honorable Alliance will take just shy of a month, so use that time wisely to raise your power as much as possible within that time. If you have a heaven tribulation ascension you need to carry out, the top of the ship has a place at which to do so, Thunderfist further explained. John raised his eyebrows in surprise as the ship was even capable of withstanding heaven tribulation blasts. However, he knew that was only for normal heaven tribulations, and not his own. If he were to undertake his own tribulation on top of the ship, its outcome would most likely not be pretty. Lastly, while you are all free to do what you want inside the realm, I will be assigning several generals from amongst you all. The generals will serve as a guiding rod for you lot in times of conflict and confusion, and you must all obey the commands of the generals within the realm, so long as they are reasonable. Is that understood? Thunderfist asked. All the disciples nodded their heads upon hearing this. Such a thing made sense, as having a singular voice of guidance was often needed to push a conflicted group forward with cohesion and teamwork. The group already knew who two of the generals would be, Rael and Lily. No one was unwilling to follow them, as they were the strongest and most respected disciples in the sect. The only question was who the third general would be. Many expected it to be either Rylia or Leon, who were the third and fourth strongest disciples of the sect, and were respected by all the other disciples. Good, then listen up, Thunderfist chimed up again. There will be 3 generals. They are Rael, Lily, and John. The crowd fell into a silence upon hearing the third name, and after a short moment, one third-year disciple couldn't help but speak up in confusion. Who the hell is John? Chapter 532, Leon, that's right. You can't be talking about me. A panicked voice suddenly cried out. All eyes turned to a second-year disciple who stood in the middle of the crowd. His name was unfortunately also John, and he thought Thunderfist was throwing him to the wolves for no reason. Oh, there's another John in this group. Thunderfist chimed up, completely shocked. His actions clearly revealed that he had no idea who this youth was, despite him being one of the 300 most talented youths of the sect. However, the boy's attitude clearly indicated that he was on the meek side, and so him staying low profile wasn't unexpected. But no, I don't mean you, boy. I mean him, Thunderfist elaborated as he pointed to John. John was standing with his group at the very rear of the disciples, and Thunderfist's finger was clearly pointing directly at him. John sighed as he saw all the other disciples look at him, with a mix of anger and confusion. It seems Thunderfist is making things hard on me. I never asked to be a general, and being a general will only bring me more trouble than it's worth. I want to be able to move freely within the Jade Dragon Empire lands, not be bound to babysit some fellow disciples. I'm of half a mind to just relinquish the title to someone else. John was truly considering just refusing to be a general, as it was more trouble than it was worth. Him, a confused and slightly angered voice boomed up from the front of the crowd. It was a powerful build and short brown hair. A large greatsword was strapped to his back, making him look even more intimidating. His middle heaven tribulation cultivation was clear for all to see, as it naturally seeped out with great power. Sect leader Thunderfist, why would a first year ever be named a general? And I've never seen him before today. Is he also from a branch sect? Surely you're joking. It's Leon, a disciple whispered to another nearby. Leon was considered the 3rd or 4th most powerful disciple of the sect, and had a massive following behind him. He was physically the strongest member of the sect, and had a common grade innate variant body to boost his prowess even further. As such, many thought he deserved to be the 3rd general, and so did Leon apparently. Seems like he's pissed. This won't end well for that first year, unfortunately. I wonder why the sect leader placed such a target on his head. Another whispered. He must have pissed the sect leader off. Everyone knows sect leader Thunderfist is quick to anger. A third whispered, his voice barely audible as he was afraid of Thunderfist hearing. Do you take me for a jester? Thunderfist boomed out, his voice containing a pressure that pressed down on Leon and those nearby. No, of course not, sect leader Thunderfist, Leon hastily replied. I only ask for a reason for assigning this late Meridian forging first year as a general. HMMPH, Thunderfist snorted in disdain. I don't need to give you a reason for my decisions. If you want to know why I assigned John to be a general, ask him yourself. You can have his title if you get him to relinquish it. John narrowed his eyes at Thunderfist upon hearing this, as Thunderfist truly was just making him a target. Thunderfist's smiling gaze shifted to John, and John couldn't help but feel agitated by the whole thing. However, he knew Thunderfist was not doing this out of malice, but for some other reason. As such, he didn't harbor hatred for the sect leader. Leon's eyes lit up upon hearing Thunderfist's words, and he quickly turned on his heels towards John. The crowd parted immediately as they knew what his intentions were, and a passageway appeared directly towards John. John stood there calmly as he watched Leon slowly walk over to him. His towering frame was quite impressive, and his powerful aura slowly grew as he approached John. Chase, Iris, and Adam stood calmly at John's side, expressions of amusement on their faces for the show to come. "You've been laying too low since you came to the sect, so you can only blame yourself for this," Adam chimed up. "You should have beat up some strong disciples when you arrived to establish your name a bit more." John rolled his eyes at Adam's words, but said nothing as he knew Adam was right. He had made absolutely no splashes within the sect since he arrived, mostly due to him being busy the entire time. However, this resulted in him being almost a no-namer, despite being a direct disciple. However, many assumed his direct discipleship was due to his connections with Lillian, who seemed to have been favored by the sect when being directly promoted to a high-status elder. "This should be a good show, though," Chase chimed up as well. "Let's see how long that smug look of his will last," Iris said as well while looking directly at Leon. Leon's smug and confident expression pissed her off, and she almost wanted to lash out at him herself. However, she knew she didn't have the power to do anything against him, not yet at least. Leon quickly arrived before John, his frame towering over John's. John was not a small person, and was both quite tall for his age and muscular. However, Leon was several years older, and his common innate variant body seemed to increase his size by quite a bit as well. He was at least a head taller than John, and looked down at him with disdain. He stared at John in silence for a while as the other disciples watched from behind, curious as to what was going to happen. "You heard sect leader Thunderfist," Leon spoke out after a short moment while his powerful aura began to push down on John, attempting to intimidate him. "Relinquish your title to me." Chapter 533. Savage Beatdown. John stared up calmly at Leon as he heard his demands. He was almost inclined to give up his spot at first, but Leon's overbearing attitude rubbed him the wrong way already. "I had thought the main Heavenly Lightning sect was filled with good disciples only, but there will always be those who desire power and status above all else. A pity." John sighed as he thought about this, although it wasn't too bad. Leon only desired the position of general and thought John unworthy of it. Such an action was reasonable, especially considering Thunderfist had deemed it acceptable. "I'll pass," John replied calmly. "Now leave." His voice was calm but confident, and his words couldn't help but shock most of the other disciples. From the front of the group, Rael and Lily watched on with great curiosity as to what was going to happen. They knew Thunderfist wouldn't have assigned John the position for no reason, and were looking forward to seeing what was going on. "What did you say?" Leon replied coldly as his aura surged in power and pressed down on John. He had never expected John to not only be unaffected by his initial aura, but also so disrespectful. As such, he had greatly increased his aura to press down on John and intimidate him into relinquishing. However, his plan did not go accordingly, as John continued to stand there calmly. However, John's eyes had narrowed, and his expression had turned slightly cold as Leon was truly starting to piss him off. "You heard me," John replied. "Leave." Boom. Leon's aura suddenly exploded out with full power, rattling the nearby ship and causing the other weaker disciples to back up from its power. John felt the full might of Leon's aura press down on him, and couldn't help but be impressed by it. It was quite powerful, and even he had to use a bit of his power to resist it. A series of pained cries sounded out from next to John, and he quickly glanced over to see Chase, Adam, and Iris on their knees, holding their heads in pain. The aura from Leon was clearly not just limited to John, but also to his friends next to him. Leon was clearly using such tactics to force John to concede his position. John's face instantly darkened as his rage-filled eyes locked onto Leon's. Leon couldn't help but be taken back by the look he was seeing, although he quickly recovered and pressed down even harder with his aura. Adam, Chase, and Iris groaned again as they struggled against the aura, but were unable to do so. Blood even began to seep from Adam's nose, as the pressure started to become too much for him to handle, further igniting John's rage. "Give me your general's spot, and I'll release my aura," Leon said to John, his voice demanding compliance. "If not, don't blame me for being heavy-handed to both you and your pitiful friends." John's gaze shifted from Leon to Thunderfist in the distance, who was watching the entire thing unfold with amusement. "Let us out of the ship right now, or don't blame me for destroying it," John said to Thunderfist, his voice cold. Respect for Thunderfist and his ship was the only reason he had not brutally beaten Leon already. Thunderfist's amused expression instantly changed, as his ship was his prized possession. He knew of John's savagery, and did not doubt what he was capable of based on the stories his older brother Thunderzin had told him. While the ship would be able to withstand their battle for the most part, he didn't want a single inch of it scratched. The ship instantly lurched to a halt, floating above a desolate strip of land. Thunderfist waved his hand, and the door on the far end of the ship suddenly opened, allowing for John to exit. Leon smiled as he saw this. "Trying to run. That won't save you from handing over your general title." Boom. John's aura suddenly exploded out with absolute power as he instantly unleashed his full strength. His hand clamped onto Leon's face before he could react, while powerful lightning flared from his hand and onto Leon's face and body, paralyzing his movements as well. The crowd of disciples couldn't help but be stunned as they watched John drag Leon out of the ship by his face in an instant. Bang! 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 A series of powerful sounds boomed from outside, stunning the disciples even further. After a moment of shock, they all raced forward towards the open door and stepped outside. At the same time, Adam, Chase, and Iris recovered from Leon's aura and couldn't help but be pissed at what just happened. They all raced outside as well, eager to see the brutal beatdown to come. They knew John's strength and what that meant for Leon after having pissed him off. Thunderfist remained silent for a moment before he grumbled to himself and shook his head. He too stepped forward and appeared outside, making sure that no outside third parties interfered with his disciples. Bang! 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 Each bang was followed by a wince of the disciples, who were almost unable to believe what they were seeing. In a large crater in the ground clearly formed by the two, Leon laid flat on his back, his face battered and bruised. On top of him sat John, who repeatedly punched down with incredible force, further worsening the damage on Leon's face. Bang! 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 A frenzied, powerful, and slightly sinister aura emanated from John as he savagely beat Leon, who was barely hanging onto his consciousness by a thread. Due to the surprise lightning attack that John had inflicted on him, he was still struggling to regain control of his movements. However, even if that had not happened, the only difference would have been that his beatdown was delayed by a minute or two. John suddenly reached down and grabbed Leon by the neck and threw him into the distance with great force. Leon's body sailed through the air for over a mile before slamming into a mountainside, shattering part of the mountain. The mountain exploded into a cloud of debris, while John took to the skis and sped directly towards Leon once again. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky before him, blocking his pathway forward. John stopped as well, his heated gaze staring defiantly at Thunderfist. Thunderfist inspected John for a moment before he nodded his head in an approving manner. "That's enough. You've sent your message to Leon as well as the rest of the disciples watching," Thunderfist said. John wanted to push forward past Thunderfist, but he knew it was a completely futile effort. Now that Thunderfist had interfered, he could no longer make any more moves against Leon. However, he had shown both Leon and the rest of the disciples what happened if they messed with either him or his friends. Not only that, but Thunderfist clearly was not going to punish John for being so heavy-handed, so that was already quite a courtesy from the sect leader. With his message sent, John's aura faded away as he returned to normal. He flew back towards the ship, and the crowd of gathered disciples parted for him as he flew by. They watched him enter the ship once more, followed closely by his 3 friends. Their stunned gazes shifted back towards the distant mountain as Thunderfist helped the barely conscious Leon make his way back to the ship. After a brief moment of silence, a lone disciple couldn't help but speak out. What the hell just happened? Chapter 534. Proceeding onwards after making sure his friends were all right, John retired to one of the rooms of the ship to focus on cultivation and training his newly acquired battle arts. His blood was still running hot, and he didn't know what else he might do if set off by someone else, so retiring to his room for the moment was the smartest option. Like this, John stayed in his room for several days to focus on raising his strength as much as possible. He made some progress in the divine reaping scythe, which was proving quite hard to master. Meanwhile, the hottest topic of discussion amongst the rest of the disciples was about John and his origins. His incredible display of combat prowess, being able to repress Leon without him fighting back, was beyond their imagination. In fact, if they had not witnessed such a thing with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Although John had sneak attacked Leon, making his suppression much easier than a fight when both were ready, it was still beyond what a late meridian forging cultivator should be able to do. In fact, most of the early Heaven Tribulation disciples didn't dare to claim they could do the same thing if in John's position. Finding out that he was indeed from a branch sect, and the weakest one at that, only served to further the mysterious intrigue about him. Other than Adam, Chase, and Iris, no one else really knew much about John at all. They were some of the only first years on the ship, and the other first years only knew of John through the entrance exam. Many questions were also lobbed at Thunderfist, but he refused to answer a single one and only replied with "Ask John yourself." However, none of the disciples wanted to do so, as they had seen how quick he was to anger. As such, the mystery of John continued to grow, while none of the disciples could get a clear picture of him and his powers. After regaining full consciousness, Leon erupted with fury and anger. His aura exploded out powerfully once more as he recalled what had happened between him and John, and he instantly sought to seek out John for revenge. His group of followers and friends held him back as best they could, not wanting to further escalate the tense situation. "That bastard, I'll kill him," Leon murmured coldly after calming down with the help of his friends. "He dares to sneakily attack me like that. Just wait until we're in the Dragon Empire realm. We'll see if you can act so confidently then." His friends, hearing the words from Leon, couldn't help but glance at each other with wary gazes, but none of them spoke up, as they didn't want to attract the wrath of Leon at the moment. Most disciples eventually decided to retire to their rooms as well to focus on cultivation, as each day spent lazing about was a day not raising their power. A week later, John's eyes slowly opened as he felt the speed of the ship decrease greatly. A questioning look appeared on his face as he stood up and walked over to the door of his room. "The Honorable Alliance is almost a month's journey. I wonder why we're slowing down already." John opened the door and stepped outside. He made his way towards the front of the ship, which was where Thunderfist stood at the ship's controls. Many other disciples were also curious about what was going on, as many streamed out of their rooms and towards the front of the ship. The gazes of the disciples changed as many spotted John already standing there. It was the first time anyone had seen him since the fight, and all saw him in a new light now. While before he was an insignificant first year, now he was one of their 3 generals, and someone they did not want to piss off. "What's going on?" John asked as he stood a short distance away from Thunderfist. "Why have we slowed down?" "We're reaching the fractured lands," Thunderfist replied, his attention still focused ahead. "Fractured lands?" John asked. "It's a land of spatial fractures, left over from the ancient cataclysm," a voice to the side of John spoke out. John turned his head to look at who it was and saw one of the 2 other generals, Lily, smiling at him. It was his first time hearing her talk, and she had quite a gentle and amiable voice. "Spatial fractures from the ancient cataclysm, they still remain to this day?" John asked, slightly surprised to hear about such a thing. They do. The ancient war that brought the cataclysm was beyond our imagination, as were the powers of those fighting in the war. These spatial fractures were caused by their powers, and the world has been unable to fully heal them yet. If our ship is hit by one, there won't be much of it left afterwards, Lily explained. John's gaze shifted forward once more, and a series of glinting lights came into view. Space seemed to ripple before them, and out of nowhere, a fracture in space appeared before disappearing instantly. Thunderfist used his power to detect the spatial fragments and avoid them before they appeared, but such a thing required him to slow down, as well as use his divine sense to detect their appearance as soon as possible. You seem to know quite a bit about these lands, John replied after a moment of silence. I've lived on the divine Martial Continent my entire life. It's only natural I know a bit about it, Lily replied with a smile. The Honorable Alliance is located closer towards the center of the continent. The closer you get to the center, the more traces of the ancient war appear. After explaining the spatial fragments, Lily leaned forward towards John, an action he found surprising as she suddenly whispered in his ear. Unlike Rael and I, Leon is far more wild and easy to anger. He will try to take revenge at the first opportunity he gets. While you did beat him before, we both know it won't be that easy if his guard is raised. He's quite powerful, so be careful when you're around him from now on. Without waiting for a reply, Lily turned and left, leaving John standing there alone. His gaze remained unconcerned as he stared forward at the spatial fragments, although he did appreciate the warning from Lily. Seems not all the disciples at the top of this sect are bad. John remained for a short while longer before he retired to his room once more. After clearing the spatial fragments, the ship once again sped forward at full speed, its destination the Honorable Alliance. In a hellish castle, filled with raging infernos and screams of agony, a lone, shadowed figure sat on a throne. The figure was around 5 yards tall, and its shadowed body exuded an incredibly sinister and powerful aura. A cage filled with cultivators stood to its right, while a river of blood flowed from behind the figure to other parts of the castle. The door to the audience chamber suddenly opened, and another lone figure walked into the room. It was a lone youth, who bowed towards the shadowed figure as soon as he entered the chamber. "You called for me, my lord." The male youth spoke up respectfully, his head still lowered in respect. "An opportunity has arisen, one only you can take part in," the shadowed figure spoke, its guttural voice booming within the chamber. The youth remained silent with his head bowed, as he awaited further instructions from his lord. "The Honorable Alliance has decided to open a unique land they control, one filled with treasures and opportunities," the shadowed figure explained. "They will send their most gifted geniuses to partake in this event, an event that you will participate in as well. There is a particular object within these lands that I need you to retrieve for me. Attend to Rika's, he will have more details of what you are to do." A glint appeared in the youth's eyes as he heard this, as he knew his lord's intentions. Claim the opportunities for himself and his lord, and cut down as many geniuses in the process at the same time. "I will do as my lord commands," the youth replied respectfully before turning around. As he reached the door, the shadowed figure spoke out once more, his voice lower and colder. "Do not fail me, Asuros." The youth turned and bowed once more before exiting the chamber, leaving the shadowed figure behind. "With the dragon essence bone, I will be one step closer to healing my wounds and regaining my full power. Before long, this world will once again come to kneel before me." Chapter 535, Alliance City. Over the next 2 weeks, the flying ship of the Heavenly Lightning Sect shot forward over the land, carving a path directly towards the Honorable Alliance. At one point, John decided to move his cultivation sessions to his room balcony. From the balcony, he was able to see the marvelous land of the divine Martial Continent fly by. Vast landscapes of sprawling forests or barren wastelands, climbing mountains and frozen tundras. The continent had it all, and each area was filled with cities, sects, and powerful beasts. Each was awe-inspiring, and the beasts John saw were beyond his imagination. Were it not for the protection of Thunderfist and the flying ship, John knew he would never be able to make such a journey. The amount of Tao transformation beasts were uncountable. As the ship sped forward towards the center of the continent, John couldn't help but notice the density of the natural qi in the air rise. While it was not as drastic a change as going from the Yuan Continent to the divine Martial Continent, it was still a noticeable difference. Someone cultivating at the center of the continent would undoubtedly cultivate faster than back at the heavenly lightning sect. No wonder all the strongest powers are located closer to the center of the continent. I wonder why the qi is the thickest in this part, though. While musing over this, John felt the ship start to slow down gradually. He stood up and leaned over his balcony, gazing towards the front of the ship as best he could. As he did so, his eyebrows raised slightly at the sight in the far distance. An ancient city, far larger and grander than anything he had seen before, came into view. Despite being dozens of miles away, the city was so large that it was almost unable to be viewed all at once. Marble white walls, thousands of feet high, lined the perimeter of the city, while a towering translucent formation barrier covered the sky above it. Outside the walls of the city, smaller cities, towns, and farmlands spread out, making use of the surrounding land. Not an inch was unoccupied. At the same time, thousands of other merchants, caravans, and flying ships were streaming into the city each hour, making it vibrant with life and activity. Within the walls, hundreds of thousands of buildings, from small houses to massive palaces, were visible, each inspiring its own form of awe and beauty. John couldn't help but sigh in amazement at the sight before him. "Alliance City," John exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the massive circular building in the very center of the city. The Honorable Alliance building dwarfed all the others and inspired a completely different kind of awe. "We're finally here." After clearing inspection at the front gates, the Heavenly Lightning Sect flying ship was allowed passage into the city and followed closely behind a guard escort. The guard flew over the city towards the Honorable Alliance headquarters, giving the disciples of the sect who gathered at the front of the ship a perfect view of the city. All of them stared in awe at the sight, as it was the first time any of them were seeing it. "This place makes our Heavenly Lightning Sect look rural," a disciple exclaimed in a self-deprecating manner. "Tell me about it," another replied. The ship took quite a bit of time to arrive at its destination, which was a district relatively close to the Alliance headquarters, but still a few miles away. After instructing all the disciples to leave the ship, Thunderfist stored the ship away. The disciples found themselves standing in an incredibly expansive courtyard, which sprawled for a mile in each direction. The courtyard was packed with other groups of disciples who had just arrived from other sects, and more flying ships arrived by the minute. John and the rest couldn't help but gaze around, at both the city as well as the disciples of the other sects. While his gaze was sweeping about, Leon suddenly came into view, staring coldly at John. With a huff, John's gaze continued onwards, as Leon was beneath his notice. "It seems like Lily's advice was correct. I'll have to keep an eye out for Leon and make sure he doesn't do anything. While he can't touch me, he could always target Adam, Chase, or Iris." "Attention!" a booming call from the front of the group echoed out, causing the disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect to look at who had just spoken. It was a guard dressed in ornate armor, who had been the one who had escorted the ship to this location. "Welcome to our city, young Heavenly Lightning Sect disciples," the guard called out. "This is the Disciple District, and it is where you will be staying for the next few days before the realm is opened. The district has all the amenities you could think of, so please feel free to explore the district during these next few days. Now, if you'll follow me, I will escort you to your temporary abodes." After explaining all that, the guard turned on his heels and began walking in a certain direction. The disciples quickly followed behind, and after meandering through some bustling streets, they eventually arrived before a building. The building was several stories tall and was quite luxurious in quality and design. "This building will be your abode for the next few days. There are 300 rooms, so each disciple gets a room to themselves. They are all the same, so just choose one at random, the guard instructed. The realm will open in a few days, and an announcement will be made across the district to gather at the Honorable Alliance. So do be mindful to remain in the district to not miss that announcement. I hope you all enjoy your stay in our illustrious city, and I wish you all luck in the trials to come. Chapter 536, Starforge Clan. With all that said, the guard turned and left, leaving the disciples behind. They quickly streamed into the building, and each disciple claimed a room to themselves. The rooms were quite basic, but were more than enough for the few days they would be staying here. After getting settled in, John and the rest of his group gathered outside the building, discussing everything that had happened. "This city is incredible," Adam couldn't help but exclaim. "Did you see that formation covering the entire city? It was beyond amazing. I wonder how large and intricate the formation base is. If only I could study it." "While I don't care for the formations, I agree that this city is quite impressive. How about we explore it for a bit?" Chase chimed up cheerily. "Sure, let's find a restaurant to eat at. I'm quite hungry," John replied. He had not eaten at all during the trip, and although meridian forging experts could go months without food, it was only at the Heaven Tribulation realm that a cultivator could forego food entirely. "Let's do it. I'm quite famished myself," Iris replied. The group began to meander through the district, coming across many interesting sights, such as trade halls, entertainment districts, and the disciples of the other sects. When passing by each other, the disciples would examine those of the other group, gauging their cultivations and powers as best as they could. Most of the other disciples who observed the strength of John's group scoffed in amusement before walking off. Most of the sects seemed to have sent Heaven Tribulation disciples only, and even amongst the Heavenly Lightning sect group, John, Adam, Chase, and Iris were the only non-Heaven Tribulation disciples. As such, their cultivations stood out quite a bit. At the same time, John and the rest couldn't help but be impressed at the cultivations they saw and auras they felt. When comparing the average disciple they saw to their sect, John surmised that the quality of the Heavenly Lightning sect disciples was above average, but not by much. "The disciples from the other sects are quite formidable," Chase chimed up, slightly intimidated by what he saw. "You'll be all right," Iris consoled Chase. "Just trust in your own strengths." "Oh, the she-beast can be nice when she wants to," Adam chimed up. Bang! "Ow!" Adam cried out in pain as Iris kicked his shin, causing him to fall to the ground. "You never learn, do you?" John scolded while shaking his head. Even he knew Iris was easy to anger, and that Adam's insults always received retaliation, and yet he continued to insult her unprovoked. "Just you wait, I'll have my revenge eventually," Adam grimaced at Iris. "I welcome your challenge at any time," Iris replied uncaringly. "This looks like a good place to eat," John stopped and called out. They had arrived before a 5-story restaurant, which seemed quite upscale. A rich fragrance wafted from within the restaurant, nearly making the group salivate from its intoxicating aroma. "It looks quite expensive. Can we afford it?" Chase asked with his voice lowered. He did not have an incredible amount of money, and so was hesitant to spend it on such a thing. An upscale restaurant in a city like this would surely cost a fortune. "Don't worry about it. It's on me," John replied with a smile as he began to walk up the steps towards the restaurant. The rest of the group happily followed behind upon hearing the meal was on John. The attendant at the front of the restaurant took note of the group's arrival. "Oh, some disciples from the Heavenly Lightning sect," John replied. "Ah yes, the Heavenly Lightning sect. We have special seats reserved for such esteemed guests, if you'll follow me." The attendant turned and walked towards the internal stairs of the building and quickly escorted the group to the 4th floor. Each floor was incredibly luxurious, and the group was able to see all sorts of delicious-looking dishes being served. The sights only made them hungrier, and John couldn't wait to dive into some food. Upon arriving at the 4th floor, the attendant began walking over to an empty table. Most of the other tables were already occupied by other disciple groups, making the floor quite lively with activity. While on the way to be seated, John paused and turned around to look at Adam, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks. Adam's gaze was locked onto one of the occupied tables, and without warning, he quickly turned around on his heels and left. "Adam, where are you going?" John called out, catching the attention of the others in the room as he quickly followed Adam. The rest of the group did as well, while Iris apologized to the attendant before leaving as well. Adam quickly left the building, and John caught up soon after. He raced up to Adam and caught his arm, turning him around. "What's going on? Why did you just leave like that?" John asked, as he could tell something was wrong. Chase and Iris arrived at this time as well and grouped before Adam. "Did you know those disciples?" John asked after being met with silence. "Let's just leave," Adam replied as he tugged his arm free and turned to leave. "Of course he knows us," a voice from behind boomed out. The group all turned to look at the one who had spoken. It was one of the disciples from the 4th floor, who was joined with the other 4 members who had been at the table as well. It was a group of 2 girls and 3 boys, each with their cultivation in the early heaven tribulation realm. They appeared to be 17 or 18 years of age, at the same age as John's group or just slightly higher. John narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youths, who seemed to have a rather weak aura for the type of arrogance they were emitting at the moment. "And who would you be?" John asked as he watched the group approach and stop before them. "Oh, has Adam truly been so cold as to not tell you about his own family?" the boy replied smugly while gazing directly at Adam. "Since Adam won't introduce us, I'll do it myself. My name is Ryden of the Starforge clan, the one Adam was exiled from." Chapter 537, Adam's Exile, Starforge Clan. What is he talking about? John asked Adam. He had met Adam back on the Yuan Continent during the Heavenly Lightning Sect entrance exams, and Adam had never once indicated such a background. However, Adam remained silent, unable to think of how to reply. He was still shocked after running into the other youths, and his mind was a mess at the moment. Adam was exiled from our Starforge clan to a clan branch on some backwater continent, instructed never to return. However, it seems like he's decided to ignore his exile and has returned regardless. "I was exiled from the clan, and so I am no longer part of your dogshit Starforge clan. As far as I'm concerned, you can't tell me what to do anymore," Adam finally replied after finding his confidence. John nodded his head in approval at Adam's reply, as he had finally found his backbone. "You may be exiled, but Starforge blood still runs through your veins, as much as we would like it not to. As such, you can never truly leave the clan. You are a pawn of the clan, destined to be forever punished for your heinous crimes," Ryden replied, his attitude arrogant and smug. "And what crimes would those be?" John asked. "Oh, he didn't tell you," Ryden replied as his smug gaze lingered on Adam. "You see, Adam here stole something incredibly important to our clan. He was found out, and his punishment was permanent exile from this continent." "Liar, I never stole anything," Adam replied angrily. "Oh, to this day you still dare to lie about stealing the clan heirloom, despite the fact that it was found in your spatial ring for the entire clan to see," Ryden replied, clearly enjoying talking down to Adam. "I was framed," Adam raged out again. "Probably by that bastard Cadden or his fucking father." The arrogant faces of the 4 Starforge youths darkened upon hearing Adam's words, while the aura of Ryden began to climb. "You dare speak about young Master Cadden and the clan leader that way? It seems like your exile was not punishment enough, and further punishment is needed. We'll see how the clan leader feels about that when you return with us to the clan, and decides on your traitorous fate," Ryden replied menacingly as he stepped forward towards Adam, his arm stretching out to grab Adam. At the same time, a restrictive aura washed over the group, making it so that Adam and Chase were unable to move. Iris, with her half-step heaven tribulation cultivation, was able to move, although very sluggishly. It was as if a mountain was resting on her, and each and every action required tremendous energy. While Ryden's aura had clearly risen quite a bit, it was not strong enough to repress the group like this. Clearly, he had used some sort of formation to achieve this result. Ryden's arms suddenly stopped, and he glanced over to the side to look at John, who had grabbed it with great force. Raiden raised an eyebrow at John, impressed he was able to move at all, but scoffed as he sent a surge of power directly towards John with the intention of suppressing him entirely. GHH. A soft grunt of pain sounded out as Raiden grit his teeth in pain from John's grip as it tightened. Raiden felt like he was being gripped by a ferocious heaven tribulation beast and was unable to shake it off regardless of what he did. At the same time, it felt like his arm was about to break, shocking him completely. John was a late Meridian forging youth, and so Raiden had almost completely ignored him. However, he could now tell that he had greatly underestimated John and was not someone he could ignore completely. Adam is a disciple of the Heavenly Lightning sect now and is no longer your clan's concern. Release your power or I'll break your arm right now, John said coldly, his gaze like a hunter staring at its prey. Raiden's arrogant gaze softened as he couldn't help but feel a shiver run up his spine as his instincts flared, screaming danger. You dare touch young Master Raiden. One of the youths from the Starforge clan yelled out angrily while moving towards John. Stop, Raiden suddenly instructed through gritted teeth. His gaze lingered on John for a moment before shifting to Adam, who was pressed to his knees on the ground. After a moment of silence, his restrictive power vanished, allowing Adam, Chase, and Iris to move freely once again. Raiden's gaze shifted back to John, and the two locked gazes for a while before Raiden smiled arrogantly. I look forward to running into you when the realm opens. We'll see how long that arrogance of yours lasts then, Raiden said arrogantly before turning around and leaving. John's narrowed gaze watched the group of Starforge youths leave before he looked at Adam, who stood there meekly, clearly shaken up by the events. He walked up and stood before Adam for a short moment before patting him on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back inside. We still need to have our meal, John said with a smile on his face. A surprised look appeared on Adam's face as he gazed up at John. You don't want to know the truth of what just happened? Adam asked. He had figured John would demand for a proper explanation. You can tell me about all that stuff when you want to, but for now let's forget about it and eat, John replied as he pushed Adam into the restaurant, followed by Iris and Chase. Later that night, John was seated in his room, focusing on cultivation. After the run-in with the Starforge youths, the group had eaten a hearty and delicious meal at the restaurant, before each decided to retire to their rooms to focus on cultivation. It was clear that the realm opening was not going to be as harmonious and straightforward as initially expected. Knock. Knock. Knocks at John's door sounded out, breaking him out of his cultivation trance. Come in, John instructed, as he knew who it was. The door quickly opened, and Adam stepped inside. He stood there silently for a moment before walking over to John and sitting on the floor next to him. Adam continued to remain silent for a moment as he figured what to say, while John waited patiently for his friend to start talking. After the short silence, Adam's gaze shifted to John, and a deep sigh escaped his lips. I suppose I owe you an explanation for everything that happened today. I owe you that much at the very least, Adam sighed. I guess I'll start at the very beginning with me growing up in the Starforge clan. Chapter 538, Adam's Past. The Starforge clan is a formation clan. My father was the fourth son of the clan leader, while my mother was from another prominent formations clan. Adam began to explain. John raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as Adam's status was far higher than he had expected. In fact, it was the same status that he himself had in the Fenix clan, the grandson to the clan leader. John asked, as Adam was referring to his parents in the past tense. My parents died when I was 10, Adam replied calmly, although it was easy to tell it was still a sore spot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John replied. It's fine. It's been 7 years since that day, so I've come to terms with it, Adam replied. Anyways, the Starforge clan has a unique selection system for the next clan leader. There is a sealed-away ancestral grounds, which tests those qualified to enter. The only qualifications are to be a direct blood descendant of the previous clan leader, as those with that bloodline are the most compatible with the Starforge clan heirloom, as well as being below the age of 25, Adam explained. The ancestral grounds only opens up when the previous clan leader dies or is near death. At that point, the ancestral grounds open once more to those qualified to enter. The trials in the ancestral grounds tests all that enter for their formations, talents, and compatibility with the heirloom, and only one is selected by the heirloom itself at the end to become the next clan leader. The heirloom is sentient, John asked, surprised to hear such a thing. In a way, Adam replied. It has a small portion of our clan founder's soul and blood sealed away, as well as a small portion of all the previous clan leaders as well. Thus, the knowledge in the heirloom, as well as its might, increases with every generation. It's why those from the direct bloodline have the best compatibility. Anyways, the previous clan leader, my grandfather, was becoming sickly. He had been alive for thousands of years already, and his death was fast approaching, Adam continued. As such, his children all knew that he would die in the next few decades, and began to have children to participate in the next clan leader selection trials. My father, who was considered to be the most talented formations expert in the clan other than the clan leader himself, taught me everything he knew. With his blood flowing through my veins and all his knowledge imparted into me, I was fast becoming the most talented formations user amongst the qualified youths, Adam explained, his mood growing sullen. But then something happened to your parents, John spoke up. How did you know? Adam asked, his voice slightly surprised. It's not hard to guess, John replied. You said your parents died when you were young, and now you say you were the frontrunner to become the next clan leader. If I'm not mistaken, I'm guessing that your parents did not die of natural causes, John asked. No, they did not, Adam replied. On the way back from visiting my mother's clan, they were attacked by a large group of powerful beasts, something called a beast tide. I'm not sure of the specifics, but only parts of them were discovered afterwards, just enough to identify them. Both John and Adam fell into silence, one in contemplation and the other in grief. Adam's gaze shifted back up to John, and could tell he was deep in thought. Why, do you think there's something strange about it? Adam asked. Maybe, John replied. How strong were your parents? Strong, Adam replied, his grief replaced with pride. Although he was the youngest of the 4 children of the clan leader, he was the strongest of them all. His cultivation was at the half-step world expansion realm, and he was amongst the top 10 strongest cultivators in the entire clan. Adam's chest puffed out with pride as he talked about his father, as if he had momentarily forgotten his previous grief. However, reality quickly came back to him, and his sullen attitude quickly returned. Half-step world expansion is even stronger than my master. That level of strength is not easily overwhelmed, and a beast tide that just happens to overwhelm the path his parents were traversing on. John fell into deep thought once again, while Adam stared at him in silence. After a short while, John gazed back at Adam. He was almost sure that foul play was involved, but had no proof to back up such claims. As such, he decided to bury the subject for now. So what happened next? John asked. After my parents died, I was mostly left to fend for myself. However, my father left me a great inheritance, a book of all his knowledge. With that, I was able to self-teach myself further so as to not delay my formations training, Adam continued. After my parents' deaths, I was basically treated as an exile at that point, and the only person showing me care was the clan leader. However, he was extremely sickly, and so could not do much for me. Still, I persevered, and raised my formations' expertise and talents as much as possible. I still remained at the forefront of my generation, equaled by only Cadden, as I wanted to do right by my parents' memory and legacy. Who's Cadden? John asked, as he had heard that name earlier in the day. The son of the clan leader, or interim clan leader, I should say, Adam replied. He's 18 years old, only a year older than me. Interim clan leader, John asked. The previous clan leader, my grandfather, was deemed unfit to rule as clan leader due to his continuing health decline. As such, His first son was appointed interim clan leader until my grandfather dies. However, it seems as though my grandfather is still alive, something I'm sure is agitating both Cadden and the interim clan leader quite a bit, Adam explained. However, I'm more than certain that if my grandfather is still alive by the time Cadden reaches his early 20s, they'll make sure his death comes swiftly. With the requirement to enter the ancestral grounds being below 25 years of age, the interim clan leader will ensure the realm opens before Cadden exceeds that age, Adam explained, his voice becoming slightly angered at the thought of his grandfather being murdered. John fell into a silence as he took all the information in, before another question popped up into his mind. So how did it end up that you were exiled? If your grandfather is still alive and seemingly cares about you, how did that come to pass? John asked. Because I was framed, and my grandfather is sickly, both health-wise and mentally, Adam replied, his voice going cold at the thought of what had happened. All the power was in the interim clan leader's hands at the time. 6 years ago, the heirloom, which was in my grandfather's possession, suddenly went missing. The clan was overturned for the heirloom, but it was not found. Eventually, the interim clan leader had the idea of searching everyone's spatial rings, and so everyone was gathered for inspection. I'm sure you can guess the rest, Adam explained, his rage simmering as he thought back to that day. They searched your ring and just happened to find the heirloom, John asked. Naturally, Adam replied. I was framed for the theft of the heirloom and exiled by the interim clan leader to the Yuan Continent. There's a derelict branch of the Starforge clan there, the Fenix clan, which is almost unrelated at this point. They raised me after that. Everything happened so fast, and I was only 11 at the time, so I didn't even know how to make sense of it all. Both Adam and John fell into silence again, which lingered for some time as Adam dealt with the feelings he had repressed for so long. After my initial bout of grief, I figured I would just enjoy life as much as possible while I wasted away on that continent. Eventually, I decided to join the Heavenly Lightning sect, and that's when I met you. You know the rest. Silence filled the room again, while John thought over everything he had just heard. It was quite a lot of shocking information to take in. At the same time, the small things he had noticed about Adam suddenly made sense. Adam always seemed to have enough spirit crystals on hand for everything, and had far more formations knowledge than what he should have had for someone from the Yuan Continent. He also brushed aside the question of his parents and lineage when I asked about it back in the Yuan Continent. I always thought something was off, but now it all makes sense. He must have been playing dumb regarding the divine martial continent in order to seem less suspicious back then. John thought over such things for a while before another question popped up in his mind. I just don't understand one thing, John chimed up. You knew about the Starforge clan, so why were you so surprised to see the members of the sect today? Shouldn't you have known they were going to join the realm opening and expected their presence? No, because the Starforge clan is a neutral power and is not part of the Honorable Alliance, Adam replied, which is why I was so shocked to see them. A neutral power. They don't need the protection of the Honorable Alliance. Just how strong is your clan? John asked. The powers of the Honorable Alliance had joined together to form a united front against the Forbidden Alliance and the other races. A neutral power would quickly be overwhelmed by those other powers, unless they had the strength to protect themselves. Adam stared at John, his gaze a mixture of pride and resentment. The Starforge clan is the strongest formation clan on the continent, and one of the strongest powers overall. Chapter 539, Starforge Discussions. John raised an eyebrow at Adam's words, as he had not expected the Starforge clan to be so powerful. What makes them so strong? John asked. Is it just the cultivation levels of the strongest members? No, it's not quite that simple, Adam replied while shaking his head. While the clan does have the council, which is a council of the 6 strongest elders, all in the world expansion realm, its strength also comes from its position in the formations world. The Starforge clan is a neutral formations power and makes some of the best formations throughout this world. As such, almost all other powers, regardless of alliances or races, have an amicable relationship with the Starforge clan. Otherwise, if they were enemies, The clan would not sell them the incredible formations they make, and no one wants that to happen. A lot of their power comes from being financially strong, as they are one of the richest clans on this continent, as well as their friendly connections to most other powers. John fell into silent contemplation after hearing Adam's words. Adam spoke up after a short moment, breaking the silence. That's why I didn't expect to see them here. It seems the Honorable Alliance is getting desperate. John finally spoke up. How so? Adam asked curiously. You said it yourself. The Starforge clan is a neutral power, and yet they've been invited to join such an esteemed event reserved only for members of the Honorable Alliance. It seems as though the Honorable Alliance is doing everything they can to raise their power, including trying to cozy up to neutral powers, hopping to change their stances, John explained. That's never going to happen, at least as far as the Starforge clan is concerned, Adam replied dismissively. The Starforge clan values money above all, and it would be too costly to take one side and shun the rest. Trust me, I know them better than most, Adam concluded with a self-mocking laugh. Well, if that's the case, then the Starforge clan most likely accepted the offer from the Honorable Alliance with the intention of getting as many benefits as possible, all while having no intention of returning any favors. If that's the case, then that's a relief, John replied. Why is that a relief? Adam asked. Because if Raiden, or Cadden for that matter, decide to do something to you, I don't have to worry about cutting them down, John replied. If they were intending on joining the Alliance, we would have to lay back and not ruin such an opportunity, as it would be a great boon to the Alliance. However, if they are just mooching off the Alliance's good graces, then I won't hesitate to eliminate them if they step out of line, John explained. What? Adam exclaimed. If you kill Cadden and the Starforge clan finds out, they'll demand your execution. Even the Heavenly Lightning sect wouldn't be able to protect you then. Don't worry about it too much, John replied with a relaxed smile. I wouldn't be dumb enough to kill the future clan leader of such a powerful sect out in public for all to witness. Adam stared dumbfoundedly at John, before a serious look appeared on his face. If it does come to that, just be careful. The Starforge clan has incredible formations at their disposal, and Cadden especially should be an incredibly formidable opponent. You cannot let your guard down around him or the other strong members, Adam warned with a serious tone. I won't be careless, John replied confidently. All we can do is hope they keep to themselves, and none of this will be necessary. However, if they do get overzealous, I'm afraid there won't be a good ending for any of them. Adam stared at John for a while, unable to think of what to say next. To him, the Starforge clan was an insurmountable mountain, one that would forever press down on him. However, John didn't seem concerned at all, which made Adam worried for him, but also relieved to have such a friend. The two continued to have some conversations for a while before Adam left, leaving John to focus on cultivation once more. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as Adam left, as the thought of Raiden's threats from earlier in the day echoed in his mind. While Cadden may still yet live depending on his actions, I'm afraid your life is already forfeit. Raiden, John uttered softly before closing his eyes and falling into a meditative trance. The next few days passed by quickly, as more and more powers arrived each day. The Disciple District was a hub of excited activity, as the disciples prepared as best they could for the realm opening to come. The markets were flooded with disciples buying powerful weapons, pills, and more, while others decided to relax and unwind in restaurants, saunas, and with other forms of entertainment. At the same time, many of the newly arrived disciples ventured over to the Honorable Alliance's talent testing steps, taking it for the first time. The Honorable Alliance welcomed all who wanted to take it, as they wanted to identify as many future geniuses as possible. Tens of thousands of disciples took the tests, and while most floundered, there were still quite a few that made waves with their performances. Many 13, 14, and even 15 steps were achieved, shocking the Honorable Alliance world. In fact, there was one disciple who achieved 16 steps, a fact that nearly sent the other disciples into a frenzy. Were it not for the previous performances of the Soul Sage and Asura, the 16 Steps result would have floored all who heard of it. However, 16 Steps was still an incredible achievement, and that disciple was the talk of the city at the moment. I can't believe that bastard Cadden achieved 15 steps, Adam grumbled, as the group walked through a market district. What's so impressive about 15 steps? John asked, unconcerned by such a fact. There was that one boy that got 16 steps. You don't understand, Adam replied, his mood sour. Us formations experts focus on our formations talents and shun things like combat prowess. There's no way he would have gotten 15 steps without being ridiculously strong combat-wise as well. That level of combat prowess combined with his formation talents, he just might be the strongest person to enter the realm. He's far more terrifying than I initially imagined. I can only imagine how many resources the clan dumped into him to get him to this level. Who knows who's the strongest? John replied with a shrug. The talent testing steps test talent, but not absolute combat strength. We won't know who's the strongest until we enter the realm and find out for ourselves. I wonder who that 16-step youth is, Chase chimed up. I heard he comes from a rather small power, so his performance was rather unexpected. Who knows? Iris replied. All we know is his name is Parker. John's steps paused for the briefest of moments before returning to normal. The name reminded him of the traitor of the Fenix clan, his cousin Parker. The only information John had of him was that he had been sent to the divine Immortal Continent by the Bloodfiend sect. Parker was part of the Forbidden Alliance, and so John knew this Parker couldn't be him. However, the name reignited a smoldering fire in his heart, a fire of vengeance. John relaxed himself after a moment and calmed his growing rage, as he would deal with that when he found out where Parker was. I just can't wait to enter, Iris replied with great enthusiasm. I'm sure there's countless treasures hidden from the view of others that I'll be able to unearth. Just be sure to stay close to me, so I can partake in the treasure hunting as well, John joked. Naturally, Iris replied with a smile. How else will I ensure that? Bong. 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 3 loud bongs from a large bell sounded out over the disciple district, stopping all in their tracks. Anxious and excited looks appeared on the faces of all, as they knew exactly what that sound represented. A loud voice, audible to all in the district, sounded out shortly after. The Jade Dragon Empire realm is to be opened in 3 hours. All disciples are to gather in the main courtyard to be escorted to the entrance. Chapter 540, Awe-inspiring Formation. It's finally arrived. We're finally going to enter the fabled Jade Dragon Empire realm. Let's go, we don't want to be late. A flurry of excited cries echoed out throughout the entire disciple district as all the disciples started making their way over to the main courtyard. John and the rest did so as well, and followed as a massive surge of disciples made their way forward. After a bit of walking, they arrived at the courtyard, which was already packed with tens of thousands of disciples and elders, and more were arriving by the minute. The disciples all found their respective sects and grouped together away from the other powers. Before long, nearly 100 different groups had formed, one of them being the Heavenly Lightning sect. John and the rest made their way to their sect, and before long all of the disciples from the sect had gathered. Thunderfist stood before the group, his muscular stature carving an imposing image in the minds of all who looked at him. John gazed around at the other sects and noticed that they all ranged from 100 to 400 disciples. Clearly, the amount of disciples allowed to enter was based on sect strength, and the 300 disciples allotted to the Heavenly Lightning sect signified its status within the alliance as a strong power, but not the strongest. However, that was only based on the strength of the disciples. John was more than sure that if Thunderfist, Thunderzin, the Grand Elder, that mysterious formations expert, and the Lightning Dragon were factored in, that they would be able to stand tall against almost all the other sects. However, there was no denying that the quality of disciples from the Heavenly Lightning sect had been lacking as of late, clearly indicated by the talent testing steps scores. Other than him, the highest score had been 12, by Rael, Lily, and Leon. While 12 was still a score that only a genius could obtain, it still fell short of the prodigious geniuses of the other sex. I'm sure if someone like Iris took the test, with her talent, she could score higher than 12. However, she hasn't taken the test yet. At the same time, Adam and Chase focus on non-combat specialties, so their scores on the tests wouldn't be a true representation of their talent. I suppose that is the one downside to the talent testing steps, as it really only focuses on pure combat talent. While deep in thought, Thunderfist's voice sounded out. "Is everyone prepared to enter the realm?" he asked. "Yes," a resounding cry echoed from the group, John included. After spending a month with Thunderfist on the flying ship, they knew he expected enthusiastic and determined replies. "Good, that's what I wanted to hear," Thunderfist boomed out with a head nod. "Just remember, the only ones you can trust within the realm are yourselves and your sect members. While we are all of the same alliance, the hearts of men are fickle, and so do not expect safety just because you're amongst allies," he instructed. The disciples all nodded their heads in unison once more. John did the same, but at the same time disagreed slightly with Thunderfist's words as he glanced over to Leon, whose muscular frame stood tall above the other disciples. "Even within the sect, there are some that cannot be trusted. I guess he can't say that out loud, though." "Good, since you understand that. The only thing left for you all to do is use your fullest effort to grasp all the opportunities within, and raise the name of your heavenly lightning sect as well." Thunderfist's words ignited a fire in the hearts of many of the disciples, and John nodded his head at Thunderfist's ability to stir the hearts of his disciples. It was something that Thunderzin would most likely not be as good at, due to his calm and gentler nature. By now, no more disciples were streaming into the courtyard, signifying that all had already gathered. There were just over 100 groups gathered, with the total number of disciples ranging in the tens of thousands. These tens of thousands of disciples were the best of the best that the Honorable Alliance had to offer, and the competitive spirit of the disciples were clear for all to see. A heroic and hopeful atmosphere filled the courtyard as the disciples all thought of the potential treasures and glory to come. Without warning, the courtyard below everyone's feet suddenly lit up. Incredible bright blue formation lines sprung up throughout the entire courtyard, and from above one would be able to see a large circular formation, with intricate interior formation runes had formed. A bright light flashed, and all the disciples and elders felt their bodies suddenly transported through space. The transportation process lasted a few seconds, indicating that the distance they had traveled was quite far, at least a few thousand miles. After a few seconds, the bright light of the sun above came into view again, as all found themselves standing on solid ground. The disciples all looked around at their new environment, and many couldn't help but open their mouths in awe. Before them stood a vast stretch of mountains, jutting high into the sky. Several miles directly in front of them was a large valley carved between the mountains, which was several miles wide and nearly 10 miles tall. At the base of the valley, as well as the stop of the mountain's passage, were 4 large statues, all depicting a dragon. The statues were a mile tall and looked incredibly realistic, almost as if there were 4 true dragons present. Even the passing of hundreds of thousands of years hardly diminished their grandeur. The dragons stood before the valley passage, as if guarding the entrance. In the valley between the mountains, a large formation barrier was easily visible. The formation barrier glowed a jade green color, and its might was awe-inspiring as well. It was the strongest formation any of the disciples had ever seen. The formation also stretched overhead as well and covered the entire sky past the mountains, blocking off the entrance from all angles. Even John, with his unique perspective on things, couldn't help but be awed at what he saw. While he had seen large palaces before, especially the one in his spatial realm, he had never seen a formation quite as intimidating as this one. It was truly a sight to behold, and such a formation had stood for over 100,000 years. Such was the might of the Jade Dragon Empire. Chapter 541, Starforge Elder. That formation is incredible. Adam suddenly exclaimed with complete elation. For a formation's cultivator such as himself, Seeing such a formation was beyond his wildest dreams. He had the urge to speed forward and study it, but knew such a thing was impossible given the company around them. John smiled as he saw Adam's elated expression, as his sullen mood from before seemed to have vanished. Seeing Adam smile and be his normal self was far more enjoyable than seeing his friend worry about the Starforge clan. John's gaze shifted back to the powerful formation between the large valley, and he quickly spotted a group of over 100 cultivators gathered. The cultivators all wore different colored robes and were clearly formations experts from the gathered powers of the Alliance. They were working on a massive formation themselves, carved into the ground before the Jade Dragon Empire formation wall. The formation being created by the formation's experts was also beyond anything John had ever seen before other than the Jade Dragon Empire formation. The formation on the ground was over a mile wide and had hundreds of thousands of parts to it. Intricate formation runes linked together to form a singular yet massive rune, although John couldn't make much sense of it. It's a nullification formation, only on an absolutely massive scale, Adam exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Nullification formation, John asked, as it was the first time hearing about it. A nullification formation is used to nullify another formation, typically barrier formations. It interferes with the barrier formation and creates a passageway through. However, this is only temporary, and if the barrier formation is stronger, it will eventually overwhelm the nullification formation. Based on what I'm seeing, we should have a few months to half a year at most before the nullification formation is overwhelmed and fades away. A few months. I'm guessing the barrier formation returns to normal at that time, Chase asked. Yep, so whatever we're going to do inside, we'll need to do it within half a year at most before we need to return to the entrance here, Adam replied with confidence. Hopefully that's enough time, Chase replied, slightly anxious at hearing about the formation closing in on them. Hopefully nothing happens to it during that time and traps us within. Nothing will, John replied with confidence to ease Chase's nerves. How are you so sure? Chase asked. Because the Honorable Alliance cannot afford to lose us. They are sending all of their best geniuses in, and losing us all would be tantamount to the Alliance being destroyed. Even powerful clans like the Starforge clan are sending in their best disciples. It's in their best interest to ensure everything goes smoothly, and so for the next half year, I'm sure this formation will be the best guarded place in the entire Alliance. Attacking it would be tantamount to suicide, John explained. John's right, Adam replied with confidence. Although it's not obvious to the naked eye, I can feel the slumbering might of dozens of other formations in the ground beneath us. Defensive formations and offensive formations. This place is too well guarded to attack and overwhelm without devastating casualties on the attacking side. Hearing all that, Chase breathed out a sigh of relief. John patted Chase on the back to reassure him, while his gaze returned to the formation's experts going about their work. Just as he did so, he noticed one of the experts break apart from the others and begin to walk over towards the gathered disciples. The elder was a middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. His face was sharp, and he had piercing yet slightly sunken eyes. The elder's robes had the image of an anvil slamming down onto a star, an image which John had already seen once before recently. The Starforge clan. Adam noticed the elder as well, and his previous joyful attitude vanished as panic took over. John narrowed his eyes as he watched the elder walk over to the group of Starforge disciples and discuss something with several of them. Amongst those disciples stood a youth at the front. He had long silver hair and a sharp yet handsome face. His body was rather slim, but his aura was beyond anything any of the other disciples in the Starforge clan had. His piercing eyes glanced over towards the Heavenly Lightning sect and locked onto Adam's, causing Adam to take an instinctive step in retreat. That must be Cadden, John mused internally as he stared at the youth. Cadden noticed John's gaze and glanced at him for a moment before looking away without a care, as if John was not even worth looking at or taking note of. Next to the youth stood Raiden, who was explaining something to the Starforge elder. The elder listened for a moment before he left the group and started walking in the direction of the heavenly lightning sect. The elder's actions caught the attention of all the other disciples, as it was the only thing of note going on at the moment. They all watched as the elder walked to the heavenly lightning sect and stopped directly before sect leader Thunderfist. The elder's aura was undetectable to all the disciples, as he was clearly above the heaven tribulation realm. However, with his experience with standing before world expansion elders such as Thunderfist, Thunderzin, and the Grand Elder, John could tell that this elder was most likely in that realm as well. Thunderfist, with arms crossed before his chest, glanced at the Starforge elder who had clearly come here for a reason. "What do you want?" Thunderfist asked, his voice not amiable at all. The elder glanced at Thunderfist with slightly narrowed eyes, clearly not happy at the way he was being addressed. However, he ignored Thunderfist's tone as he glanced past him and pointed into the crowd of disciples. "You're harboring an exiled traitor of my Starforge clan," the elder replied as he pointed directly at Adam. The elder's words caused everyone to look at Adam, who was visibly recoiling with panic and fear at the moment. "Is that so?" Thunderfist replied, his voice still uninterested and dismissive. "So, if he's been exiled, what does that have to do with you and your clan anymore?" The elder glanced back at Thunderfist, and his cold gaze locked with Thunderfist's dismissive gaze. "He was exiled with the instructions to never return to the divine Immortal Continent, or he would suffer further consequences. His traitorous self clearly ignored our generosity, and so he must be taken back to the Starforge clan to face judgment," the elder instructed, his voice cold. The disciples all around Adam, as well as the disciples of the other powers, all stared at Adam with mixed expressions. Adam felt like the weight of the world was pushing down on him at the moment and nearly collapsed in fear. However, an arm suddenly held him up, reassuring and strong. Adam glanced over to John, who smiled at him with a confident expression. "You don't have to worry," John consoled Adam. "Thunderfist would never allow you to be taken away." "How do you know?" Adam asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Just watch," John replied with a smile. From what he knew of Thunderfist and Thunderzin, it was that they did what they wanted and ignored the opinions of others. Thunderfist was a headstrong man, and he would never allow himself to be commanded by another power. "Piss off!" Thunderfist's voice boomed out with great power, shocking all who heard it. The man before Thunderfist was an esteemed elder of the Starforge clan, who everyone knew about. They were incredibly strong, and almost no one wanted to end up on their bad side, due to both their power and status within the formation world. "What did you say to me?" the Starforge elder asked coldly as he glared at Thunderfist. He had never expected to be talked to in such a way, and was used to the greatest amount of respect from all who dealt with him. "I said piss off," Thunderfist repeated firmly with his arms still crossed over his chest. "He may have once been a member of your clan, but he is now a disciple of my heavenly lightning sect. As such, he is untouchable by the likes of you. Now piss off, before I cut you down where you stand." Chapter 542. The barrier opens. Thunderfist's words sent a wave of shock throughout the gathered members of the Honorable Alliance. While everyone knew of the heavenly lightning sect and their strength, the Starforge clan was considered a step above them. However, those who knew of Thunderfist and his attitude were not too surprised, namely the elders and sect leaders of the other gathered sects. Adam's fear and panic was instantly calmed as he heard his sect leader's words, while John smiled as well, his confidence in Thunderfist not shaken. John's gaze shifted back to the Starforge elder, who was staring at Thunderfist with a displeased expression. The Honorable Alliance must have asked for assistance from the Starforge clan in setting up the nullification formation, so that must be why Cadden and the rest are allowed to join the event, John mused. However, I wonder if it's truly that simple, or if the Alliance is trying to court the Starforge clan to formally join the Alliance. "Do you even know the name of the brat you're defending?" the Starforge elder replied angrily. "He's not someone who's worth becoming enemies of our Starforge clan." "I don't know half the names of the disciples behind me," Thunderfist replied immediately without any shame. "But that doesn't matter. If they're a disciple of my sect, they have my protection. It's as simple as that. The Starforge elder's anger rose as he heard Thunderfist's reply, but he had to keep his calm as there were others watching, and he had to maintain the prestige and image of the Starforge clan. It's best you don't get on the wrong side of my Starforge clan, the elder warned. Your Heavenly Lightning sect may be strong, but it pales in comparison to my Starforge clan. You would be wise to make this one concession. Oh, threatening my sect now? Thunderfist replied, more amused than angered by the elder's antics. If you make a move on my sect, the entire force of the Honorable Alliance would crush down on you, and that's not something you can withstand. Your clan made the choice to stay neutral and not join the Alliance, and now you'll learn firsthand that an Alliance power is untouchable by the likes of you. But even the Alliance wouldn't be needed. If you make a move on any of my disciples, my brother and I, along with his little pet, can always visit your clan and pay our respects. The Starforge elder narrowed his eyes upon hearing Thunderfist's threat. All the powerful players on the Divine Martial Continent knew of Thunderzin's pet, which was the incredibly powerful lightning dragon. Thunderzin's disappearance from the Divine Martial Continent for the last few thousand years had resulted in him fading away from thought, but one mention from Thunderfist was all it took to remind the Starforge elder of the Heavenly Lightning sect's true power. The Starforge clan was incredibly powerful, and even the combined might of Thunderfist, Thunderzin, and the dragon would not be able to fully destroy it. However, if they made enemies of the Heavenly Lightning sect, the war between the two powers would be that of mutual destruction, which is what neither side wanted. The Starforge elder stared coldly at Thunderfist, who stood there calmly with his muscular arms still crossed over his chest. He was a full head taller than the elder, and made sure to look down on him with amused disdain. After a short stare-down, the elder glanced over to Adam, who stared back at the elder now, his confidence and pride restored by Thunderfist's defense of him. Adam had truly been afraid for his life now that the Starforge clan found out about him, but with the Heavenly Lightning sect defending him like this, he felt like he had finally found a place he could call home. The elder scoffed and turned around and returned to the gathered Starforge disciples. Adam breathed out a deep sigh of relief, finally feeling free of the Starforge's scourge for once. At the same time, John watched the elder return to the Starforge disciples, who then uttered a few words to Cadden. A small smile appeared on Cadden's face as he listened to the elder, who left to return to the nullification formation quickly after. While Cadden did not turn to look at the Heavenly Lightning sect afterwards, John could instantly tell what was most likely being discussed. It seems like they're going to try to target Adam within the Jade Dragon Empire lands. I'll need to make sure I stay next to him at all times in that case, at least until the situation is taken care of. The spectacle between the Starforge clan and Heavenly Lightning sect was the topic of discussion amongst the other powers, as it was quite unexpected. After the matter was taken care of, John's gaze began to roam as he inspected the disciples of the other powers. The other hottest topic of discussion amongst the disciples was the talent testing step scores, namely that of Cadden and Parker, who had been the one to achieve 16 steps. After some inquiry, John found out that the mysterious Parker belonged to the Sunmist sect, which was located towards the back of the group as one of the weaker sects. His gaze shifted over towards the sect, but didn't see anyone of particular note amongst the group. There was no one amongst them that had the aura of someone who could achieve 16 steps, something which confused John slightly. However, with the person of interest clearly not present in their group, John put the matter in the back of his mind as he began discussing various plans of what to do in the realm with the other three in his group. After a few hours of waiting, an elder wearing white and gold robes, the color of the Honorable Alliance, suddenly appeared before everyone. He had a bald head and a long white beard, and his appearance was around that of a 60-year-old. However, the wizened look in his eyes clearly indicated that he had lived for an incredibly long time and had experienced many things. The man warmly smiled as he inspected all the youths before him and nodded his head in approval. Truly a group of talented youths, the man's warm voice sounded out for all to hear. Now, I'm sure you have all been told why this realm is opening now of all times. Good. Then hear this. Grasp every opportunity within as if your life depended on it, because eventually it will. The man's words were clearly ones of foreboding, as if something dangerous would occur in the future. However, with the shifting tides of the world as of late, everyone could see that the peace given to the world over the last few thousand years was most likely coming to an end. As such, they all needed to raise their strengths as much as possible. The man waved his hand, and tens of thousands of talismans, brimming with powerful formation light, appeared in the sky above him. He waved his hand, and a talisman appeared before each of the disciples, who reached out and grabbed them. These are locational talismans. Keep it on you at all times, as when the realm is coming to an end, the nullification formation you see before you will wrap all who have this talisman on them with spatial powers and bring them back to this entrance. If you lose your talisman, you must come back to the entrance on foot, otherwise you may be trapped inside forever. The man's words were clear. Do not lose your talisman, or you could be doomed. All the disciples put their talismans in their spatial rings and made a mental note to safeguard them with their lives. Suddenly, the nullification formation at the valley entrance erupted with great power and emitted a formation light that slowly ate away at the Jade Dragon Empire barrier. The barrier slowly but surely opened at the bottom until a whole 100 yards wide and long appeared. The Jade Dragon Empire lands are open. You may now enter. Chapter 543, entering the barrier. The man's words sent all the disciples into an excited frenzy, but they all kept their calm as best as they could. In the presence of other disciples and powerful elders, no one wanted to act like a child and be looked down upon. One by one, the groups closest to the valley entrance began to walk over in an orderly fashion, soon disappearing from sight as they entered the formation barrier. The group seemed to have been ordered by strength and status, with the strongest being allowed to enter first. John watched with a calm gaze as the clans and sects, such as the Starforge clan, the Direct Honorable Alliance disciples, as well as many other powerful sects, entered the barrier. With the number of sects gathered here, my divine sense and direct sight was only able to observe about 10% of the disciples. I'm sure there are incredibly powerful disciples that I have yet to lay eyes on, and many that disdained from taking the talent testing steps. It will be quite interesting to see just how powerful this alliance of ours truly is, John mused, but a frown soon appeared on his face as he realized something. The man who just gave his speech did not mention anything about a no-killing policy, which has always been stated before when entering realms. This can't be an oversight, so the only explanation is that the Alliance will not be forbidding such actions. It seems they truly want to raise their tigers by slaughtering the lambs. In order to become strong enough to resist the Forbidden Alliance, they are becoming more like them. How ironic. While the no-kill policy was not stated, John was relatively certain that there would not be wanton slaughter once everyone entered the realm. There were a few things to consider before killing another member of the Alliance, such as the status of the one being killed, as well as the stigma of doing such a thing. The Honorable Alliance would surely kick sects out if their disciples had acted with no regard for the lives of others and slaughtered indiscriminately within. However, they are also saying that if deaths inside happen discreetly, they won't investigate the matter. They want the tigers and dragons of the sect to flourish, but not at the cost of their reputation. Interesting. John was stirred out of his thoughts as the Heavenly Lightning sect began to move forward towards the barrier, as their time to enter had come. The group of 300 disciples was rife with anxious anticipation, and even the powerful disciples like Rael and Lily, who were normally calm and collected, couldn't help but feel excited. John gazed over to his three friends and saw similar expressions on their faces. Clearly, most of the other disciples had been caught up in the moment and didn't realize what John had already realized. I'll have time to warn them and the rest of the sect once we enter the Jade Dragon Empire lands, John mused as he looked ahead and the barrier before them. Looking at the barrier from miles away was one thing, but standing directly before it was another. The barrier was absolutely massive, and glowed with a profound green light. To the side of the barrier rested the dragon statues, which were even more impressive up close. It was as if they would come alive at any moment and breathe fire over everything in their path. "Good luck inside, and be sure to fight with all your strength," Thunderfist's voice boomed out. "But above all, make sure to keep yourselves safe." The disciples all cried out in unison, causing Thunderfist to nod his head in approval at the heated spirits of his disciples. "Good, then enter and make our sect proud," he said before walking away. The group nodded once again before turning to enter the barrier. They were led by Rael and Lily, while John decided to hang towards the middle of the group with his friends instead. The barrier suddenly passed overhead as the group entered, and everyone instantly felt a powerful energy wash over them, inspecting them down to their bones. This must be the age-detecting formation, which restricts those above 20 from entering, John mused as he felt the energy wash over him for a moment before disappearing. After walking through the barrier, the group found themselves in the valley between the mountains, which stretched forward for several miles. The disciples of the other sects were visible in front and behind the group, as everyone slowly but surely made their way forward. Suddenly, all the disciples felt something strange on their bodies, and some even cried out in surprise as they inspected the strange feelings. John felt something as well just below his right collarbone and lifted his robe to inspect what had happened. To his surprise, a brand had suddenly appeared on his flesh, one that glowed with green light like a formation rune. The brand was 3 inches wide and long, and although it was branded into his flesh, John did not feel any pain at all. There were 2 parts to the brand, a strange symbol on the top and the number 0 below it. "What's going on?" A startled cry sounded out as one of the disciples inspected their brand. "I've been branded below my collarbone." "Me too," another cried out. Soon, the entire group confirmed that they had each been marked at the same spot on their body, just below the right collarbone. "Let me see your marks," John said to Adam and Chase, who pulled down their robes slightly to reveal their lower collarbone. In the same location as his were the marks, although both Chase and Adam had different markings than John's. "What is going on?" John mused, as the first mysterious thing in the realm had already occurred. "What marking do you have?" John turned to Iris and asked. Iris pulled down the neck of her robe slightly as well, revealing the mark just below her collarbone for a moment. "It's the same as mine. I wonder why we're the same, but Adam's and Chase's are different," John mused. Maybe it has to do with cultivation level," Iris replied, voicing an idea. "Maybe. That would make sense," John replied, but was quickly cut off by another voice. "All right, stop panicking," the warm and gentle voice from Lily sounded out over the group. "I know what these marks mean, and I'll explain it once we leave this valley." The group breathed out a sigh of relief upon hearing Lily's words, and quickly resumed their forward progress. After walking for several miles, the valley finally came to an end, and the group found themselves standing before an open expanse of land, the start of the Jade Dragon Realm grounds. Chapter 544 Mysterious Mark the mountain range they had just walked through veered off to either side, seemingly 100 miles in each direction. The mountains were so tall as to be insurmountable, and the powerful green formation glowed overhead, covering the entire sky of the land before them. Directly in front of them was an expansive desert, filled with valleys, canyons, and mountains. The desert stretched forward for as far as the eye could see, and was not what most had been expecting when entering these lands. The disciples of the other sects that had already entered were gathered in various locations, seemingly discussing the realm and their plans within. Many groups were already missing members, as some had already ventured into the realm before them. After taking in the sight for a moment, the Heavenly Lightning sect group moved half a mile to the side of the valley entrance at the command of Rael and Lily, 2 of the 3 generals. "Listen up," Lily suddenly addressed the group as she stood before it, her voice gentle yet confident. "Before we venture out, I've been instructed by Thunderfist to inform you of all I know of this realm. I've spent quite some time researching this realm, pursuing through all the ancient scrolls I could find that detailed this realm. Through all the research, I've come across several important points to keep in mind going forward." The group fell into silence as they eagerly awaited information from Lily, as they were completely blind regarding this realm. "First off, this realm marks you with a jade mark as you enter. Those are the marks below your collarbone. There are 4 different symbols: the mark of the warrior, the mark of the alchemist, the mark of the formations expert, and the mark of the healer. Part of the energy that washed over us was to detect our proficiencies and mark us with the appropriate mark," Lily explained, causing the group to finally realize why the marks were different. "I suppose that's why Iris and I are the same. We're both combat experts, while Chase and Adam are not," John mused as it finally made sense. "Secondly, this land is filled with official trials, which seem to be randomly strewn about this land in. The trials will be clearly marked, and will have opportunities for all of the 4 marks," Lily continued. "I'm not sure of the specifics, but the better you do in the trials, the better your score will be, which will be recorded on the mark on your chest." The disciples all inspected their marks and noted the 0 below the symbol. Clearly this would change once they began to take part in these trails. "I'm not exactly sure what the marks are used for, but I know they are used for something located on the very end of these lands," Lily explained. "This land is several hundred miles wide, and according to rumor, several thousand miles long. The entire land is guarded by these mountains to the side and barrier overhead. The point is to make it to the other side, all while performing as best as you can in the trials you find along the way. Although making it to the other side is easier said than done, as there are many obstacles you'll have to overcome along the way. That is all I know about this realm," Lily concluded. While brief, the information Lily provided was incredibly useful, which made the group appreciate their general even more. "Now, I won't tell you all how to go about making your way through this land, but I will give you one warning," Lily spoke up again. "Unlike the other realms we have entered, this one does not have a no-kill policy in place. Always be on your guard, and do not assume the other disciples are friendly just because we are from the same alliance." The Heavenly Lightning Sect disciples all felt their anxious excitement dulled a bit, as they remembered they were in a foreign and dangerous land. They all thanked Lily for the reminder, while John nodded his head in approval. "Lily is much more competent than I originally expected. She is truly fit to be a general." After a few more words of wisdom and instruction from Lily, Rael suddenly turned and began to venture into the lands before him. With his strength, a large group of disciples decided to follow behind him, while a large group followed Lily, who left soon after as well. The rest scattered in random directions of their own choosing, and soon the Heavenly Lightning Sect had departed into the lands before them. All that remained in the end was John, Adam, Chase, and Iris, who stood there patiently waiting for John to make a move. John's gaze focused on the disciples of the other groups, who were also venturing into the desert before them. Some roamed as one large sect, while others roamed individually or in fractured groups, similar to what the Heavenly Lightning Sect had done. John had waited to observe the other groups, to see if he could notice anything. However, after watching the groups venture outwards, it was truly random in which direction they all picked. "I suppose no one really knows which way is the best to go, so we'll just venture out blindly as well," John finally addressed the group. His gaze shifted to Iris, who stood patiently next to him. "You'll be our navigator for this journey, so pick a direction and we'll go that way," John said to Iris. With her unique eye talents, she was the best for helping them move forward. Iris nodded her head as her gaze swept across the desert before her. "I can't see anything important or of note yet, so we'll just head out in this direction, I guess," Iris replied as she pointed forward. "Good enough for me," John nodded in confirmation as he began to walk forward. Like this, the group had finally set out into the mysterious lands of the Jade Dragon Empire trial grounds, towards the dangers and opportunities that laid ahead. Chapter 545, New Arrivals Outside the Barrier Formation. The elders from the various sects that made up the Honorable Alliance continued their work on the formation to ensure it remained stable. Their top geniuses were all sent inside the barrier, and losing them would be tantamount to the end of the Alliance. In the sky high above the gathered elders and formation experts, a lone figure suddenly appeared. He was wearing a sleeveless robe with a hood, which shrouded his facial features. His arms bulged with powerful muscles, as if he could fight a dragon barehanded and survive. The man gazed down at the ground, inspecting both the formation outside as well as the ones who had constructed it. "Child's play," the man muttered under his breath, almost as if the formation wasn't worth looking at. The man remained unnoticed by the powerful cultivators below, as if he didn't even exist in their eyes. After inspecting the formation constructed by the elders, the man's gaze shifted forward towards the green jade dragon empire barrier. His gaze locked onto a certain location, pausing for a brief moment. "So he's already entered this land? I might as well pay it a visit once more and observe what happens," the man muttered once more as his body flashed. He reappeared at the very top of the green barrier and paused for only a moment before his body slipped right past it, as if it didn't exist. Later in the day, a lone figure suddenly appeared again, flying at full speed towards the Jade Dragon Empire barrier entrance. The elders all took notice of the newcomer's arrival and put up their guards for any possible defense, but relaxed as they noticed who it was. The newcomer walked over towards the gathered elder and bowed in respect towards them. "Apologies, esteemed elders. I was held up by something earlier in the day and missed the teleportation window. I flew here as fast as I could. I hope it's not too late to enter," the youth asked, his tone genial and sincere. "You should really take note of your status a bit more," one of the elders from the Honorable Alliance chastised. "Your talents have been fully revealed, and you will now be one of the benchmarks of our alliance. With that status comes responsibility, such as showing up to events on time." "Apologies, elder. I have no excuses," the boy replied sincerely while bowing his head further. The elders all glanced at each other at seeing the boy's sincerity, before one of them sighed deeply before replying. "It's all right. Mistakes happen, young man. Just make sure you begin to carry yourself with the prestige of being one of the Honorable Alliance's foremost geniuses. Is that understood?" the elder asked. "Yes, elder. I will not let you all down again," the youth replied, his voice firm and determined. "Then go on in," the elder said. "The barrier is still open." "Thank you, elder," the boy replied happily as he sped forward towards the barrier and disappeared shortly after. The elder watched the youth enter and shook their heads slightly at the youth's antics. "That boy will need to realize he no longer represents his sect, and instead represents the entire Honorable Alliance," one of the elders chastised. "It's only natural. Parker comes from the Sunmist sect, which is rather weak. His 16 steps suddenly propelled him to genius status, which I'm sure he's still getting used to," another replied. "We can't coddle him too much," another elder chimed in. "Geniuses such as him are paramount in our future fight against the Forbidden Alliance and the other races. If we raise them with soft and gentle hands, they will become soft and gentle themselves. At that point, we might as well offer them up for slaughter to the Forbidden Alliance disciples. Hopefully, this event will create even more geniuses and propel our alliance back to the front of the continent where it once rightfully stood." The arid desert stretched in all directions as far as the eye could see, offering nothing but dry sand, rocky valleys, and dead skeletons of fallen youths of trials past. John and the rest walked through the desert, their guard raised as they didn't know what dangers existed within these lands. "Ah, this is getting tedious," Adam exclaimed in frustration after walking through the arid desert for half a day already. "I'm going up to get a better vantage point." John shook his head at Adam's antics, but figured he would let him find out firsthand. Adam's body shot up into the sky, but after only a few dozen yards up, he found his body lurch to a halt, as if he had flown into molasses. His body was suddenly rocketed back down to the ground and slammed into the earth, kicking up sand and dust. The dust cloud quickly faded, revealing a grumbling Adam who was dusting off his now dirty robes. "What the hell just happened?" Adam exclaimed as he looked up at the sky above him. Do you really think we just decided not to test flying in here for no reason? John asked Adam with a scolding tone. What do you mean? Adam asked while he brushed the sand out of his hair. Think about it, you dunce, Iris chimed up. When we saw the other disciples leave, none of them tried to fly. Obviously, they have information about this land, and that information includes flying not working. Otherwise, they would have already taken off to the skis at the very start. Hey, who are you calling a dunce? Adam cried out afterwards, missing the entire explanation from Iris. Iris rolled her eyes in frustration, but didn't comment further. Like Iris said, we're traveling on foot, John chimed in. There's some sort of barrier preventing flying, most likely to prevent us from flying to the end of this land. I guess that makes sense, Adam replied. The group began to walk forward once more, while Iris walked up next to John and leaned over towards him. Have you noticed them yet? Iris whispered softly in his ear. We're being followed, John replied while nodding his head. They've been following us from a far-away distance for quite some time now, but they've made the effort to move widely around us to get in front of us, Iris said. They were following us until we arrived in an area where no one else was, and then moved up to set up an ambush, John replied. Do you know who it is? Iris asked, as John's words indicated that he had been aware of them but had not taken action yet. Not yet, but there's only one group that would target us like this from the start, John replied. The Starforge clan, Iris asked. The Starforge clan, John confirmed as his gaze grew cold. It seemed as though they were making their move on Adam already. Chapter 546, Friendship. The arid desert sand swirled in the wind, making the visibility in the area to be quite low. John and the others ventured forward unhindered, while Iris led the way. The group casually chatted as if nothing was concerning them, while a group of individuals up ahead watched on as John and the rest approached. Are the formations all set? A male youth asked. Yes, Raiden, they're all set. Once those idiots walk into it, they're as good as dead, another youth replied, snickering with laughter afterwards. Good. They may have been protected if they ventured with their sect members, but these 4 idiots ventured out alone despite all being in the Meridian forging realm. They're probably relying on that John in their group to protect them, but all he is a brute with strength and no brains. Once he's caught in these formations, he's as good as dead, Raiden replied with cold confidence. He still remembered the strength at which John had gripped his arm. He could tell that John's physical strength was beyond what was normal for a late Meridian forging youth, and even he had to admit that John was a talented cultivator. However, that bit of strength he displayed was worth nothing once he got trapped in the formation they had set up. As a formations cultivator, Raiden's strength excelled when he used formations. While he still believed his early heaven tribulation cultivation was enough to overwhelm John in a direct fight, he didn't want to take any chances. This mission had been assigned to him from higher up, and he wanted it to go flawlessly. Here they come, Raiden said to the group of youths around him. Get into position and let no one escape. Iris's steps remained steady, while John, Adam, and Chase followed directly behind her. The 4 were chatting calmly, as if nothing was wrong. While they knew there was an ambush ahead, they trusted in John's strength to protect them, and so none of them were concerned. While the Starforge clan and its elder were able to pressure and threaten Adam on the outside, inside this land was completely different. As long as they were around John, the 3 of them knew they were in safe hands. There were only a handful of youths in this entire land that were able to threaten John, and only one belonged to the Starforge clan. However, with Cadden's status as the young master of the clan, he would not do such dirty work himself. While the group was discussing something, Iris suddenly stopped, as did the group behind her. Her bright blue eyes were glowing with profound light, as if she could see through the fabric of space and time. Here, John asked calmly. MHM. The trap formation is 30 yards ahead, while the youths are hiding behind those large boulders up ahead, Iris replied. There's 4 of them. And the leader seems to be that Raiden we ran into a few days ago. Oh, it's him. He seems to be one of Cadden's lackeys, so Cadden must have given the command for this mission, John replied thoughtfully while rubbing his chin. We should just leave here, Adam replied. I don't want to make any trouble for you and get you involved with my clan's mess. You're not involved yet, so you can still avoid their wrath. Adam knew what John would do if the Starforge clan ambushed them, and did not want his friend to become an enemy of a power as strong as the Starforge clan. You insult me, John replied while glancing over his shoulder. Do you really look down on me this much? What? I would never look down on you, Adam replied hastily. Then why would you think of me as someone who would abandon a friend in need? Do you really consider me to be that cold-hearted of a person? John replied questioningly. Adam opened his mouth to reply, but fell into silence. He finally realized that by telling John to not get involved, that he was insinuating that John was not someone who would stand up for his friends, even if his life was on the line. He had seen what John had done for him before, and realized that he truly had been insulting John. He glanced around at Chase, who was smiling at Adam warmly. He could tell from his smile that Chase would also do his best to protect Adam, even if it meant making enemies of powerful clans. You can always count on us, Chase replied warmly. Even if we can't protect you, we can all go down together. Adam felt warmth in his heart at Chase's and John's words, feeling the true weight of friendship for the first time. He glanced over to Iris as well, who looked at him sideways. What are you looking at me for? Iris replied dismissively. I just go where John goes. If he wants to throw his life away for you, then I suppose I'll do the same. John and Chase couldn't help but snicker lightly as they heard Iris's words, as although she appeared dismissive, they could both tell that she had started to consider Adam a friend as well. However, she would never admit that, and so she made a roundabout excuse for helping Adam. Adam gazed at his friends in silence for a moment before a warm smile appeared on his face. He had never expected to find family or friends again after being exiled from the Starforge clan, but now knew he had found both once again. Thanks, guys, Adam replied sincerely while wiping his eyes from any signs of tears. It had been a long time since he had felt such friendly and welcoming warmth from others. So, what are we going to do now? What do you mean? John asked. I'm going to spring their trap and show them the true meaning of despair before sending them to the afterlife. You're going to trigger the formation? Iris asked with surprise in her voice. It's hidden under the sand, but it's quite powerful from what I can tell. I'm sure it is, but at the same time, this is a good trial for me to gauge the Starforge clan's capabilities. If even someone like Raiden can defeat me, then I might as well offer Adam and myself up for slaughter when we run into Cadden, John replied confidently. The three stared at John as if he were a madman, but sighed in defeat after a moment of silence. They knew only John was someone crazy enough to walk into a trap formation deliberately, especially one made by someone in a higher realm than them. However, they also knew there was no convincing him of not doing so, and so the three of them retreated several hundred yards, as they knew a raging battle was about to break out. While the others retreated, John walked forward a few dozen yards and stopped. Although it was almost imperceptible, he could feel the power of a formation brimming directly in front of him. If Iris hadn't told me of this formation's exact location, I might not have spotted it in time. It seems as though the Starforge clan is quite capable. After a short pause, John stepped forward once more, towards the formation, and the beginning of his enmity with the Starforge clan. Chapter 547, Starforge, trap from a nearby distance behind some boulders. Raiden and the rest of the Starforge youths watched as John and his group approached them. They're almost here. Be ready to attack on my command, Raiden instructed the youths near him. They all nodded in unison, ready to move at a moment's notice. Suddenly, John's group stopped several dozen yards away from the formation, causing Raiden to frown. However, he remained silent as he watched them stand there and discuss something. They couldn't have detected the formation, right? One of the youths finally asked. Impossible. They're meridian forging scrubs, Raiden replied. Let's just wait a bit more. After waiting for a short while, Raiden's eyes narrowed as he watched Adam, Iris, and Chase retreat. He was just about to spring up and attack them, as it seemed like they had somehow noticed the trap. However, John remained in place and even moved forward, stopping Raiden from making a move. "What's going on?" one of the youths asked. "I don't know," Raiden replied. "Just wait for my command." Raiden watched as John stepped into the formation and clicked his tongue with frustration. "Damn it, only that idiot brute sprung the trap. We've been exposed. Let's go." John stepped forward, and the instant he did, a powerful formation sprung up all around him. A formation barrier appeared all around him, sealing all directions of escape. At the same time, a formidable pressure pushed down on him, trying to force him to his knees. John nodded his head in approval, as the formation truly was quite incredible. His power surged to resist the pressure, and John found that he even needed to use the full force of the supreme battle art to maintain his stance. This formation would easily overwhelm any early Heaven Tribulation youth, despite being set up by an early Heaven Tribulation formation's cultivator. No wonder formation cultivators are so feared. If they get time to prepare, they're basically unmatched. Just breaking through this barrier is going to take more effort than I originally imagined. All of a sudden, 4 youths appeared in his vision from the front, appearing from behind a large boulder. John's calm gaze locked with Raiden's, who quickly glanced over towards Adam and the rest, who were not retreating. John could see Raiden sigh in relief, before his gaze locked back onto John's. The 3 other youths also gathered next to Raiden, clearly not worried about Adam and the others escaping. They were all in the early Heaven Tribulation realm, and even though they were formation's cultivators, beating Adam and the rest should be easy enough. The only slight concern was Iris with her half-step Heaven Tribulation cultivation, but even then they had numbers on their side. "Are Adam and your other 2 friends truly so stupid?" Raiden asked John, as he could instantly tell what was going on. "Do they really think you have the power to break free of this formation and protect them? It seems as though exiling Adam also exiled his brain," Raiden mocked. "I have to admit, this formation is quite a bit better than I thought it would be," John replied calmly from the inside as he resisted it with his powerful body. "However, my sect leader made his stance clear on what would happen if your elder targeted Adam. Are you truly not concerned of the wrath of my sect?" "Haha, your sect is not worthy of notice," Raiden replied dismissively. "Besides, after we deal with you 3 and capture Adam, there will be no evidence that we were the ones to kill you," Raiden replied. "There are many dangerous trials in these lands. Your group just happened to succumb to one of them. How tragic." "So it's like that," John replied. "If their bodies were never found, then even the Heavenly Lightning sect could not pin the blame on the Starforge clan. I suppose such a lie is fitting for cowards such as yourselves. I just have to ask, Adam is already exiled and is no longer a threat to Cadden's future ascension. Why are you so focused on capturing him?" John asked. "That is not something the likes of you has to know," Raiden replied dismissively. "But since you're about to die, I suppose I can satisfy your curiosity. He has something the clan wants, and we need to interrogate him of its location." "You sent him away as a child. Couldn't you have taken what you wanted then?" John asked, confused at the explanation. "I'm done answering your questions. It's impressive that you can even stand inside the formation, but I suppose that freakish strength of yours helps in that regard," Raiden replied, truly impressed by John's strength. "However, you are far too naive if you think strength alone can break through this barrier of mine." "You're completely right," John replied, agreeing with Raiden's words. "Even with my strength, I can't break through this barrier as I am right now with brute force. While I have some other tricks to break through with pure strength, you are not worthy of seeing such methods." "Oh," Raiden replied with an amused and mocking tone. "It almost sounds as if you are confident of being able to break out of this formation. Fine, let's see it then. Let's see how a late Meridian forging peasant can break out of a Starforge clan's formation. You would already be dead if I had used a slaughtering formation instead, so count yourself lucky enough to still be breathing." John was clearly the group's linchpin, and Raiden wanted to crush him fully before moving on to Adam. John had insulted him a few days earlier, and he wanted John to suffer as well. Crushing his ego would be the first step of making him suffer. On the divine Martial Continent, the Starforge clan reigned supreme when it came to formations. While Raiden was not a supreme genius of the clan, he was still an early heaven tribulation cultivator, using the Starforge clan's methods. There were only a handful of cultivators on the continent at the early heaven tribulation realm that could break through this formation once trapped. Such was the power of a formations expert. They had weaker upfront combat prowess, but if allowed time to set up and plan a trap, they might skyrocketed to the forefront. As for a late meridian forging cultivator, someone a major realm lower in power, such a thing was impossible. As such, Raiden had no problem allowing John to attempt to break free before succumbing to despair. The other youths all watched on as well, smug expressions plastered to their faces. They were looking forward to the failure of John and the capture of Adam and the rest. If I had to use brute force, I would need my Asura transformation to break out of this barrier. However, I have the perfect battle art to do the job instead, one meant to sever apart anything in its path. A scythe suddenly appeared in John's hands, one which brimmed with the might of a half-step heaven tribulation grade weapon. John had obtained this scythe in the Bloodfiend sect and was finally strong enough to use its full might. In fact, he would soon require an even stronger scythe, but this one would do in the meantime. A scythe, huh? Let's see what you can do then, Raiden said mockingly, his arms crossed over his chest. John raised the scythe over his head while his eyes locked with Raiden's. The scythe began to glow with a sinister red and black light, while its power climbed higher and higher. An aura of annihilation also began to emanate from the scythe, furthering its fearsome power. Raiden's smug expression, as well as the other Starforge youths, faded away as their instincts began to flare. However, it was too late to do anything about it. John's scythe slashed down with absolute speed, as a black and red scythe image shot forward towards the barrier of the formation. His scythe slashed out again a second time immediately after the first, both targeted at the Starforge youths standing near the barrier. Chi. The first scythe image slammed into the formation's wall, which offered only the briefest moment of resistance before it was cleaved apart. The scythe image's power faded away, revealing that all its might had been used to carve open this path. However, even this was beyond anything the Starforge youths had considered possible. A single attack from a late meridian forging youth carving open the barrier. This story would never be believed by anyone, no matter who told it. However, the truth was laid bare before their very eyes, eyes that were opened wide in shock. Chi. Before they could react, the second divine reaping scythe cleaved through the opening made by the first. Chi. Chi. Two slicing sounds sounded out as the divine reaping scythe sliced onto two of the Starforge youths. Formation barriers popped up over their skin as the ability fought against some sort of protective formation. After a brief struggle, the divine reaping scythe won and cleaved the two directly in half. These two youths had only recently ascended to the heaven tribulation realm and were barely considered to be in the realm. As such, John had targeted them first. Thunderbody flash. John's body flickered like lightning, and he appeared before the third youth, whose body suddenly flashed as he sped off into the distance. Clearly, the youth had used some sort of formation disc to increase his speed, and his speed was quite impressive. With Raiden still close by, John did not want to chase after the youth and lose Raiden. He needed to eliminate all four without failure. "Kirai, bring him back here," John commanded, as Kirai suddenly appeared before him. Without hesitation, Kirai's body flashed like lightning as he chased after the youth. Bang! John spun on his heels as his leg swept out. His powerful kick collided with the weapon of Raiden, who had finally recovered his wits and began to counter-attack. However, his hastily mounted counter-attack crumbled in face of John's full supreme battle art might. Raiden felt as if a mountain had struck onto his weapon, which forcefully collided with his body. His body shot backwards like a cannonball, while his protective formation did its best to shield him from harm. The formation flared with incredible power, but even then it was not able to fully dull the attack as Raiden felt his ribs crack from the force of the attack. His body tumbled head over heels across the arid desert sand, carving a ditch across the land before finally coming to a stop several hundred yards away. Through the excruciating pain, Raiden quickly sat up and began to struggle to his feet. Bang! The sand in front of him suddenly exploded outwards as something slammed down onto it with incredible force. The cloud of sand quickly cleared, revealing John standing directly before Raiden. His cold gaze stared at Raiden, who felt as if he was being stared at by death itself. Chapter 548, Subduing Raiden despite his fear. Raiden quickly stood up and unleashed a sword art at John. While Formation's cultivators did not excel in physical combat, they still carried weapons such as swords and spears in case they were not able to prepare for battle ahead of time. John scoffed as he saw the attack. His body flashed to the side as the sword light pierced by, easily dodging the attack. Immediately after throwing out the sword attack, Raiden threw out a formation disc beneath John's feet. At the same time, another formation disc was thrown above John's head, Raiden's actions smooth and practiced. The two formatted discs immediately linked up by some unknown energy and quickly formed a cage around John. While this cage would be enough to stop a normal early heaven tribulation cultivator, Raiden knew it was not enough to stop John. Without pause, he threw out 4 more discs, 2 appearing in front and behind John and 2 to his left and right. In less than a second, 6 formation discs, each glowing with the might of powerful formation runes, encased John from all directions. It formed a singular barrier which glowed with great power, and the runes on the discs suddenly lit up brightly as they activated with their full power. Chi. 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 A series of sharp and powerful beams of formation light shot out of all 6 formation discs, slashing directly onto John's body. The formation discs continued to shoot out sharp attacks, drowning John in a non-stop barrage of attacks. The barrage of attacks became so dense that John's body was no longer visible from the outside, and all that was visible was the onslaught of powerful formation chi attacks. The barrage of attacks continued for a short while Raiden's expression slowly turned from one of panic to one of confidence. "Idiot," Raiden muttered disdainfully. "You should have finished me off when you had the chance, instead of showboating before me. Now that you're trapped in this slaughter formation, even if you survive, you'll be half dead." Raiden had hastily set up this formation, but it was his most powerful quick-use slaughter formation he had. He knew John was strong, but strength and durability were 2 different things. While the slaughter formation continued to rain down ceaseless attacks on John, Raiden glanced over towards Adam, Iris, and Chase. Their calm yet amused gazes stared back, while Adam's defiant and heated gaze lingered on Raiden. Raiden felt a bad feeling creep up as he noticed none of their gazes were panicked or fearful for John's life at all, as if they didn't even consider the possibility of him losing. Raiden quickly looked back towards the slaughter formation, his eyes growing wide as the formation discs finally ran out of chi. John's figure, still standing tall and firm, appeared in Raiden's view. The fatting formation barrier revealed his state, which shocked Raiden beyond all belief. John's body was riddled with small cuts all over, causing blood to flow down his face, arms, and legs. He looked quite miserable, as if he was gravely injured, but a quick inspection revealed all his wounds to be superficial surface wounds. None of them were more than half an inch deep, something that was easily ignorable by cultivators, let alone body cultivators. "Impossible," Raiden muttered in disbelief as he took a step backwards. He had at least expected the formation to injure John to a state where he could fight him directly, but even that had not occurred. "That's not a bad formation you have there," John replied calmly as he slowly started walking towards Raiden. "I had allowed you to trap me with it, as the more you reveal, the better I'll be prepared when I fight Kaden. Thank you for showing me that even when cornered and unprepared, formation cultivators can still be quite powerful." Raiden's face was filled with panic and fear as he continued to take steps away from John. At this point, he knew that fighting back was a futile effort. He instantly turned to flee, but a flash of lighting appeared in his vision as John suddenly appeared before him. Bang! John's leg swept out and slammed against Raiden's left leg, but was once again hindered by the mysterious protective formation lining Raiden's body. However, the power of the attack buckled Raiden's leg, forcing him to the ground. John frowned at the resistance and instead decided to take a more forceful approach. Bang! 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 John quickly rained down a barrage of punches onto Raiden's chest, who at this point was no longer able to fight back. The protective formation worked its hardest to defend Raiden, but eventually ran out of energy. Bang! A punch directly landed onto Raiden's ribs, shattering several of them and causing Raiden to howl out in pain. Bang! John's leg stomped down on Raiden's left leg, instantly shattering it at the knee. Raiden once again howled out in agonized pain as he clutched his leg. John's gaze shifted towards his three friends, and he beckoned them to approach. The three did so, and quickly arrived next to John and Raiden. Their calm gazes stared disdainfully at Raiden, as if this outcome had been ensured from the start. "What should we do with him?" Adam asked after a brief moment of silence. "We'll get as much information out of him to start with," John replied calmly as his gaze returned to Raiden. Through the excruciating pain, Raiden gazed up definitely at John. "You can't kill me," Raiden muttered through the pain. "Oh, why not?" John asked, amusement in his voice. "Gideon has already escaped," Raiden replied confidently, although his voice was shaky with the pain he was feeling. "He will inform Cadden of what you have done. You may be strong, but before Cadden, you are nothing." "Is that so?" John replied calmly. "Let's say your friend does escape and informs Cadden, won't he seek revenge regardless? I already killed your two friends, surely killing you won't make much of a difference." "The two you killed are low-level members of the sect, from a fringe lineage and barely worth notice," Raiden replied, as if the two friends who had just died were less than trash. "Cadden won't care about their deaths, but I am of a much more prestigious lineage and am someone Cadden values. If you let me live, Cadden should forgive you. But if you kill me, he will hunt you four down and slaughter you like animals." 549 Raiden's demise. John stared at Raiden for a moment before he glanced over towards Adam. "Is what he says true?" John asked, as if he was entertaining Raiden's idea. "Yes, he's not lying. Raiden does come from one of the higher status families in the clan, and his lineage is quite impressive," Adam confirmed. His words caused a ray of hope to appear in Raiden's eyes, as it seemed like Adam was agreeing with his words. "However, Cadden won't care if we slaughter the lowest dreg of the clan or his own father. In his eyes, any move on the Starforge clan is an insult to Cadden directly, as if he's an untouchable god. He's incredibly arrogant and haughty, and would seek revenge even for the slightest insult, let alone us killing some clan members," Adam replied, his words instantly dashing the growing hope Raiden felt. "Well, you heard it from Adam himself. It seems like Cadden would try to kill us regardless, so we might as well carry on as planned," John said to Raiden. "Besides, that friend of yours that escaped won't be gone for long." "What do you mean? He's already fled away. Your pet has no hope of catching him," Raiden replied. "Gideon is fast, even faster than me. He's long gone." "Ha ha," John broke out into a slight laughter. "And Kirai is even faster than me by quite a bit. In fact..." John's gaze shifted to the horizon from which the sun was starting to set behind. After a moment of silence, a figure appeared over a distant hill, illuminated by the setting red sun. In less than a few seconds, the figure darted from the distant hill to where John and the rest were standing and stopped right next to John. Kirai dropped the dead corpse of the Starforge youth that had fled, his body mangled and torn. Afterwards, he nudged his head against John's chest, who patted him in return. Even John couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at what he saw, as he didn't know Kirai was capable of such brutality. However, such a thing didn't concern him, as any enemy of his deserved such a fate. Raiden's expression of slight defiance instantly shattered, as he saw the body of the Starforge youth, as his last thing to threaten John with had been crushed. "Now then, you chose a rather good place to ambush us," John said as he gazed around. "It truly is quite a desolate area, and even after all this time we haven't seen other disciples walk through it. That should give us plenty of freedom to take our time with you." Wait, Raiden cried out in panic. His gaze shifted to Adam, a pleading look in his eyes. "Adam, we come from the same clan. We're of the same blood. Please spare me. Spare me and I'll convince Cadden and the elders to drop their pursuit of you." John, Iris, and Chase all remained silent as they allowed Adam to handle this however he pleased. Adam stared at Raiden, his gaze growing angrier by the second. "Despicable bastard," Adam replied as he kicked Raiden in the ribs, causing him to cry out in pain. "I still remember you and the other youths, your snickering expressions as the judgment of my exile was passed down. You all felt pretty great at having the greatest threat to Cadden's ascension removed, huh? And now, instead of letting me live my life in peace, you hunt me down. Fuck you." Adam's breathing had become heavy, his chest heaving up and down as he focused on calming himself down. The rest of the group raised an eyebrow in surprise, as they had never seen Adam act like this before. Clearly, the events of the past were still a sore spot for him, and rightfully so. "Oh, and a bit of news for you. I've seen what John does to extract information from others before," Adam whispered softly into Raiden's ear, his voice more frightening than if he had been yelling. "Let's just say that your next few hours alive will make you wish you were never born." Raiden's body turned stiff upon hearing this, and he felt a chill of pure fear crawl up his spine as John's hand pierced forward towards his stomach. For the next few hours, agonized cries drifted amongst the desert wind before silence finally settled over the land. So even after all that time with Raiden, he wasn't sure exactly what the Starforge clan wants from you, only that they want something, John said to Adam as they sat around the campfire they had made. Night had already settled in, and instead of venturing through the unknown desert at night, the group had decided to rest instead. "I'm not sure either," Adam replied with a shrug. "However, Cadden definitely knows." "I'm sure he does," John replied as he bit into some meat the group had cooked. "We'll no doubt eventually run into him in these lands. In the meantime, we should rest up whenever we can to keep our energy reserves at maximum. Unlike the other youths who are all in the heaven tribulation realm, our bodies are still mortal and require food and rest. We're at a disadvantage in that regard, so we should take every opportunity like this we can." After some more conversation amongst the group, Adam set up a perimeter formation to give them warning of any potential invaders before the group went to sleep. At sunrise the next morning, the group ventured out into the arid desert once again. Wanting to stretch his legs and get some sunlight, Kirai had opted to join the group on foot as he walked alongside John. They had already walked for dozens of miles at this point, and ventured another 50 at this time. Nothing but the arid desert had greeted them thus far, causing them to question if this training realm of the Jade Dragon Empire was still functional, or had fallen into ruin after all these years. Disciples of other sects were occasionally spotted in the far distance moving forward as well, but the groups stayed away from each other as they progressed deeper into the land. "There's something in the far distance," Iris suddenly chimed up, her face brimming with hopeful excitement. The group all gazed forward across the arid desert, but were unable to spot anything yet. However, they trusted Iris's eyes, and so the group ventured towards the object she had spoken of. After walking several dozen more miles, an object finally came into view, as did a number of other disciples' groups. All of them were streaming towards the object before them, which was a massive coliseum. A small town filled with various buildings existed outside the coliseum, while a large archway stood at the front entrance of the town. Dozens of disciples were streaming past the arch every minute, with more arriving by the minute. It was the object of any note the group had seen since entering the Jade Dragon Empire training lands. The 4 different symbols of warrior, alchemist, formations expert, and healer were carved into the top of the archway, causing excitement to appear on the faces of John and the others. They all sped forward towards the arch, as did the other disciples who had spotted it from a distance. The symbols on top of the arch indicated one unmistakable thing. The first trial, chapter 550, passing through the arch like a beacon of light in the darkness. Disciples from all over flooded towards the arch and the town behind it. John and the rest followed suit as well, and the four quickly approached the arch, which seemed to be brimming with power. The arch was 40 feet tall and 40 feet wide, and spanned the length of the town entrance. Dozens of disciples flooded through the arch every minute, each pausing for a short while for some reason before continuing onwards. "Let's go," John said as he stepped below the arch, as did the rest of the group. Immediately, an incredibly strong and profound, yet surprisingly gentle energy invaded their bodies. It was clearly stemming from the arch above. John allowed the energy to invade his body, as he was powerless to resist it. It was similar to the energy that had scanned him when he and the rest had entered the realm, only it scanned even more of his body. The energy invaded his muscles, bones, meridians, soul, and even his dantian. Such an invasion was normally something that a cultivator would struggle with all their might against, but this energy was clearly not dangerous. After a brief 10 seconds, the energy faded away and allowed John and the others to move forward past the arch. They moved to the side of the road, out of the way of the other disciples entering through the arch, who were all experiencing the same thing. "What just happened?" Adam asked curiously as the group huddled together. "I'm not sure," John replied. "Ah, the mark," Chase suddenly exclaimed as he felt a sensation below his collarbone. He pulled down the neck of his robe and quickly inspected the mark on his upper chest. The number, which had been 0 when they all entered, had now changed. Its new value was 11. Adam and Iris quickly inspected their mark as well, revealing their scores for the others. "I got 10, Adam exclaimed. 15 for me, Iris said, a look of satisfaction on her face as she had scored higher than Adam. "This stupid test must be broken if you scored higher than me," Adam grumbled in protest. "Or I'm just more talented than you all," Iris replied with a tinge of satisfied amusement. "We have no idea what that arch just tested," Adam exclaimed. "For all we know, it could be testing how much of a pain in the ass everyone is, which would perfectly explain your score." "You are such an asshole," Iris harumphed with displeasure. A look of satisfaction appeared on Adam's face, and he was about to say something else when Chase cut him off. "We have no idea what that arch tested, but it was most likely something to do with combat talent. It scanned our bodies, our meridians, and even our dantians. These aspects mostly affect cultivation proficiency and combat prowess, while it ignores things like alchemy and formations knowledge and specialized talents," Chase said to the group as his gaze shifted to John. "If my guess is right, then John should have a score even higher than us and Iris." Adam and Iris stopped their petty squabble as they too glanced over to John. In the heat of the moment, they had completely forgotten about hearing what his score was. John's gaze shifted to his chest as he lowered the neck of his robe for all to see his score. Their eyes widened for a moment, before they each laughed lightly in knowing expectation. "I should have known you would have achieved such a freakish score," Adam replied. "First the dantian compressions and now this. Do you have any limits at all?" John shrugged at Adam's question, as he couldn't be bothered to answer something like that. "Still, John's score of 32 all but confirms my suspicions," Chase chimed up once again. "The arch most likely tested natural talent with the criteria I listed before." "Unfair," Adam chimed up once again in protest. "When will the formation-favored trials start appearing?" "When you stop whining like a child," Iris replied as she rolled her eyes. John groaned as he heard the two begin to argue again, as he realized he would be hearing them bicker the entire time they roamed this land. "What did you get?" a voice boomed out from behind them, causing John and the rest to look at the source of the voice. It was another group of 8 disciples from another sect who had huddled together to discuss their scores. They each wore a dark blue robe with a crescent moon embroidered on the back of it. "I got 9, one of the disciples replied. "What did you get?" 11. 13, 10, 11, 8, 12, 15. The group listed off their scores for the others to hear, with the highest being 15, the same as Iris. The one who had mentioned 15 seemed to be the leader of the group, who was a male of around 18 or 19 years of age. He had a middle heaven tribulation cultivation, and his aura was quite powerful. In fact, John was sure that this youth would give Rael and Lily a good fight, making it all the more impressive that Iris scored the same as him. John's gaze shifted away from the group after a moment and back to his friends. His gaze was met with strange looks from Iris, Adam, and Chase, as if they were looking at a monster disguised as a human. "The more I spend time with you, the less I understand about you," Iris chimed up. She had begun to follow John based on her visions and knew he was incredibly powerful and talented. However, each feat he displayed, even casual ones like this, continued to shatter the realm of what she thought was possible. Even Adam and Chase couldn't help but look at John strangely once again, which caused him to shrug his shoulders in response. "There's no point in dwelling on my score," John said as he began to walk into the town as the others followed behind quickly.